Those who joined us last evening for the Speakers Dinner, I wanted to remind you that next week we have a conference not unlike this, except the topic is different, and that's on Nicaea and the anniversary. I guess, what are we, 1,400 years into Nicaea? And we already have 110, 115 people signed up, but we can do about 130 in the chapel. So do sign up for that. There's a small fee to help cover things, but and there is a dinner also, which there might be a few places that we can slot one or two or a few of you into. So do ask about that, or send an email to Ian Palmer. There are term cards you can find that have all the events that happen throughout the term here at Pusey, and there's a digital version of it on the website. I will very quickly read out the abstract that's on the front of this, which is meant to guide us today and just direct us to the questions that are meant to be the questions that this conference this colloquium will cover. And what we've said is one might think that economists are best suited to explain the meaning of money. However, most academic economists hardly ever publish on the meaning of money. Their definitions of money as a medium of exchange, unit of account, and store of value do not get us far in understanding either the major dilemmas or the great opportunities that money creates. Avoiding the meaning of money is arguably what allows economics the conceit of being a value-free science. Yet money is not simply a neutral, if scarce, resource, but also a powerful instrument. It is also malleable enough to become an end in itself, and even, as Jesus warns us, one's master. Marx perceived it as very intricate, full of metaphysical quibbles and theological quirks. And it can be a great blessing. The reverse side of Christian charity is often the conception of money as a gift. The use of money has profound consequences, not merely for the health and balance sheets and health of balance sheets and financial systems, but more importantly, for the health of society and of one's soul. And the questions that we, the organizers, thought we would draw your attention to, of course, not a dispositive list. What is money? What is money for? Does it have a moral character? Is money necessary for human flourishing? Which virtues are needed to use money in a way that promotes human flourishing? Could we speak sensibly of a theology of money? What should the relation of the church be to money? With that said, I'll turn over for introductions to my colleague, Dr. Mehmet Tifsi, who's our librarian and keeps our beautiful library, which is open to the public 9 to 5-ish, 5:30, Monday through Friday, and who also is our academic coordinator here at the House.
Thank you very much. Well, I will very briefly introduce our speakers so that we don't get behind time. And I'm going to introduce our next three speakers one after another, and then they will speak in turn. And first we have Mr. Brad Barlow, who is a DPhil candidate in Christian ethics here at Oxford in the Faculty of Theology and Religion. He works as a corporate finance and valuation professional and has had a long career as a senior investment banking instructor for Wall Street Prep. Before that, he worked for UBS Investment Bank and was an officer in the US Air Force. Next, we will hear from Mr. Edward Hadas, who is departmental tutor in political economy at the Department of Continuing Education at Oxford. He was formerly research fellow at Blackfriars Hall and worked in finance as an equity analyst for 20 years, and then worked in financial journalism as a columnist for Reuters Breaking Views and for the Lex column of the Financial Times. After Edward, we will then hear a response to those two papers by Sister Margaret Atkins. She is a canoness of St. Augustine in the community of Borbank Hall in Cumbria. She was a senior lecturer in theology at Trinity and All Saints College in Leeds, and she has a particular interest in virtue ethics, in the ethics of healthcare, and in the environment, and of course in the thought of St. Augustine. So that's enough from me. I will hand over now to Brad to give our first talk. Please join me in welcoming Brad.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Before I get started, I want to first thank Mehmet for asking me to be part of the conference. He and I are friends. We go back to the start of our journey here at Oxford, working on our MPhils and then DPhils in the Christian ethics vertical. And Pusey House is our church when we lived here in Oxford, so it's really just a blessing to come back home to what is still a spiritual home for us here. So I'm just thankful to be here. The question that I'm going to address this morning is money necessary for human flourishing? Is it necessary? The answer, of course, depends on what actually counts as necessary for human flourishing, right? So what is it? What is actually necessary for human flourishing? We would presumably answer that question first. For a would-be Christian ethicist like myself, perhaps this is what I should have chosen to talk about, okay? Certainly from what I can tell, the question of what counts as human flourishing is a more comfortable topic for theologians than trying to figure out whether money is necessary once they decide what flourishing includes. About money, they're usually skeptical or at best ambivalent, and I think yesterday's talks illustrate that. For those of you who were here yesterday afternoon. But in any case, deciding conclusively what human flourishing includes is not what I will endeavor to do in this talk. And for the moment, I'm quite happy to let what Professor Clymer shared with us yesterday about human economies, family, friendship, what he called social economy, culture or sense-making, and then personal vocation. I think we can take those as a commendable approximation, a commendable starting point. So what I'm going to talk about is whether money is actually necessary to achieve the aims of those human economies. Because however dry or technical such a talk might be, my sense is that someone ought to give it. So someone ought to at least take on the question. Otherwise, questions like, if money is so likely to corrupt us, which I think that, I'm not sure, is Edward Skidelsky? Oh, there you are, right in front. Otherwise, the talk that Edward gave yesterday afternoon, the question, if money is so likely to corrupt us, which I think he makes a very strong case for that, why do we bother with it at all? Why would we bother, right? Why not come up with a different alternative? And that question just hangs in the air, okay, when it deserves an attempted answer, right? I do want to make one important distinction here. The question I'm trying to answer is not whether money is a necessity in the sense that it is an evil that we have to learn to live with because it is just convenient for the powers that be, right? We do sometimes talk about necessary evils in politics, for example, like, well, I've got to vote in this election, I'm just going to choose the lesser of two evils. So I don't actually mean to answer it in that sense. Well, we just have to deal with money because, it is what it is and the powers that be like money. What I'm trying to discern is whether it is necessary in a more fundamental sense, due to features of economic reality that are there by design. So that's the topic. If I have to be honest, though, as soon as I saw that Mehmet put this question down on the list of potential topics, I did immediately go for it. So please don't feel sorry for me, as if it were assigned against my will. So that is the purpose of the talk, or at least the first part of it. And then once I've made my argument that, at least in our case, I think money is necessary, then I hope to clarify some of what it does not entail, or some conclusions that I think ethicists and economists should not draw from the fact that we might think money is necessary. So that's what I'd like to do, and time permitting. Okay, to get at the question, I think it's helpful to first reflect on what you might call possible or imaginable economies that enable the human economies that Professor Clymer talked about. So let's think about those for a moment. I've drawn some examples from Scripture and history. The point, I want to be clear, the point is not to exhaustively catalog possibilities, nor is it to oversimplify the economies we're going to talk about, but just to get us thinking about it, and draw our attention to some features of economies that I think bear on the question of whether money is necessary. I have a particular spectrum in mind that we don't always think about when we think about economies. And the spectrum, when we look at these examples, is from what you might call autarky. Has anyone heard the term autarky before? Okay, if you've heard the term autarky, it just is it's a relational term. It basically, sometimes people think it means self-sufficiency. You could think of it that way, but it really just means an economy that is not integrated with other economies around, right? So autarky would be like a household that was, a completely autarkic economy would be like a household that was completely isolated from all other economies, okay? And then at the other end of the spectrum is complete integration, right? Like the kind of global economy that people talk about, where there is this nexus. I think, Gordon, one of your questions yesterday, you talked about the great trade nexus out there. So a completely integrated economy is where everyone is involved in an economy that has these connections. So there's cooperation, over a complete cooperation over like a vast scale. So let's keep that spectrum in mind, okay, as I get into some of these. So let's just think about some imaginable economies, right? So we could start with Eden, right? Now, we could argue about how we're supposed to take those narratives in the early chapters of Genesis. But my point here is just, you can imagine a situation where the basic needs that humans have are provided for, right? And so their vocation is to start with that and then go beyond to fulfill what God has them to do. I love, by the way, thinking about the early chapters of Genesis and what their implications are for economy. And I'd love for that to be the subject of the talk. Unfortunately, it's not. So that's one option, though. Another one, though, which we could just, I think, when we look at the ancient world, one feature of it that stands out is the percentage or the amount of human effort that just goes into producing the basics of food, right? So if you think about over 90% of people being employed in agriculture, right? This would be a common feature. Certainly, I think the documentation we have of under ancient Rome, the economies then, I'm sure it was the case in Pharaoh's Egypt, right? A lot of the effort is just spent towards food production. And so one economy to imagine is, which is certainly historically real, are kind of semi-autarkic, farming communities, right? Households and farms where, and the key thing here is that the basic materials and needs that we have, food, shelter, and clothing, are all sort of produced internally within the various agricultural units. And above that, you have some power structure that basically siphons off some of those resources so that it can give itself to other things. So you could say that those economies are sort of semi-autarkic because they're basically the burden of production is at the local level, and it's quite severe. And to the extent that they're integrated with the wider economy, it's probably because some Pharaoh character says, I'd like some of your stuff so that I can have my building projects and pursue my other goals. Okay, so we can think of it as exploited sort of semi-autarky. Ancient Judah, Albino Barrera, he's a Christian ethicist and theologian who's written a little bit about this, and he says, if you look at the economic patterns in ancient Judah, what you have is you have the law and the sort of economic norms built around these kind of somewhat autonomous agricultural communities, but with a level of cooperation that enables them to weather the storms that may come their way, right? So helping one another out, neighbor love, and how they treat foreigners, how they treat widows and orphans. But what he also says is that above that, the sort of Canaanite and Israelite monarchies, which sort of have an unsettling comparison to Pharaoh's Egypt, is that they put pressure on these communities to grow crops and foodstuffs that are not for their own consumption but are for sale, so that they can go and get engage in foreign trade and basically get the sort of luxury goods that come from that. So you can kind of imagine this, right? There's a kind of autarkic economies with a level of exploitation on top of that. Okay. I do think here actually that Lord Griffith's talk yesterday about the transition from to the extent that the powers exploit and take resources, to the extent that they do that in kind versus in money, is actually another interesting point here, right? From what I think we can tell in the Roman economy, taxes, we know taxes were paid in coinage, right? Because we have that example from the Gospels. And that's probably different from what happened under Pharaoh, right? Where it was like, hey, we're just going to take some of your stuff, right? We're going to take your grain, we're going to take your resources, your labor, and so forth. So I'm not saying that there's no really important differences there. Okay, so those are some biblical examples. And then we get into market economies. Now, it's it's just completely false to think that this began over in the past 200 to 300 years, right? Well-developed, well-integrated commercial market economies were not only features of the ancient world. So another study here there's a guy, the guy who got his DPhil here in New Testament ethics. His name's Christopher Hayes. I think he was mentioned yesterday. Lyndon, you may have mentioned him. And he wrote a book on Luke's wealth ethics, and he talks about the Qumran community and how we think, okay, here's an example of a perfectly isolated community, completely self-sufficient. But actually, the reality is that members of that community went into Jerusalem as day laborers, and they got paid. They were part of a money economy, right? That was the whole point of the denarius, which is a day's labor, right? A day's pay, and you could use that to go purchase things. So the money economy is very old, and of course, in the Middle Ages, we see the rise of a commercial society where it's more and more integrated, right? And as we move from that to sort of a modern economy, what we find, and this is where I want you just to imagine for a moment, you think about the households we live in and how they compare to the more ancient, semi-autarkic households of the ancient or medieval world, is that in those types of household situations, almost everything that needed to be produced for basic needs was done within the framework of the household, right? So, making clothing, making food, growing food, building, structures, and so forth. In our households, and this is really an important point, we still have a division of labor that is autarkic to the household. So, for example, my wife and I, we don't hire someone to come in and, cook all the food, take care of the children, keep the house clean, right? From time to time, actually, we do get help of that sort. But for the most part, those are functions, there's a division of labor within the household. But you know what we don't do? We don't grow all of our own food. We don't produce building materials, right? So if I need to go, fix something in the garage and I need some lumber, I don't go out and procure that on my own with my own effort. So clothing, building materials, foodstuffs, these are purchased from the external economy, right? Now, I know you all are familiar with that, but I just want you to stop and think. There's an economy of the household that has its own division of labor, and there are functions that we just rely on one another to perform. And then there's what we export and import vis-a-vis the rest of the economy, okay? And so we import things that we need that we don't produce for ourselves. And what do we export? Well, largely what we export is our own labor, right? Our own energy, our own time, and so forth. Okay, and so one of the main features in this transition is that increasingly that's the source of people's livelihood, is what they sort of export to that broader nexus or economy, okay? And of course, the final example I'll use, which is we can talk about the spectrum I've talked about of autarky to integration, comes with tremendous complexity, right? The economies become tremendously complex once they move towards integration. And one attempt at dealing with large-scale complex economies, one way that, of course, in the 20th century, certain, political, certain polities attempted to deal with that was through what was called central planning or socialism, right? The idea that, well, let's just plan those economies so we can achieve the outcomes that we want, but we'll be able to still keep the complexity. And this is where I want to sort of focus on some of the talk. What are the problems that are involved in that? And if we can understand those, then we can begin to understand a little bit of why, if we're going to take part in complex economies, why money is necessary. So what I want to stop and say right now very clearly is this. To the extent that we say money is necessary, what I want to be clear on is, if we are going to partake in a complex economy, economy that has a fairly high degree of integration and complexity, then I'm going to make the case that money is necessary, if that's the economy we're choosing. If that's the kind of economy that enables the human economies that we heard about yesterday, then we do need to say money is necessary. Okay, so why is that? Let me try to get into some of that. And I hope that what I've said so far is not overly technical. It's just like it is imaginative. One experience I have with sometimes colleagues and friends who don't spend much time thinking about economics is that when they imagine economies, they think, oh yeah, I can imagine that situation. And I say, okay, well, give me some historical examples, or let's actually look at the reality, because certainly the economies I've described, I think we can imagine. But when it comes to the choices that are before us in our modern, highly integrated, highly complex economies, sometimes the imagination goes off the rails, and it's not informed, okay? And I think it needs to be informed so that we can understand why examples like the Soviet Union, Mao's China, why they produced such misery and chaos when they were attempted in earnest. And I think that one of the reasons why that's the case is that, well, it requires reflecting on what we might call the economic problem. Okay, so let me just define what I mean by that. First of all, Keynes in 1930, in an essay he wrote called Economic Possibilities for Our Grandchildren, he talks about the economic problem. He used the term, and he said mankind is, and so what he meant by it, which is a perfectly understandable way of thinking about it, is he said mankind is solving its economic problem. And he thought within the lifetime of his grandchildren, or the grandchildren, that it would be solved. And what he meant was the struggle, what he called the struggle for subsistence, which is the difficulty of procuring the basic needs that we have, right? He said, we've solved that largely, and we're going to solve that. And the reason he wrote the essay is he's like, okay, he wants to think about, well, what's it going to look like once that problem is solved, right? What are people going to do with their time? And that's, Professor Calmer, you mentioned where Keynes said that economists should be kind of thought of like dentists, kind of they have to deal with this issue over there. That's where he talks about that in that essay. But another way of thinking about the economic problem, which is what I'm going to use, is the economic problem is the problem of how we allocate the resources at our disposal towards producing what we need, right? Just very, simply, that's what it means, right? And so to be able to get the question of why money is necessary, we have to understand the complexity of that problem. And we have to avoid what I think are a couple of dangers. I think one danger is to think that the economic problem, the problem of producing or coming up with what we need, is largely, by and large, just an ethical problem. In other words, if everybody was just less avaricious, less greedy, more cooperative, then that problem would be relatively easy to solve, okay? If we just came up with the right moral vision for the economy, then we could just fix the economic problem, we could have what we want, we're good to go. Now, of course, I'm not saying that that's naive about sin. You can combine that perspective with an idea that human sin is going to make this very difficult. But as long as you're entirely focused on the question of sinfulness or a lack of ethics, I think it misses something. At the other end of the spectrum, a danger is to reduce the economic problem to a technical problem, and a problem of technology. This is just a matter of coming up with the right, mix of resources to get the right outputs. And this is where I think people who are attracted to sort of the idea of central planning, this, by the way, Lionel Robbins in his 1932 book on the nature of economic science, he refers to William Beveridge and Beveridge's view of the economic questions can be really reduced to technical questions, right? So it's just a matter of coming up with the right production function. And what I want to do is give you a quick example of why that's not the case, and why between the question of technology and the question of ethics, there is this question of economic allocation that's its own problem. It's its own problem. And money makes it possible to meet that problem for complex economies. Okay, so how much time do I have? Oh, goodness. Well, it's this is a topic that's not easy to cover in this period of time. But anyway, so, okay, so what do I mean by this economic problem being something that's not technological, not simply technological or not simply ethical? Okay, so, if you've spent any time with thinking about economics and this question of resources, you may have come across the term specific or non-specific. If not, I'll define it for you. So when we think about the resources at our disposal, some of them are very designed for one particular use, right? Designed for something very unique. And that would be what we would call a specific resource, right? The high degree of specificity. And that means that if I'm going to use this particular tool, it's going to be for this particular purpose. There's not a lot of what we would call opportunity cost. There's not a lot of alternative uses. When I think about how to allocate this resource, I don't spend a lot of time wondering about what to put it towards. But then there are non-specific resources. And most of the resources at our disposal are non-specific. Our own labor and time and energy are non-specific. It doesn't mean that they're perfectly interchangeable, right? People specialize in different things, but human effort is very adaptable, extremely adaptable, which means that you have a lot of possible uses for it. Okay, so we have that, and money, of course, is the quintessential, non-specific resource. In a household context, when you think about how to allocate non-specific resources, you usually have a limited number of ends in mind that you're trying to achieve, and you have, but for the most part, agreement about what's most important. If I need any clarity on that in my own household, I just go ask Heather. What do we need to do? She knows, and therefore I know where my non-specific resources are going to be allocated, right? But when we go out to the economy at large and we think of that sort of export-import thing I talked about, where we need certain resources from the economy, and so I've got to go give my labor or effort towards something, where do I do that? How do I decide? How do I decide where to go put the non-specific resources? Someone who just, mines for certain goods, like metals or minerals or such, how do they decide where to sell that, right? How do they decide? Same thing for basic agricultural goods. Computing power. Some people think that AI will solve the economic problem. No. AI will only exacerbate the economic problem because computing power is a non-specific resource. It could be used for such a wide variety of things. And so at a household level, this can be solved internally, but at an economy-wide level, when you have not only horizontally so many different things you could do, but vertically so many stages of production, you have to decide what to do with those resources and how to allocate them. And I think that the error with central planning was, well, this is just a technological problem, right? So to give you an example of what that might look like, my dad's a farmer, and if he has a certain number of acres of land, and he says, this is the limited number of acres of land, so I'm going to go combine some fertilizer with this land to grow a particular crop, so fertilizer and seed. So he's got these three what we call complementary resources. The technical problem is, well, at what point does adding fertilizer no longer give the return that I want? And at that point, I just stop, right? It's like, and part of the law of returns basically is the idea that at some point, the average total yield per acre of crops, if you add more fertilizer, the additional yield is going to be less than the current average, and it's going to bring it down. Okay, and I apologize if this sounds too technical. I could illustrate it better if we just pull me aside in 5 minutes. I can explain what that means. But when you deal with these types of resources, though, and you think, well, I just have a technical problem in front of me, which is how to optimize the output of these resources. The problem is that there's multiple possible optimal ways of doing it, depending on which resource you hold constant, depending on which resource you take as a given, as your limiting resource. What's the bottleneck, if you will, right? Right. So for my dad, he's got 200 acres of land, and that's it. That's a given. And so he has to apply resources to get the most out of that. Okay, but it's not a given for the economy as a whole. The decision about how to allocate these resources requires an ability to calculate that's not, it requires an ability to solve a problem that's not merely a technical problem. And you have to account for what we would call valuation. You have to account not only for the way that these resources combine in a technical sense, but how valued are these resources in the economy as a whole? Who else really wants to use these resources? It may be that some forms of fertilizer are in very high demand, and even though they would give a more optimal crop yield, my dad needs to say, you know what, I'm not going to pay that much. I'm going to go over here and buy this cheaper fertilizer instead. Okay, so you need a way of calculating these things that's not merely with reference to the physical features, but the economic features of these goods. And money prices are what make that possible. Money prices make that possible. And the only way those prices come about is if you have an economy where you have exchange using money. Now, why is that? Well, because you have to have a single unit. You talked about this, Edward, yesterday. You have to have a single unit to where the costs of two types of goods that are by themselves incommensurable, right? Comparing 2 apples to 2 oranges, I mean, that's not, I mean, those are apples and oranges, right? But if I can say, well, an apple costs $2 and an orange costs $3, then I can make a comparison in terms of the resources, how dear those resources are, what they will cost. Okay, and so money makes that possible. And the contention that I would make, and this is not in any way a novel argument on my part, there's plenty of economists who have written about this, but it's just, I think it's overlooked by ethicists, and it's overlooked also by a lot of economists, is this problem of complexity is the economic problem. It is the thing that has to be overcome if we're going to have an economy that's fairly integrated. And so I would say that for that reason, I think we can say that money does have is necessary if we're going to opt for a complex economy. If we're going to opt for a complex economy, then money has a necessary role to play. Okay, a couple of final, very brief thoughts here. Mehmet said I could go over by a couple minutes. So, okay, one, it's just not true to say that economists don't have something to say about the moral significance of money when they talk about things like a medium of exchange and unit of account. That's just not the case. Of course it's morally significant if it enables the kind of cooperation that we are now engaged in and that we have come to take for granted. But that's not to say that it exhausts the moral significance of money. So, if it's necessary, then how do we deal with the dangers of it, right? That's beyond the scope of my talk, but I would say not only do we have some good ideas, from what we heard yesterday, which is to kind of keep money in its place, but I think we can resist certain errors in the way we think about money. The fact that you can compare non-homogeneous goods in terms of how they're priced in money doesn't mean that everything in the economy is commensurable. It doesn't mean that everything is interchangeable. It doesn't prevent you from having priorities. For me, the ability to read to my kids at night I would think it's almost priceless. The reality is that if I add hours and hours of reading to them that take away from their sleep, the reality is that there's a cost there, and I have to reckon with that trade-off. And that has nothing to do with money. So the problem of commensurability arises for us whether we have a money economy or not. And once we have a money economy, we need to be able to see past the money itself back to the things that we're actually trying to compare. And so for one, we need to see, just because money is a unit of account doesn't mean we need to assign it as the standard of value. Those are two different things, and I think they're very often conflated, is the idea that, well, because money is a common unit of account, well, therefore it must be the standard of value. No, it does not need to be the standard of value, and in fact, it's not when you look at the way people actually make their decisions. Money is a means, okay? And it needs to be kept in its place. Okay. Let's see. The other conclusion that I want to make sure that I'm not suggesting at all is the idea that just because specialization and exchange can lead to, can yield material benefits, you can go back to David Ricardo's argument on comparative advantage here, just because it can doesn't mean that that's always to be preferred. And this is another thing where where economists need to stop short, but ethicists need to not assume that good economic thinking leads to this conclusion. And the conclusion I'm talking about is just because you could arrange your economy in a way that more efficiently produces more material goods, therefore that is to be preferred. That's an ethical judgment, not an economic one, and it can be resisted, right? Even Robbins, I referred to his work earlier. Robbins makes this point very clear in his essay. He says, the idea of equilibrium is sometimes held out as this ethical ideal, but it's not. It's not meant to be. It's just, it's a mental tool economists use to describe the tendencies of prices in the market, but it doesn't have to be held out as this sort of ideal. And so that's another thing that I think we can resist. Okay, all right. I think I'll end there, except for I'd like to say one other thing, and that's this. A theological question that comes to mind that I think about a lot is this. If we are meant, so my conclusion is money necessary for human flourishing? It's a conditional. The answer is yes, if we're going to have a certain type of economy. I think the deeper theological question is this. Are we meant to have that type of economy? Are we called to have a deeply integrated, complex division of labor that we participate in? That's the question I think that theologians ought to ask. And if the answer to that question is yes, then I think there is an implication for that, which is this. We were meant to face the perils of money. We are actually meant to have to learn how to deal with the perils of money if we are meant to do that. So that's the last thing I'll leave you with, the last thought. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Let's let it go on before we try to connect again. Decided. Yeah. Went wrong. Yeah, okay. Now we've got the right show. Sorry. I'm a man who absolutely hates PowerPoint, but it's just a little bit easier here. Well, it would be easier if it worked. Yeah, there we go. Looking good. Okay, let's just go to slideshow. We are in business. Okay, very good. So I want to thank everyone who was involved in this, and particularly the tech team that has made this so good. And really very grateful to be here. I don't get a lot of chances to talk about this, about my understanding of money, and so this is a really wonderful opportunity for me, and I hope it will be at least a decent opportunity for you. I'm going to take for granted a lot of what was just said by Brad, and that will speed this up a little bit. There's a fair amount of ground I want to cover here. So this all comes from Sorry, my computer's now deciding that it needs to take a long time to get to the next page. Okay, there we are. This comes from a book that I wrote that came out in English in 2022. It came out in Chinese a few months ago. And I'm not going to talk about the non-monetary economy, but there was some mention of it before and there about the domestic economy. In the book, I do talk about it. I'm also not going to talk about money's symbolic meanings. Yesterday, there was some very interesting conversation about money as Marx thought it as alienating, and money as sometimes we think about it as gift, and sometimes we think about it in one way or another symbolically. That also is in the book. I think I have 25 symbolic meanings for money in the book. So, obviously you should all buy the book and read it carefully. Okay, but the thing that I'm really interested in here, where I think I'm saying something that hasn't really been said before about money, is that you may recall, we've heard it mentioned a few times, money is a unit of exchange and a token of exchange and a store of value. I don't think that's right. I think there are two kinds of money that are completely separate ontologically. They can be changed into one another, but I think they serve different functions and have different realities. That's why this talk has ontology in it. They're two different beings. And I think if you separate out money, and this is the point that I'll try and explain in the course of this, we see money better. We understand these two things have different purposes and different natures, different moral valences, as you'll see here. And with that separation, I think we're able to understand where money fits into the human condition better, because it fits in two different ways. It fits in, as I will show, as token money, which is the money of exchange, token of exchange for the current economy, and savings money, which I'll explain, that there are two different parts of our human experience, as I say, in different ways. And I'll come back to this at the very end. I am very interested in trying to develop a human economics, not in the sense that was mentioned yesterday, in terms of taking us out of what most people think of the economy, but in understanding the economy of labor and consumption as a human activity and seeing where money fits into that. But ultimately, I'm more interested in the economy than the money, but that's another question. So just to get through this, I'm going to divide this into, I'm going to talk about the two kinds of money, and I'm going to go through them all. So it's going to be a compare and contrast, but you're going to go through token money first, and then I'm going to go through savings money. So try and keep in mind, although I will try and hint this. So what do I mean by token money? What I mean is the money that we use in the real economy. What do I mean by money? People have spent a lot of time arguing about this. It's one of the great confusions in the history of economics to think that money is a commodity that has value. And that's a political claim in many ways, to try and have it to be based on something that's independent of institutions, independent of governments. And that's, as it turns out, false. And I mean, there are not a lot of things in social science that you can say are really false, but that is a false claim. It turns out that money is a communal thing. It's based on trust, as Lord Griffith was talking about credit yesterday, and belief. It's a token that has social value, but it is essentially baseless. The commodity behind it is merely a kind of psychological satisfaction. As we discovered, you don't really need anything to back money other than the belief that money has value. So the baseless token, that's a phrase from the philosopher John Searle, and I think it's a very helpful one. It's quantified, as we have just heard, and that, as we heard yesterday, is something that is metaphysically or physically puzzling, because most of the things that we do with it don't have an obvious quantity, because they're human things, and we are not really very quantifiable people. I'll come back to that in a bit. So that's what money is. It's this baseless token. You can't see what I'm poking at it, I'm pointing at it, but you can't see that. And in the real economy. Now, what I mean by the real economy is quite simply the labor and consumption, the production that turns labor into consumption. And then in the monetary terms, we're going to have a certain amount of transfers of money. But basically, what I want to think about is that what we do day to day as our labor, and we go to a job and are paid, that part of the economy where then we go to the shops and buy something, or Amazon and buy something, or the government buys something on our behalf, that part of that economy is where token money functions. And so it's part of one of our human conditions. It's not part of our worship except accidentally in the Aristotelian sense, coincidentally. It's not part of our artistic creation except incidentally. I have to buy a computer to write my book, or some paper to write my music or whatever. But essentially at the core of artistic activity is not money. And indeed, in some way, it's doing something different from what we mean by labor, but that's another problem. Okay, so what does that mean in practice? It means wages and prices. It means taxes and benefits that move money back and forth, so different person gets to buy different things. And there's some other stuff in there, but time runs out, so you gotta buy the book. Okay, and what does it do? Well, we just heard a really good account of what it does. It contributes to the working of our remarkably complex and productive modern economy. It coordinates and it allocates. It contributes, it doesn't do everything. The dichotomy of central planning and markets seems to me crazy, because we actually do lots of planning in our economy, and we also have giant welfare states that use money as a tool of allocation, that are obviously very carefully planned. They're not market things. So I don't really understand this kind of thing where we have only two choices, markets and total central planning. In fact, in the modern economy, this remarkably complex and productive modern economy uses giant amounts of both money indicators and non-monetary indicators to organize itself. It also simplifies and liquefies economic and social relations. I'm going to call that nowification, in the sense that in normal human relations, we build up relations over time. We sit at lunch and have a conversation, we become friends, we get married, we build a family. It takes a long time. But monetary transactions are, in this sense, like the economy, in the sense that today I labor, today I consume, and the monetary transaction takes place right now, very simply, with no lasting personal connection. And so it liquefies it in the sense that nothing is very solid. I'm a big fan of the idea of liquid modernity, and money does that. And it simplifies in the sense it reduces everything to numbers. I'm not sure if that's a purpose in the sense that it wants to do that, but it is certainly an effect of money that we have. The more we use monetary relations, the more we are able to divide the relations, the more we're able to change the relations. And there are other goals, like money as a currency, it makes a nation. You can use it for governments to create money and use it to do government things. Sorry, I got ahead of myself there. And it can increase justice, it can increase injustice, but time presses on. Okay, and time, as I mentioned, is exactly the thing that really interests me here, because it's going to turn out that savings money is the opposite. If it is long-lasting. Token money is necessarily short-lasting. I like to say it's instantaneous because it makes me feel more philosophical and profound, to use a four-syllable word. But I think that the idea is that we are constantly working and consuming, or laboring and consuming, constantly producing. And money is a kind of metabolic process that helps accompany us for some of our consumption and production and labor. All of it, there's lots of wonderful things we do that we're not paid for, but insofar as we're paid, it's an accompaniment to constant activity. And so it exists in the here and now. And because today's prices go for today's work, and today's wages go for today's work, today's prices go for today's consumption, there's a kind of equivalence of the todayness of this. And that means that despite what Lord Griffiths said yesterday, there really isn't any big deal about whether the price level changes as a total, because we're basically being paid now for what we're making now, and we're paying now for what we make now. And so a little bit of inflation doesn't really bother us, as insofar as it's for token money. And this is a confusion, I think, in practical policy terms that can be cleared up, is the difference between living with inflation as workers and consumers and how it affects our savings money system. Then the next question that comes up to me in terms of the ethics, and it will come up more when we think about the ethics of savings money, is this realistic? And here what I mean by realistic is we have an economic reality: labor, production, consumption. And we might add extraction from the fruit, God's gift of the earth, but that's what we do. And money is, as it were, a language for at least part of that productive activity, that labor, that production, that consumption. And I want, if I think of it as realistic, then it's going to, as it were, stay close to the labor, the production, and the consumption. And it's silly to say that it's going to be precisely there. Otherwise, I would starve because I'm retired from full-time work and I'm not being paid that much to do whatever I do here, but I get a pension. And so there's a disjunct between my current work and my current pay. And so in that sense, the pay is not close to the reality of work. So I say here it's fairly close. It has a kind of correspondence that enables us to use money and see money reasonably closely to the actual economy of working, producing, consuming. And because of that equivalence, the cycle of, the great cycle of both production and consumption and the cycle of money in the economy, we produce a lot of stuff, we're paid to produce it, and then we use the money we are paid to produce it to buy the stuff that we produce. The fruits of our labor are what we are paid to make, and then we take that pay and we use it. When you take macroeconomics, which I recommend against on principle, you discover that equivalence is only rough, and so sometimes money disappears from the token, money disappears from the system. They don't describe it quite that way. And then that causes problems, or it reappears, or there's too much of it in one way or another. It is, in fact, a rough equivalence that allows us to produce, to consume what we produce. And money helps us to do that. And this has to do with the complexity, again, that you're going to make millions of different products, and you want to be able to be sure that they're consumed. You don't want to have to pour milk into the field, as they did in the Great Depression in the United States, because no one had enough money to buy it. But overall, the money system ensures that the dairy farmers' milk gets bought by people who didn't necessarily produce the milk, but in fact, they didn't produce the milk, but because the total of production, of paid-for production, and comes out to be the same, the wages and the prices. But there are, of course, lots of complications, which keeps macroeconomists in business. and we need them to work. Sorry, what's going on here? Okay. Oh, I see them. Sorry, we got to go backwards. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I just want to say the Hayek bonus, because someone mentioned Hayek yesterday, which is that prices give out information. And so we can learn something about demand and supply from the price system. And that's a useful thing in terms of this allocation process. Okay, what about the morality of money? Now, I'm going to take a really simple view here, is I'm going to say that as a tool, as a thing that we use to do this allocation, I don't think it really has a lot of moral valence. I think we can spend a lot of time, and should, on the things that we pay for, the value that we assign to different activities, different kinds of labor. Why are investment bankers paid so much and philosophy teachers paid so little? Obviously, that should be reversed. And so we can talk about it, but it's not the money that we're really talking about it. It's the social judgments that money is making, as it were. And often we do make that, we readjust from what the first sort of money approximation is. That's one of the things that welfare states do, is they take away from wages and give wages or benefits to different people. There's a balancing, because we don't think that the first thing that money might give us in setting prices and wages is the right answer. So I think there's lots to be said about this, but I don't think that it is money itself, token money itself, that we should focus on. I also don't think we can be greedy for token money per se. We can be greedy for having a higher proportion of the total token money, that is higher wages, or to get a higher proportion of the consumption, that is lower prices. But we want to focus on the economy and not on the token money. As you can guess already, I hope, savings money is different. But there is this fact about money that it takes the human and turns it into numbers. So, I mean, the example I always give is, I say I have two friends and I like one 17% more than the other. You say, you are not really a human being, you're weird. But that's what money does to everything. This pie is 22% more valuable than that. How can that be? And then it is transactional. And so they were tempted to treat people in a non-human way by turning them into not long-term relationships, not trusting relationships, but transactional, quantitative relationships, and that's not true. Now, how important these are, well, I think what Brad just said was valuable. Is it how important we is how much we make of them. If we say, ha, that's funny, the way that this pie costs more, but I don't take it seriously, can we do that as a culture? Well, I think they do, but judgments vary. Is this something inevitable about monetization of economic activity that we become quantified? Marx certainly thought it was, and well, we should not argue with Marx all the time, just about 90% of the time. So now we turn to savings money, and it's pretty much the reverse. It's the money that's outside of the economy. So we take money and we do something with it that is not actually in the economy. We hold on to it. We say it's a store of value, if you want. We can put it in the mattress, my favorite example, under the bed, bury it in the ground, a treasure in the ground, as the Lord, as we have in the New Testament. We can buy land with it. We can collect things, Bitcoin or comic books or whatever. And then we can have finance, and I'll talk a bit more about finance in the course of the next few minutes. And so it's just sitting there, and there's a kind of economic myth that we need this savings money to do things. We'll come to that. But it is a myth. In fact, it's not doing anything insofar as it is savings money. And I think, as I say, this is sort of the core sort of innovation in the way I'm trying to in this book. And so where does it come from? Well, we take it out of the token money economy, or sometimes governments or banks just create new savings money. What makes house prices rise is when you get a mortgage, new money is created, and the new savings money is created, and the price goes up because it goes into a finite supply of houses. Now, eventually, it will go back into the token money. It's of no value when it's savings money, except insofar as it might collect, and we'll say that in a second, it might collect some token money, but in itself, it has no value. It only has value if we socially assign it. It's not close the way that token money is to our labor and our consumption. And then we do have these assets, which I like to call arrangements, of where there is a claim on token money from the economy. And these are intertemporal. Savings money is outside of the economy over time. We'll come back to that in a second. And so finance, we have an investor who buys something, and the original investor gives some token money to someone, but it's not a gift in the sense that there's nothing in return or nothing immediate. There is an immediate return, which is a statement that you now own some savings money. That this money is not just in the hands of the person, the investee, the company, or the person that receives it. It also has a parallel existence as savings money, which is not, as it were, spendable per se. It just sits there. But because of the finance, the investee promises to give you money over time, and that's dividends and interest and rent. I'm going to skim fast here because I'm running out of time, of course. So what is this savings money good for? Well, when you take Introduction of Finance, they talk to you very seriously and profoundly about how useful it is for gathering resources or gathering money to do virtuous things, build new houses, new factories, in the history of savings money, for trade. And indeed, if we look at this historically, we can see that just as token money is necessary for developing a complex economy, savings money is necessary, or at least has always been developed, when we have long times over which between the initial labor and the final consumption. So as soon as you get an economy with trade, where you need to have a boat and buy inventories and bring it back, or carriages, you start to get savings money, a loan that is paid back. Read The Merchant of Venice if you want to get some of the excitement of that process. Okay, and that's one kind of savings money, but a lot of savings money, and traditionally most of it, doesn't really serve that purpose of gathering resources that are useful and over time. Mostly, in the old days, it went for two sources: to oppress poor people and to finance wars for kings who couldn't collect enough taxes to finance the wars directly. And both of those uses are basically what I like to call post-aristocratic. That is to say, they're taking resources, money, from poor people and giving them to rich people. From poor peasants who are desperate for money to keep alive, to buy their seed for next year, and who, if they can't pay back, often are reduced to slavery, or to kings who absolutely need to fight wars, and eventually the tax farmer is going to, that's what the fermier in French, is going to farm revenues to give to the king. So the richest person generally in the polity is collecting more money, making himself richer through finance. And so post-aristocratic finance is a social construction. It isn't directly economic in the sense of dealing with labor and consumption. It's a way of arranging power structures, obligations over time among people within a society. And It is generally, overall, in the modern economy, and here you'd have to do some studies and so forth, but I make the claim that it is generally a poor to rich transfer. That's why I think of it as aristocratic. The aristocrat is a rich person because poor people give them some of their output. And this pattern is mimicked in post-aristocratic finance. There's lots to be said about this, but I like to think about it, particularly when you think about it in comparison to our modern welfare states, which are basically rich to poor transfers on a statistical basis. Now, savings money, as I said, is intertemporal. That is to say, it lasts a long time. And its value can change over time, the value being how much token money you can get for it when you push it back into the economy. Inflation will tend to erode the value of savings money. That's why people like Lord Griffith hate it and hate inflation. They loved savings money and well, they love it. They have mixed feelings about it. And then also the prices, as people have noticed, of financial assets can change. They're unpredictable. And is it real? Well, it can be, because the dividends that you get on profits from common shares are really quite close in some ways to the real economy. But then it can be really distant. At the other extreme are like collectibles like Bitcoin, which has no relation to the real economy at all. And this gets people very excited. And now how about the morality? Well, I'm going to say it's mixed. It's good, it depends, and it's bad. In terms of the good, that economic finance that I talked about before is basically good. Now, you have to assume that we do want to have assets that are larger than that autarkic household, that you want to gather resources for that. But if you do, finance is one way of doing this. Economic finance. And so that's probably a good thing, within this constraint. But I'm very skeptical of this kind of argument. It's probably because I took introductory finance when I got a master's in business administration, and it irritated me from almost beginning to end. So I'm kind of embittered about this, probably bitter and twisted here. But we have to argue, well, whether the terms are good. Are the returns to the investor too high relative to some standard of justice? And then conceptually, there are other ways to do this. One of the most obvious ways is through the government, where you pay taxes and they build roads. And the taxpayer doesn't say, oh, I think I should have a return on my taxes in the sense of a monetary return. They say it's good enough that I can use the roads. Whereas the person who's put money into Google doesn't say, well, I can use the search engine. What do I care if I get a dividend? No, they want to have a dividend. So there is a sense in which there are alternatives to do this. And in fact, the main alternative in the modern economy is that companies make their gather the money for expanding, building new factories, doing research through selling stuff. You don't need to go through finance. You just collect profits. And then is it reality? Well, in terms of, remember that most, or at least a large portion of finance these days is not economic, and so it has to be judged by a different standard. And that's where the it depends on. It depends on what we want, how we want our society to be structured. Do we want to have a rentier class who earns a substantial portion of their income from post-aristocratic finance? Do we want to have how much poor to rich transfers do we think are just? And I say here it's above the pay grade of economists. Now, obviously, I actually have lots of views on this topic, but in today's version, and I'm already at 30 minutes, I can't tell you what they are. Now, the morality here, continuing as the bad, is that we get involved in greed. And I'm going to sort of skim over this, but the main point that I want to make, I'm going to say, is that, for one thing, as I said in the last slide I just did not show you, so I'll show it to you for a second, is that we can always make more savings money. You make more token money, nothing happens. The prices go up. It doesn't change anything. But savings money has its value from its existence. And if you can make more of it, it just means you're going to be greedy for it. And so it really has a greed problem, even more than the real economy, I would argue. The real economy, how many houses can I have? How much caviar can I buy? How many new things can I want? But in savings money, there's no limit. Absolutely no limits. This is where Aristotle's bad infinity comes in. And the weird thing is that in the economy, the real economy, we tolerate a certain amount of greed. I want more stuff. I want to be higher incomes. But we're actually pretty constrained about it. We think it's sort of a necessary evil. Whereas in finance, where greed is actually destructive, and I'm skipping why, but trust me, it's destructive, we welcome it. And people who are perfectly normal and ungreedy in their economic life, when they start talking about how much money they've made selling their houses, and that's most of us, the greed just comes flowing out. And so the kind of concept that we should buy low, sell high, and that there's no just price, in finance is welcomed. And that seems to me crazy, which gives me a sort of feeling of what we could do is try and recognize that greed in finance is bad. We already recognize its dangers in the real economy, and re-educate ourselves and the next generation to actually reduce the amount of greed in finance. Okay, just to conclude, what I'm trying to do in this project, in this book, is I'm trying, as I said at the beginning, to make morality, to make our human activities, the things we study in social sciences, in accord with Christian ethics. You have social sciences that have been developed for 2 centuries in an unchristian way, with a non-Christian anthropology. I think we can do better. And this is an example, I hope, of how we can do better. And in a very simple, practical way, one of the things we can do to do better is to think about greed in post-aristocratic finance. So with that, I'm going to close. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear? Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, my job is to respond to the papers, and I will actually be picking up some of the things that were said yesterday as well, because there have been themes that have been running through all the papers. So I'm trying to do a bit of pulling it all together if I can manage it. But I was busy scribbling away just now because I hadn't heard all of the things that Brad had to say before, and there were some exciting new things. Edward's work, I'm thankfully familiar with, and I'm not paid for this, but do buy the book, it's fantastic. So one of the things I picked up as a theme running through several of the talks was the emphasis on areas outside the financial economy. We had that moving description from Professor Kramer, and Brad, he didn't have time maybe to expand on this quite as much as he wanted, but he was talking about the autarkic economies, and asking that very important question, how far should we be integrating these non-financial parts of our lives, parts of our economies, if you like, with the financial economy? And what came out of that, but maybe wasn't spelt out quite as precisely as it was sort of implied, was how precious these areas of life are, how precious the family, the civil society, all those areas which aren't controlled by finance. And so that brings me on to the question of purpose, because again and again we've come back to what is the purpose of money, which can't be separated from what is the purpose of our lives. Gaudium et Spes uses a definition which becomes standard in Catholic social teaching of the common good as the sum of those conditions of social life which allow the flourishing of individuals and communities. So what is it about the financial system that could be part of these conditions that allow for the flourishing of individual communities? Thomas Aquinas says that all law is for the common good. Should we be saying all money is for the common good? And what would it look like if we said that? Edward clarified so beautifully for us the goals of what he calls the two different types of money. And of course his analysis of the goals is central to his critique, and particularly his very negative critique of much of savings money. Token money, he tells us, facilitates the modern economy, facilitates our social relations, or can do. It can facilitate our political goals. But even then, I want to go further and say, but what are those for? What in the end is it about? And does it actually come back to the sort of things we were talking about yesterday, family, friends, artistic activities, all those things that we want to do for their own sake, those things that we feel that are part of human flourishing. And maybe we might add to that list, which we haven't explored in quite such detail as we might, the question of good work. We spend so much of our lives working. What work is actually good work? And the question of ecological health. I know that Edward and I have interesting debates about the importance of ecological issues, but I was very glad that he ended with creation. If we clarify our real purposes, again, lovely to hear this sense that it matters how closely money tracks reality, then isn't money just instrumental? Brad had that lovely phrase, money is a means and needs to be kept in its place. I think Edward also used the phrase, kept in its place. In which case, probably, I suggest we shouldn't have any ideology about any kind of financial arrangements, but we should always be asking, what goals are they trying to achieve? What real goals are they trying to achieve? And how do they achieve that? So what prevents us from focusing on purpose? And I suppose the main candidate so far has been greed, very powerfully evoked by Edward Skidelsky yesterday. And Brad encouraged us to have the courage to face the perils of money if we want the goods of the modern economy. And maybe I want to push the question I asked yesterday, to what extent are we, rather than just Midas and Timon and those people, we, if you like, we might call ourselves the comfortable rather than the very wealthy classes, at least that's probably most of us in this room. To what extent are we part of this? To what extent are our desires for things like pension security, the ease of using Amazon and Tesco to get whatever particular detailed bit of goods we happen to want very quickly, to what extent are we part of the problem because we're not as attentive as we should be to that corrosive power of avarice that we heard about yesterday? Do we need to be more self-critical as a group? So that might be one of the things that prevents us from focusing on purpose. What can facilitate our focus on purpose, particularly in the written paper, Brad talked about intentionality, and I like that very much, the idea that we need clear goals and we need to be focused on those clear goals. So we need to be really thinking about what we're doing. So we need measures other than things like economic growth. We need to be measuring the success of our economy in other ways. We've discussed quite a bit the relation between virtue ethics and politics. Is virtue ethics enough? Do we need politics to come in and help us with this problem? And again, Brad very helpfully said, well, just virtue is no good, just technique is no good, and he suggested a third role for money to do that sort of calculating job that we need to find out what prices work to help the economy. But I also would want to add in there that we still can't get away from political judgment. So maybe to use his example of farmland, which is a fairly topical issue in England at the moment, we can't get away from the fact that we have to make political judgments about whether we want, say, small farmers to be able to carry on farming their land as they have been doing, and be able to do that in a relatively environmentally friendly way. Those are political judgments, and we can't just leave them even to finance. So I would suggest that we do need to be thinking about political judgments as a complement to our virtue ethics, not least because political judgments can very easily destroy the kind of virtuous communities that Edward was suggesting yesterday that we should be fostering. And it's a very, very live question for us at the moment. We run a nursing home in our community in Cumbria. If the terminally ill adults bill is passed, that could destroy the community that we've created around our nursing home. A political decision can destroy a community. Funding being pulled on projects that are doing well but not quite self-sufficient, red tape stopping other projects. There's all sorts of ways in which political decisions need to complement our politics of virtue. And Catholic social teaching, thinking again back to that Gaudium et Spes definition of the common good, focuses on subsidiarity, which I like to think of as a politics of enabling. I agree totally, you can't create virtue, you can't create top-down virtue, and if you try to, it's pretty disastrous. But what you can do is try to create the conditions in which we can ourselves more easily achieve the kind of virtuous life and the flourishing and the communities that we want. So those are the very helpful things I've found from the talks. But I wanted to end, if I can have just a minute or two more, by going back to that question of realism. Edward Hadas very strikingly talked about the way that savings money facilitates a flow of finance from the poor to the rich. And we also know that it's facilitated various ecological pressures. And I think as Christians, we perhaps ought to be more honest and more open-eyed than we are always about the depth of the ecological and social crises that we're facing, the way that they're already impacting on people, the way that they're going to impact on people in the future, and the obligation on us to create communities that can help welcome and heal the people who are going to be, already are going to be victims of these things. And so I wanted to end with a couple of bits of poetry written by a friend of mine who is, well, he's a bit of a climate change activist, but his day job is to be the pastor to a church for vulnerable adults in the centre of Leeds. So he's dealing every day, and has been for years, with the homeless, the addicts, the people who are really on the margins of society. And I want to quote from just a couple of his poems. It's a book called Let Me Be the Kind Who Weeps, if you're interested, and his name is John Swales. And one starts with a quotation which you might recognise from our Chancellor. Bats or great crested newts? Neither, because I want growth. And the earth exhales a long, low breath, threaded with dust and diesel. Once we were called to tend and keep, to walk with care among the creatures of feather and scale. But now we measure worth in units of concrete and steel. The hum of engines drowns out the song of the land. Economic growth has become God, its temples rising in glass and stone, its gospels preached in numbers that do not bleed or bloom. The rivers hold their tongues, the forests lean away, and the bats, those ancient scribes of dusk, write their farewell against a sky that forgets. Neither, because I want growth. And the earth waits, as it always has, watches the rising towers and falling wings, feels the weight of our forgetting. Still it murmurs beneath our feet, a quiet, unbroken plea. Remember, remember, before all that remains is hunger. And the second poem is very directly taken from his day-to-daily life with the people he works with in Leeds. It's called Magnificat in the Gutter. Found a Bible in the food bank queue. Someone left it wedged in the radiator. Fell open to Mary's song, the Magnificat they call it. Sounds posh, but it hit different, like prophetic fire packaged in a lullaby. He has scattered the proud. Good, because the proud don't see me, not the bank manager, not those who hoard wealth, not the judge who fills out the form and moves on. He brings down the mighty from their thrones. I've seen thrones, not gold ones, but high-rises full of profit, built on broken backs. Courtrooms where the suits smile while we get time. Boardrooms where they hoard. And here I am in a cold flat with mould on the ceiling, shaking through another night. And I wonder, is she singing for me? They sing this song in cathedrals, robed choirs, golden processions. But I think she sang it in a whisper. Mud on her sandals, blood in her veins, a heartbeat like revolution. If that's true, then maybe this old book ain't a fairy tale after all.
So we have just a few minutes, I'm afraid, for questions. And I see someone just at the back there, that lady with the green jumper.
A few questions and then have the answers sequentially. Where's the green jumper? There it is. We got it.
Thank you very much. My name's Sarah Jackson. I'm part of this community. I really just want to follow up from where we left off, because, and this is picking up on something that Brad said. So your last comment was, just because money is a unit of count, it doesn't mean that it has to be a standard of value. And the example that you gave was reading to your children at night and the fact that you thought it was priceless. And I immediately did think of the people who are on the margins of society, because I think that their levels of judgment in this world, and bearing in mind that I think our country at the moment is just seeing more and more people on the margins of society and homeless, and more children on free school meals. Their levels of judgment are just changing all the time. They're just struggling to find where the next meal's coming from. Okay, so I'm just finishing. So I'm really, really glad that the sister just finished on that point, because I think that while we're considering this issue of money, I think all the time we should be thinking about how we as Christians can adopt our own values about money to thinking about how we can also help those people on the margins of society. Thank you.
I said these three we would, Edward, and we'll get.
Right. Thank you. I'll keep it brief. So the remark that Brad made was very interesting about how perhaps we're meant to live with the snare of money, and of course we should attend to all the ways that love of money can produce avarice and the alienating and dehumanizing effects. But I wonder what you think our attitude should also be to the fact that money is indispensable to the modern integrated economy that arguably has been one of the greatest temporal blessings in human history, the extraordinary increase in global life expectancy and fall in poverty, which we often don't attend to. So should that also be an attitude of gratitude there as well?
Thank you. I just wanted to say how much I respect and appreciate what Sister Margaret said at the end, which I thought was very moving. I wanted to say that there is work being done by academic economists in Oxford and Cambridge, Dieter Helm and the Bennett Institute, that are really looking at a capabilities-led conception of what a national balance sheet should look like, which is very powerful work, and people should check that out. I also wanted to suggest a synthesis of some of the things that we've heard of how to think about money. And perhaps it's something like money emerging as a solution to problems of control, information, and trust that arise as the scale and complexity of human interactions increases and their quality changes. I think that's a way to conceive of what Professor Klarman was talking about in the small-scale sphere, in the way that Adam Smith talked about it in the theory of moral sentiments. There's one rule for how people operate in a family. There's another thing that Smith talked about in The Wealth of Nations, and Hayek talks about, which is the way of organizing more complex interactions, and that's where money really comes in.
Yeah, I'll make it brief. After yesterday, I honestly hadn't expected 2 poems. It was just wonderful. Thank you. It's both of you, I thought, were excellent and stimulating papers. But I just wanted to come to you, though, about, you didn't talk about Eden. You talked about your father. You didn't talk about Eden. You talked about your father. And when you were talking about your father and fertilizer, the grapes of wrath came to my mind. You were talking yesterday about the health of our home, Earth. In a sense, that's what you were alluding to. And I'm just wondering, how do we get from the idea of something as sacred, like the earth that needs to be nurtured and looked after without getting too animistic about it, to the idea of just extraction, and damn the consequences? Because that seems to me to be a huge question at the moment.
Well, you're welcome to take any one of those questions that you...
I don't actually hear any questions here for me, so I'm going to let Brad answer that.
Answer any of those?
I wanted to make one comment. Thank you, Sister Margaret, for your response. She referred to a paper. I did not give her a complete paper for this talk because I just basically had an outline of things I wanted to kind of try to make sense of. But I did send her a paper that I gave at a previous talk at New Polity a few years ago on the idea of selective autarky as a pattern for Christian economic life. And I revised that. I meant to touch on more of those themes, so I was going to say that I can send that paper to Mehmet, and if people would be interested in reading it, then by all means, please feel free to share that. I think that you have to look at the productivity of an integrated economy enabled by money. It is morally inexcusable not to look at that and factor that into the discussion. So absolutely. And I think more should be said about that, but that wasn't the task really that I was given. The others weren't so much questions as observations, my sense was, but with regard to my dad as the example I used, was there a question in that you wanted to? Oh, how do we get from the sacred? Yeah. Yeah, I think that whether I'm reading to my children at night or I'm working with my dad, on the farm, certainly those are I think we should think of those things as having a sacred aspect to them. How is that compatible with an economy? especially a money economy. I would go back to the claim I made at the end, which is because money is a unit of account doesn't mean it has to be seen as this way of objectively quantifying the value of everything. I would give up. So I train investment bankers for a living, and I do a lot of that in the summertime. And it takes a lot of time and travel. It takes me away from my family. It also takes me away from the opportunity to go down to the farm to work. And but I would trade the income that I earned to go work with my dad if it weren't for the other trade-offs that are involved. So money for me is not, it's not that the amount of money that I could get from a day of training some bankers at Barclays is not worth more to me in some abstract sense than the time I could spend working with my dad or reading to my kids. It's that I have to have money to make sure I can read to my kids, that I can take care of my kids and read. Like, the point is that we face these trade-offs, and what money allows us to do, we would be able to resolve those trade-offs in kind if we were just dealing with household economies. But because we're dealing with a larger integrated economy, we can't deal with those trade-offs in kind. We have to be able to ask where's the best place for me with the time that I can allocate to going and working for the external world so that we have what we need for our internal economy. Where's the best place for me to do that? And that's the question that money answers, in my view.
One of the things that we have a problem with is accepting that various aspects of the modern world, and here we're talking about the economy, are both good and bad. And so it is good that we have longer life expectancies, opportunity for education, various ways in which the modern economy allows us, in fact, encourages us to flourish. It is bad that the modern economy liquefies, quantifies, creates a lot of crap, and all of that. And those are both true. And we can, to a certain extent, improve, do more of the good and less of the bad. But I would argue that the line of good and bad is, as they say, within our hearts. And whatever we do in the world, in our lives, will be stained by sin. And it's an illusion to think that the modern economy is the center of sin, and it's an illusion to think that it has some kind of potential to create utopia. We should think of it as one of those human constructions, hopefully guided somewhat by the grace of God, but it has within it, inevitably, because everything that humans touch has within it both goodness and sin. And I think that's something that we often miss in our discussions of the economy. So that's a final thought.
I just have to say, I agree completely with the second half of what you said. And I disagree that you can't just unequivocally say it's bad to have an economy that simplifies certain relationships. We have limited capacity in our relationships. There's a limited number of relationships we can have that involve intimacy and depth. And there are other relationships we're going to have that need to be simplified if we're going to engage in a broader economy. If we want the goods of those economies, we're going to have some simplified relationships, and that can't be said to be bad unequivocally.
You off, but there is tea and coffee waiting for us, so I'll have to draw things to a close. The tea and coffee will be found in the hood room, which is where we had the dinner. You just follow this corridor right to the end where we have the entrance, go upstairs, and there's the room on your left. But first, please join me in thanking our speakers. If you did not get a chance to ask your question, you will be prioritized at the next Q&A. Okay.
Could I ask those in the back to find a seat, preferably toward the front? There's an entire front row available for your enjoyment. I'll introduce the two speakers first, and then they will present about a half an hour each, and we'll go to question and answer. Professor Luke Bretherton is the Regis Professor of Moral and Pastoral Theology at Christ Church, Oxford. Prior to that, he held a professorship also in Moral and Political Theology, was Senior Fellow at the Canaan Institute of Duke University. He's going to speak to us about usury, an old problem, maybe with new solutions. We don't know. We will hear about that. The Venerable Dr. Lyndon Drake will follow him. Lyndon Drake is Research Fellow in Theological Ethics and Artificial Intelligence, the Faculty of Theology here in Oxford. And prior to that, he served in the Anglican Church in New Zealand, about which I wanted to ask much more. He's at some point of the Reverend Drake, not knowing enough about those islands and the peoples, but it's a fascinating back history. And he's going to speak to us about imperial power and the monetisation in ancient Israel and the Bible. So without further ado, I will present Professor Bretherton.
Really honor and delight to be with you. I'm going to talk a little bit about usury, quite a lot about debt. Professor Sidelsky is going to talk about Keynes and usury later, and I'm picking up on various themes that have been touched on and developed. So there's a lot of kind of synergies and connections kind of throughout the conference, which is great to see, but I'm just going to crack on. So the medieval rabbinic and scholastic understanding of money and of usury built on Aristotle's critique of the pursuit of money as an end in itself. For Aristotle, when divorced from any involvement in a social and political community, the pursuit of money for its own sake, or what we might today call profit maximization, led to a disturbed form of desire, what was called pleonexia, or the insatiable and rapacious desire or acquisitiveness. Money is prone to generate pleonexia because it has no natural limit, as we were hearing this morning. It can be pursued without end, and in the process, everything else is subordinated to its accumulation. For Aristotle, the pursuit of money as an end in itself tended to instrumentalize and commodify all other relationships and arts, even philosophy. While money is necessary as either a medium of exchange or a store of value or as a means of accounting, the practice of what came to be called crematistics, or money-making, as distinct from its use for production and trade, threatens the polis because it makes the pursuit of a profit, makes a pursuit of profit an end in itself, and in doing so, not only turns money from its proper ends, but also, through pleonexia, becomes the enemy of citizenship, as it undermines the pursuit of civic virtue and justice. The pursuit of money, profit, or capital, as we call it, as an end rather than as a means of exchange or an aid to further production or trade, undermines the virtues of courage and justice necessary to pursue the truly good life and sustain the freedom of the body politic that is the condition of the pursuit of such a life. The collective liberty of self-governing citizens and their virtuous pursuit of common goods is undermined by the commercial and competitive values that prioritize the self-interested pursuit of private property and consumer goods. Contemporary philosophers like Michael Sandel and Alistair MacIntyre reiterate this critique, using it to question the moral basis of liberalism and capitalism. And we had Morris Glassman here yesterday, and I would argue similarly a Blue Labour critique kind of draws on this kind of critique as well. Now, I shall echo it here, linking debates about usury to an ethics of citizenship. But first, let me say a word about what kind of thing money is. Among the myriad theories about the origins and meaning of money, There are three dominant approaches, and we've been hearing about that over the course of the conference. The first is what we might call fiat or charterless theories of money, in which money is a creature of the law. Then there's metallism, or the commodity theory, wherein money contains or represents something of equivalent value, as in the gold standard. And then there's that of credit money, where money is a form of memory or a mode of accounting. In the last form, and it's the last form that I'm going to primarily focus on, money emerges from ways of keeping records about who owes what to whom in the circulation of goods and services. For example, in medieval China and the early medieval Europe, credit and debt relations were tracked via tally sticks, which could in turn be used as currency. Actually, if you go to the Public Records Office in London, now a library of King's College London, there were whole rooms, when they were converting that into the library, there was in the kind of 1990s, there were whole rooms still full of tally sticks there. They'd just been kind of left there from the kind of 14th century. Historically, there's a shift back and forth between virtual or credit money and commodity money. Tokens of exchange, such as gold and silver, that were taken not simply to be a record of the exchange, but as tokens with an extrinsic value equivalent to what was received. Arguably, credit money emerges in the relatively stable high-trust context, while commodity money becomes desirable in unstable, often violent, low-trust contexts, where wealth needs to be easily transportable and exchangeable. For Geoffrey Ingham, the key shift to a modern capitalist economy comes when signifiers of debt, for example, a bill of exchange, could be anonymously transferred to third parties that produces the circulation of paper money. On Ingham's account, the depersonalization of debt and the formation of an abstract monetary space based on credit and debt relations emerges in Europe from the 17th century onwards and involves a coalescence of commercial and monarchical interest, as well as a delicate balance of power between them. Ingham suggests that in the shift from commodity money or cash, the shift to commodity money or cash, centralizing sovereign and often imperial authorities play a crucial role. They monopolize the issuing and production of money for the purposes of taxation and the provisioning of armies. Money moves from being a way of tracking credit and debt relations between persons, and therefore interpersonal, to becoming a way for sovereigns to manage what subjects are said to owe the state, backed up by coercive measures if necessary. While Ingham is right regarding the modern development of money, arguably the same applied, I would say, to ancient imperial economies as well. For Ingham, class is no longer determined by social status or the material conditions of labour, think here of Weber or Marx's accounts of class, but by who has access to and control of credit. For Ingham, society is now divided between the relatively poor majority of debtor classes that borrow from the minority of net creditors and owners and controllers of the means of producing credit money. On this account, power over credit-debt relations is key, with the expropriating class being the money lenders, not the bourgeoisie. Credit and risk rating constitute the real class system and reveal the structure of inequality. It is the banks, not the factory owners, who hold the real power, and the highest class are low-risk, high-net-worth individuals who receive favourable terms on borrowing money. The lowest class are the financially excluded, who are considered high-risk borrowers and have neither access to bank accounts or credit cards and are locked into the cash economy. The point I want to emphasise through Ingham is that money is best understood as a means of organising relations of credit and debt, and in doing so, orders our common life politically as well as economically. This can be illustrated with a particularly egregious example of exclusion from credit, namely the racially discriminatory practice of redlining in the United States, where whole districts were redlined so that access to banking, insurance, and investment were denied to certain areas. For the financially excluded, lack of access to credit means the following. They pay more for utilities or household items because they miss out on the discounts available to those who pay direct from a bank account or by credit card. They pay more for loans as they have to resort to high-interest subprime lenders, such as payday lenders, and they become locked into impoverished localities because they can't borrow money to cover a move to where better work is available or draw in investment to start new businesses. However, unlike a factory system where class consciousness could develop and collective action was possible through unionization, the underclass of the financially excluded are atomized and individually isolated with few means of social organization. The result is that they lack political agency and struggle to establish forms of mutual aid and alternative provisions such as credit unions. In this context, and as an aside, religious congregations are one of a few means of social organization and non-pecuniary self-governing institution still available to the lowest classes, and in America at least, a vital way of organizing alternative means of credit. It is against this background that I turn to debates about usury as a way to think morally and politically about credit-debt relations, and thence about the moral meaning of money. For the earliest theologians, charging interest on a loan to someone in need was incompatible with Christian love. For example, for Ambrose, loaning a poor person money in the hour of need and then charging interest on the loan is like offering medicine that turns out to be poison. As Ambrose puts it, the poor man begs for liberty and you impose slavery. For all the patristic writers, money, like all property, was given not for private enrichment, but to be used in such a way as to benefit the common good, of which alleviating poverty was a central part. So serious a sin was usury that the known usurer, like the heretic, could not be buried in sacred ground, and the priest who did so was to be defrocked. From the 12th century onwards, in both Christian and Jewish traditions, there emerges distinctions between the legitimate charges on loans and usury, and legitimate charges on loans and usury. That is, the act or intention of taking profit on a loan. Medieval rabbinic and scholastic scholars drew a distinction between non-coercive and commercial lending on the one hand, and forms of extortionate and exploitative lending on the other. The fundamental issue was whether the lending relationship involved reciprocity, equitable relations, and shared risk. On this account, the charging of interest is licit when it is non-coercive and involves just relations and mutual benefit rather than selfish gains and forms of domination. When it becomes coercive and fundamentally alters the relationship between lender and borrower, then it pertains to the public order of a polity and the questions of who legitimately can exercise coercive force. At this point, legislation is required to protect the weaker party in the exchange. The most consistent and long-standing example of this kind of protection is a cap on interest rates. Such legislation dates back to the oldest legal code archaeology has discovered, the laws of Hammurabi, and is still existent in countries such as France, Germany, Poland, and Italy. Legislative limits on interest rates are necessary to stop the conversion of indebtedness into debt bondage, thereby dissolving the conditions of equitable relations between members of the same body politic. And here questions of the link between equitable relations, reciprocity, and the moral and political health of the body politic come into view, and is a vital lesson that debates about usury can teach us today. In debates about usury up to and including, I would argue, the time of the Reformation, the linkage between debt and the ability to sustain citizenship as a form of koinonia or fellowship was well understood. However, with the emergence of the social contract tradition of modern political thought, think Locke, Hobbes, etc., there was a shift away from a view of citizenship as a form of koinonia. This shift entailed moving away from seeing property as a communicative good towards a contractual view in which notions of absolute and exclusive ownership determine conceptions of property. Citizenship eventually becomes located within a vision of possessive individualism, in which freedom is a zero-sum game, and the individual freedom is no longer premised on interdependent relations that seek fulfillment in mutual flourishing. With the advent of the authentic and liberated human envisaged as an autonomous, self-directed subject, we find it hard to imagine owing anything to anyone but ourselves as anything other than an imposition. In a prevalent American form of this ideological construct, the individual is said to be a self-made man. The gendered nature of this invocation is not incidental. This self-imagining underwrites vast swathes of the American political economy and stigmatizes the poor as immoral and feckless. Another term for it is meritocracy. To the meritocratic mind, framing success as incorporating a debt that is owed to society becomes incomprehensible at best and reprehensible at worst. Economically, the freely choosing, self-interested Homo economicus is posited as existing prior to and independent of relations of credit and debt to gods, nature, country, and ancestors, all of which are to be taken to be extrinsic rather than interior to and the condition of economic relations. To take but one example, we do not view human life as inherently indebted to nature, but instead, nature becomes raw material out of which we fashion a human life. Our life is something we choose according to values we create and impose on the ecology within which we are enmeshed. But as this example illustrates, even as we create a world that abhors the idea of owing nature anything, we cannot escape our ecological debts. With the ensuing environmental devastation, human life becomes in turn more precarious and the pillars of economic growth turn to dust. Atomized conceptions of independence and voluntaristic conceptions of autonomy undergird numerous modern projects of emancipation, whether cultural, political, philosophical, or economic, giving rise to a false binary between debt and freedom. This is a symptom of a wider problem, the sundering of autonomy from association. However, like a gift, debt entails a tangled interplay of freedom and obligation. Yet such a view of debt only makes sense within a relational ontology that envisages humans as always already participating in a meshwork of relations, human, ecological, and divine. When understood as purposeful agency, autonomy is not reducible to choice and is not necessarily voluntaristic. Independent action always exists within certain conditions and possibilities, economic, social, political, physical, psychological, etc., that make such purposeful agency possible. These relations are also directed to goals that surpass the satisfaction of material needs alone. Independence, understood as purposeful agency directed to various ends, is paradoxically a fruit of reciprocal relations, not that which is in opposition to them. Such a view can encompass a notion of debt as a positive moral category, as well as a necessary economic one. Debt is, however, profoundly tricky. It existing as it does on two axes. The first is the axis of ontological and economic debt, ontological debt being what we owe to God, nature, ancestors, etc. The second is the axis of debt as an expression of mutuality and debt as a mode of domination. It is the way in which debt relations circulate around these two axes that makes that debt such an ambiguous phenomenon. Debt can be simultaneously ontological and economic, as well as bond-forming and exclusionary. Thus, like a drug or pharmacon, debt can be both a poison and a remedy. It both expresses and enables cooperation and exchange across mundane and transcendent registers, yet debt can also be used as a means of bondage and exploitation in these same registers. Modern Western thinking about debt has generally lost the ability to think about debt along these axes, generating instead a simplistic way of framing debt as either exclusively positive or exclusively negative, rather than both positive and negative. With a shift to a contractual basis for political order and a view of the individual as an autonomous, freely choosing subject, the need to place limits on debt so that it serves reciprocity, not exploitation, wanes as a primary public concern. For example, the founder of utilitarianism, Jeremy Bentham, writing in the 1780s, expounded the influential view that anti-usury measures are unnecessary and irrational. In the contemporary context, good citizenship and political order are not seen to be threatened by usurious forms of personal and national debt. Yet, because debt is said to be voluntarily chosen, the liberal social contract tradition cannot recognize how debt is a means of domination. Within the context of finance-centric forms of capitalism, debt is divorced from mutuality and used to subjugate, command, manage, order, and normalize particular behaviors. For example, the social means of citizenship, public housing, education, healthcare, and so on, are ceasing to be provided by the state and funded by tax revenues. Instead, they're outsourced to the private sector and paid for by taking on debt, individually or at the municipal or national level. Rather than the state providing the means of agency so that citizens may act with political and economic parity in relation to others, public goods such as housing, education, and healthcare, provided by regimes of indebtedness, create dependency and vulnerability and concentrate power in the hands of those who control the means of credit. We're back to Ingham's analysis. For example, in the realm of education and training, rather than the state investing in education and training as a public good that provides the means for all citizens to have agency to act economically and politically with parity, the state is disinvesting from training and education and educating workers through free or subsidized education. In parallel with such disinvestment, many companies are decreasing the number and type of apprenticeships. Education and training are now increasingly paid for by the individual through debt, so that training and education are themselves commodities and framed as private rather than public goods. Rather than serving to nurture a common life, education is increasingly a means of private profit, with all the liability taken on by the individual rather than the state or firm. A linguistic inversion hides the real structure of power. Instead of being understood as the condition for the possibility of shared political and economic agency, welfare and government entitlements programs are said to create dependency. Conversely, instead of making explicit how providing these public goods through regimes of indebtedness concentrates power in the hands of the financial services industry, providing them through forms of debt bondage is set to give freedom of choice. The shadowy brilliance of this move is that the means of alleviating political and economic oppression are converted into the means of oppression by transforming the means of citizenship not to be dependent on others into the means by which dependency is generated. But this is always how unilateral, non-reciprocal debt operates as a means of domination. Exploitative debt relations are like digging a well for much-needed water, only to have the sides collapse as one digs, so that one is buried alive by the very means of seeking alleviation. Every time you turn on the light, buy food or clothes, ride the bus or heat the house, you exacerbate the debt and make matters worse. One's means of living and existing socially becomes the means through which one is dominated and isolated. And all this occurs voluntarily and legally, and thereby conforms to liberal norms. Indebtedness as a governance regime, whether of the state or corporations, does not operate solely through objective conditions of oppression. It also trades on subjective conditions of domination. The subjective dimension of domination operates by inducing feelings of shame, guilt, and inferiority. To be moral, righteous, and just is to be responsible and pay back what you owe. But when we are increasingly burdened with an infinite series of debts, whether at a personal level, payday lenders, mortgages, and the like, or in our public life, sovereign debt, then we are constantly made to feel morally suspect. Our credit score becomes a placeholder for our character. Yet, in another inversion, those who are we are made responsible for and to are the banks and the masters of the universe, who themselves constantly act irresponsibly with other people's money, privatize profits while socializing costs, reward risky behavior, are dependent on benefits and bailouts they did not earn, and straightforwardly steal from and betray those they have a fiduciary responsibility to serve. I close with a simple theological reflection. Against the faux morality of finance capitalism, the potency of a story about a God who forgives debts can be heard afresh. Rather than the story about an oppressive system to which there is no alternative, which is economics as a discipline tells, the church must proclaim a story about a God who comes to a people in debt bondage and makes a way where there is no way, who lavishes credit on those the world considers subprime, who riskily invests to the point of emptying himself in those who cannot repay, and who seeks a dividend of love and Sabbath fruitfulness, not of material prosperity. What, I ask, would it mean today to take this divine view of credit-debt relations and locate the meaning of money in such a narrative? Thank you.
We do Q&A directly, and then we'll go to you. So I'm going to start with anyone who's not had a chance to ask a question yesterday or today, and then go. Please, a mic will come to you. Like magic, it will emerge from the back of the chapel. Tell us who you are, if you would, and go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you very much. I am James Graham from the Prosperity Institute. Thank you for your talk. It was really interesting. I just wonder, in relation to the morality of usury and debt, where do you put the moral responsibility in terms of the lender and the borrower? I mean, in a sovereign context, you can blame the banks for lending the money and being usurers, you might say, demanding the interest. But the borrowing of the government also reflects the greed of the nation in wanting a larger welfare bill than we can afford, for example, living beyond our means. And that's also reflected on an individual level when people borrow at high interest rates for money they don't necessarily need instead of living within their means. Who should carry that can?
No, it's a very good question, and kind of one which is kind of central to this, what I've framed as the kind of subjective dimensions of debt and how it functions within structures of guilt and shame and moral responsibility. In debt, we're never talking simply about an economic relation. We're always talking about a proper ordering, right ordering of moral relations, whether between nations and banks or between individuals, borrowers, et cetera, et cetera. And I think there were kind of a number of assumptions in the question. You know, the idea that a nation that wants to ensure people are properly educated or have decent health care, that's somehow an immoral thing to do because they're living beyond their means. I think we need to interrogate the kind of assumptions in our moral, what's kind of the built-in moral assumptions there. Now, we might have a debate about, you know, is the priority there people having decent health care and decent education, or is it living within your means? That's a moral debate about how we weigh those things. It's often framed, though, in purely economistic terms that actually kind of bury what is really at stake there, which is a moral question. How do we order these goods? They're not, wanting decent education is not immoral. It's just you just have to think about how you're going to relatively weigh different kinds of goods. Similarly, at the kind of personal, interpersonal level, I think there's another issue there, and it does relate to the kind of sovereign debt question as well, which is the enabling conditions of the need to borrow. So often, and slightly to push back on your question, it's framed in terms of like, well, you've got this choice to borrow. Aristotle, various scholastic thinkers, Aquinas, I think, uses it, various others, they use a common image of the captain in a storm. And it's the problem of the mixed will. And do you throw your goods overboard to save your ship, or do you keep them and possibly sink? And then are you liable if you've thrown the goods overboard to save the ship for the goods you've had to jettison? And they just make the point, like, in the middle of a storm, like, to the extent to which you're morally liable in that kind of crisis for what you've jettisoned, you can't really say it's a choice. It's a mixed will. There's an element of choice, but also it's difficult. We're not in the same kind of moral judgment. And I think people struggling to heat their houses in a context where, you know, take the example of redlining, they just simply can't, not out of any choice, they have to go to subprime lenders because they haven't got any choice in terms of where else they can go, because actually there's structural conditions against them. And similarly, you might think about that at a national economic level. What are the structural conditions through which force nations to actually go to the bank? So I think often when we think about these questions, we reduce it to individual choice. We don't take seriously the context of choice. We often refuse questions of structural or social sin in the broader analysis. So that would be what I want to respond.
The mic is on its way.
Zach, first-year postgraduate student in theology. I'm curious how we think about risk around the two poles that you mentioned. It seems like in the economic terms of debt, risk is associated with return. In this kind of more relational, should risk be excluded entirely, or is there an appropriate functioning of thinking about how capital is allocated according to risk?
In terms of the ontological debt piece?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
No, I think it's a great question. I think, and the danger of being judged a heretic, I think actually the question of ontological relations, I think there's a real problem, and I generally blame Anders Nygren, the kind of Lutheran figure. We have this notion that actually we shouldn't owe anything to God, or God. There's kind of a lot of debt language in how we think about divine relations. I'll just talk about it in Christian terms specifically. But we don't tend to think, like, God can't owe us anything. That seems a very theologically problematic idea. And somehow, because we've received through salvation in Jesus Christ liberation from our debts in a certain atonement structure, we can't now owe anything to God. We might have a gift relationship to God, but ideas of... And I think that's very problematic. I think it's actually not there in Scripture. I think notions of reciprocity and mutuality, and if we think about the kind of end goal of soteriology is communion, is koinonia. And that's a notion, and we think about our understanding of God as Trinity, as three persons in relation, in mutual communion. There's a notion in which the ground of reality, the metaphysical structure, if you like, of being, entails notions of reciprocity and mutuality. And so I think we can think about divine human relations in those terms. Now, whether you want to get in and to use language about allocation of risk, I mean, I think that's an interesting metaphorical linguistic exercise that would illuminate certain kind of ideas about soteriology. I wouldn't want to bake that in and make that kind of creedal language. I think that's a different kind of move. But anyway, hopefully that answers your question. But that notion of agape as ultimate love, as somehow self-sacrificial, non-preferential, and not expecting any return, I think we need to question that. I think that has become a dominant paradigm across many traditions of how we understand divine love. I just think it's wrong.
So we'll let one more person who hasn't gotten a chance to ask skip the queue, and then I've got Gordon, Lord Griffiths, and I didn't get your name, I'm sorry.
I'm
Raj.
Kenneth McGritchie, retired banking lawyer. Just very simplistically, one could take the message from the latter part of your lecture that the answer to the domination of money is, in fact, transfer all services to the state, and the state then becomes the manager of that exercise to ensure equal distribution across society. Are you really suggesting that all services, education, health, food, whatever else, is best served by the state providing it and the individuals having virtually no freedom, but simply accept what the state decides is the right level of education, health, services of other descriptions?
Far from it. I mean, I was using it as an illustration of a shift. It just kind of illuminates a shift we're going through. My own account would be a much more distributed economy, something very close to what Luigi Bruni kind of advocates in terms of civil economy. I think part of the problem with our notion of, and it was mentioned earlier this morning, I have this kind of very strong binary between either the market or the state. I'm like, well, that's a ridiculous kind of simplistic. Like, there are many forms of modes of production, distribution and exchange and consumption. And so a much more distributed, I would use a technical term, kind of consociational structure. And so things, whether it's cooperatives and credit unions and also the place of the corporation, or think about a university, there are myriad institutional forms through which public goods are generated. But it is thinking at a more granular level about how we think about, so take a notion like, which a lot of colleges here are very dependent on, the notion of the trust and the notion of endowment. Now that's not a state-generated structure. There's a kind of structure of both gift and obligation, but also kind of monetary relations embedded in that. Very sophisticated understanding of how we structure relations around something like education. How do we think about, and there was a debate early, the kind of transition from in kind of out of New Labour into the big society kind of milieu. I think about the John Lewisification of public services, the kind of mutualisation of things. And so I think we can have much more sophisticated debates about how we structure and order the production and distribution of public goods against a kind of rather simplistic binary between either more state. And so I don't, that was just an illustration of a shift. I absolutely don't, because the basic problem, if you just make it all the state, as we saw with communism, it's no less a problem. Corporate monopolies and state monopolies are equally bad. in my mind. We need a much more kind of diversified and a genuine institutional plurality. And part of this has come up in other kind of responses to questions. I think one of the problems is the domination of a particular imagination of how we do that, where money and monetary exchange is the only way of thinking about organizing. And just to give you one just quick example, the Facebook, which is this unbelievable amounts of money, unbelievable amounts of talent, oodles of both. The limits of their institutional imagination was to become an institution invented in 1609 by the Dutch, the Joint Stock Trading Company. And I'm like, I'm a bit sad, like that's all you could come up with? Like, can't we imagine new ways? We used to be very good at making institutions, we're now kind of terrible at it. But I think that just illustrates the problem. We've just got this absolute kind of monopoly on the imagination of how we think about the production of public goods.
Are you happy for us to take a few questions and then answer them?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we'll do, the three that I had was Gordon, Lord Griffith, Raj, and I saw a hand here. We'll have to hold it at that and have you reply and end this on the hour.
Thanks very much for the discussion of the dangers of high interest rates and the apologetic twist at the end. I really appreciated that. If you can come back with me to when I worked in a central bank many years ago, there's a principle in physics and in economics called Le Chatelier's principle, which is if you've got a complex system and you try and hold one thing constant, you increase volatility somewhere else. The best example is a balloon. You squeeze it one area, it goes bigger in another area. And we used to see our role in a central bank as trying to control inflation. And maybe that's the wrong role, but just travel with me a little way. And the act of trying to stabilise inflation led to more volatile interest rates. That's just the way that policy worked in our understanding of the economy, just what happened. I'm very challenged by what you say about interest and about marginalised people. So I wonder whether, if you were to accept that framework, whether you would see a moral case for limiting the size of loans if the volatility of the rates is necessarily going to wander all over the place. And the second part of the question is a sort of theological one about method. You mentioned usury, you mentioned prohibition on interest, but if there are a range of things that policymakers should look at, and maybe inflation is one of those, what are we to make of the fact that inflation is not really discussed in the scriptures, but interest is? And is it a mistake to focus on interest and stabilise that when inflation could be more volatile if you do that? Complex question.
And Lord Griffiths.
First of all, thank you for what you said. Very analytical and very clear. Two questions. We have a large financial services industry in the field of housing finance. A lot of savers put their money, deposits there and so on. They earn money. They benefit from it. People borrow. Are you saying that domination and oppression, that what happens there is domination and oppression? Secondly, back in the late 1990s, I chaired a commission for the Shadow Chancellor on debt among low-income families, Oliver Letwin. And what we found was, you described the sublending as a bad scene. We completely agreed with that. The problem that we had was when it comes to credit unions or alternatives like credit unions, they could never compete with the technology in the banking system which you needed if you wanted to write checks or transfer money and so on. And therefore, what would be your solution practically to the lowest end of the market?
We have Raj, and then what's your name? Sorry, Smila. So Raj is just here on first Raj here on my right, your left, and then Smila.
Thanks. So I had an observation from the Hindu tradition, but because time is short, if you're interested, I will tell you.
I'd love to.
But the question was, I wonder how familiar you are with Bitcoin as a concept.
Well,
okay.
But, yeah.
Well, So Bitcoin is interesting because by construction there is no debt. It's not debt-based, it's commodity-based effectively. One of the most insightful financial commentators around is a guy called Joe Weisenthal. He writes for Bloomberg. He said that Bitcoin is the first true religion of the 21st century. So I wondered, what would you think of that in the context of this not being a debt-based kind of idea?
Pass it up.
Thank you. Smillen, Love and Religion Project, Regent's Park College. Mine is a question of understanding, really, in terms of your idea of ontological debt and the reciprocity in divine love. Does this really solve the problem with avarice? Because as we heard even yesterday, avarice is not just love for material goods, it's a misplaced economic eros, which complicated reasons, and the mapping of avarice is more complicated. How would you see the solution?
The solution.
The solution of avarice.
Avarice. All right.
The problem of avarice. Thank you.
Well, easy question to answer.
Okay, so I'll try and be brief. So I'll take the first two questions together because I think there's a circulating around a shared issue, which is just in relation to central banks. The question there is not so much. I think central banks, and we can get into a technical debate about what their proper function is, but I think it's the symbolic sense of which the bank has some control over or is tasked with taking a line on inflation. Now, inflation goes up and down within that, but we see, at least on my understanding, and certainly it seems to be the experience of the Bank of England, I don't know what it's like in Australia or New Zealand, but that while there is some variation, there's much less variation than when governments can press different buttons in the economy around inflation. Now, but I think the broader issue there is not the question necessarily of inflation as against usury and in controlling interest rates. It's this question that I think the medieval scholastics were very hot on, and this directly relates to Lord Griffiths' question, which is this question of shared risk, of we can focus on cap on interest rates, we can focus on inflation, but that doesn't really get, and this is my point, at the heart of the paper is about the structure of power relations. There's always power at work in economic relations, and we need to keep an eye on how that is the kind of the relations of power are then reshaping how people relate as citizens or in families or whatever it is outside of market relations. And I think this more fundamental question is what's the role of government or what's the role in banking and what's the role of legislation in ensuring there's shared risk and not all the risk is held by one people who are the kind of creditors and not held by those who are lending. And I think that's the far more fundamental issue than necessarily technical issues about control of inflation or control of interest rates. And in relation to that relates to Lord Griffiths, your point about housing. I don't think that's inherently a discrimination, but it does relate to this question of what's the construction of shared risk and shared vulnerability in relation to if those loans go wrong, and who at that point is liable and what happens at that point and who bears the cost. And there is then a question, quite technical question, about risk allocation of those. And it tends to be that, again, all the risk is held on one side and not on the other. And I think that's where notions of housing trusts or cooperative housing schemes or these kinds of things are built around notions of shared ownership and shared risk, both in the investment and in the ownership. And that's just a very different imagination for how to think about those things. And we can think about that on very large scale issues. So pension holders, to what extent and this is a key question for how we think about fiduciary responsibility in relation to large scale investments. Can we incorporate, and it's a real struggle to do this, social impact factors in questions of risk and financial investment. Because if I'm looking forward to enjoying my pension, sadly very close time for me than it was, do I want to live in a society that is fundamentally kind of atomized and dissolved, or can I actually think about the kinds of investment my pension should be invested in as having some social return or an ecological return? At the moment, that's really hard, but I think we need to think on a broader, and that's that question of risk at a much bigger scale rather than simply the financial one. In relation to the last two, I think in relation to Bitcoin, I wouldn't necessarily, I mean, there's quite an interesting debate about how do we think about capitalism as itself a form of religion. There's a whole kind of literature on that. Bitcoin, I think, does illustrate the point, which is, I think, Bitcoin, the anthropology driving Bitcoin very explicitly was a deeply libertarian one of the voluntaristic individual who did not owe anything to country, to patria, or to ancestor. And you could just, if America goes down or Britain goes down, you can just move to a server in Singapore. So it was this hyper-individualistic, voluntaristic anthropology, which I think is deeply problematic. Now, if that is a religion, I guess it is. We can argue about whether it gets expressed in things like transhumanism and the rest of it. But I think that is the problem with Bitcoin. And it does relate, though, I think, to Lord Griffiths' point. I think there are really interesting experiments around using blockchain technology outside of a Bitcoin. And so things like lending circles, so addressing issues of access to credit in poor communities went on in Durham, in North Carolina, where I lived, where use of blockchain to enable peer-to-peer lending, but in poor communities, and was able to track that to keep capital in a community and drive investment in a community, and where the profits then stayed in the community rather than being extracted out. So I think there are ways of using this technology in much more mutualistic ways outside of the highly voluntaristic, individual benefit, possessive individualistic ways. In relation to avarice, we need discipleship, we need prayer, we need more monasteries, we need retreats, we need the cultivation of desire for God and putting God first rather than ourselves.
Thank you.
Find out whether having a doctorate in computer science is useful in terms of actual real-world activity with computers. Admittedly. Wonderful. I feel very privileged to follow that presentation, and particularly the ending of it, which warms my heart, and I hope warmed yours as well. I'm going to go back in time in this talk. So in this paper, I want to re-examine the origin story of money, especially as it informs our interpretive imagination for reading the Hebrew Bible, and as a consequence, also the New Testament. Origin stories are powerful, and in the case of money and the Bible, the Aristotelian account of money's origins, which offers a romantic and organic vision in respect to the meaning of money. In his Politics, Aristotle claims that the problems of barter resulted in the invention of money. And in his view, it overcame the specific problem of occasions when exchange of goods was desirable, but there was no mutual want. He also suggested that certain properties were needed in money as a medium of exchange, namely utility, durability, and portability. Now, that origin story actually is a bit odd. For example, silver in the ancient economies was the main form of money, or became that, and it's neither useful, you can't eat it, nor is it particularly durable. It famously corrodes. And it seems obvious that a precious metal with limited supply rare in Greece and not native to the ancient Near East, was far inferior to earlier solutions to the problem of barter exchange. When we go back further in time, we have thousands of tablets recording financial obligations and documenting fungibility in social settings where no metal was needed. That much more ancient solution to the lack of mutual need in relation to barter was the invention of writing, not the discovery of silver. The earliest form of money was in the form of notes of obligation, not hard currency in the form of precious metals. Still, the mention of portability in Aristotle's account helps point us in the right direction. And that direction is towards centres of imperial power and domination. We'll come back to that in a moment. But first, we need to briefly address the question of whether money even existed in antiquity, especially before the invention of currency in the form of coins. Now, if you look at the picture on the screen, particularly those of you who are good enough to come near the front, you will see two items from a single case in the Israel Museum in Jerusalem. On the right is what's called a hack-silver hoard. It's a buried hoard, or was buried, of small pieces of silver in a range of sizes. But they're clearly in pieces rather than formed into objects of use or art. Now, many of these hack-silver hoards have been found. The consensus is that they are evidence of the use of weighed money, of weighed silver as money. This is also reflected in the primary term used for units of money across the ancient Near Eastern world, the shekel, which is a unit of weight. Now, on the left, although it comes from a completely different find spot, is a balance and a set of inscribed Judean weights. These weights from before the exile attest to two key points. The first is that many of them, as you can see, are obviously far too small to weigh useful amounts of food or other goods. They are in fact made for weighing money. And secondly, Judean inscribed weights, whilst being distinctive to the society of pre-exilic Judah at the height of the monarchy, are carefully scaled so that they can be used in sets to accurately and precisely weigh both Mesopotamian shekels, so in other words off to the east, and Egyptian deben weights from the south. These are the two centres of imperial domination of the Levant. They attest, therefore, to the use of money in international trade. Within Judah's location, compressed between these two distant sources of imperial power, which was so central to Israel's pre-exilic and, in fact, post-exilic existence. Mesopotamia, Assyria, Babylon, Persia, and so forth, and to the south, Egypt. This long-distance trade was largely an elite phenomenon. It was associated with luxury goods rather than staples, and displays little association with agrarian exchange. Now, my argument in this paper has 3 points. The first, attested to by Wade Hack-Silver, is that money has a long history of use for trade in elite goods. What I will argue next is that, secondly, imperial tribute extraction relied heavily on money in the form of precious metals, and that, thirdly, tribute extraction in Israel and Judah corresponds to the period of time in which the Judean economy shows increasing signs of monetisation. To make this case, I'll turn to a series of texts. Now, I've chosen to omit the Akkadian in these, with apologies to anyone who does read it. Here is, first of all, an inscription of Shalmaneser III. I received the tribute of Jehu, son of Omri, silver, gold, a gold bowl, a gold vase, gold goblets, gold buckets, tin, a royal scepter, javelins. Now, Omri is the first of the biblical kings to receive significant mention in contemporaneous historical records. Jehu features heavily in the Bible as well, and the inscription, in this case, is attached to a relief which shows Jehu bowed and handing this tribute over to Shalmaneser. Now, note that the first items in the list are precious metals, named independently from the following items of use or art or devotion, which are listed separately. This implies that they are in fact a quantity of the metal. Tribute accounts also often do contain explicit mentions of the quantities of weighed metals, such as in this inscription of Adad-Nirari III in relation to a Damascene king called Mari. I received from him within his palace in Damascus, his royal city, 2,300 talents of silver, 20 talents of gold, 3,000 talents of bronze, 5,000 talents of iron, and so on and so forth, with a few bits and pieces of luxury goods as well. Now, it's important to note that while the quantities of metals in tribute lists vary, even for the same tribute event, and hence they're not precise, they are generally realistic amounts and often greatly exceed the value of made goods or produce in the list. In another inscription of Tiglath-Pileser III, an extensive tribute list is given, which you can see on the screen. The metals are given first and distinguished from made goods and produce. And sometimes only quantities of metal are listed, as in the case of the tribute that Tiglath-Pileser III received for deposing Pekah and replacing him with the usurper Hoshea, an event referred to in the Bible, though narrated somewhat differently. The northern kingdom of Israel, under direct Assyrian rule, was by no means exempt from this, according to Sargon II, who said that tax and tribute I imposed on them, this is the Sumerians, like the Assyrians. And at the same time, Samaria was also subject to direct extraction of taxation by Assyrian officials. So we have here a tablet from Arihutu Nabu Duri Utsur. If you have a read through it, you'll notice that the problems of the administrative state, of people not wanting to pay their taxes, and of the limits of bureaucratic power are very long-standing ones. And much like the well-known tablet which talks about problems of copper quality, I find this quite amusing to read. Many ancient letters are, because they attest to the enduring humanity of people and the enduring nature of the problems that humans have. This direct taxation differs from the demands for a vassal king such as Hoshea to produce tribute, in that in this case, in that tribute was the problem of the vassal king to provide. So a vassal king had to produce the tribute, and the Assyrians didn't care how they came up with it. Now, kings being kings, they normally did so by passing the extractive problem down the chain in society. In this case, the taxation is being directly administered by officials who minimally have Assyrian names and who in any case are part of an overall Assyrian hierarchy with those modern-sounding bureaucratic problems. Now, we do also have some Hebrew inscriptions which seem to attest to an internal Judean administrative state involved in taxation. Just one example of these is a bulla or stamp seal impression from El Talad, which says, Ezrim v'sheish shana El Talad la melech. So in the 26th year, from El Talad to the king. This bulla is one of the many pieces of evidence generally interpreted to reflect state taxation and the related administrative apparatus. Numerous other artifacts attest to this as well, and all of these seem to be tied to the king. Now, this suggests that while no doubt the king himself did not consume the rather large quantities of, for example, wine that we can see being received, the king was the titular and factual head of an administrative state which had the power to extract tax revenues, largely in kind, from the populace of Judah. But there are also references to tribute. In this case, Bashaloshat Lamekes in the third year for the custom or tribute. And this seems to refer to the taxation then being used to pass on the tribute that we have recorded in Mesopotamian records. Now, I'm not going to outline the evidence that we also have of economic growth during this period. I just want to note here that there is compelling material culture evidence that in the Iron Age monarchy in Judah was a period of significant economic growth, and that growth seems to closely correspond with the monetization of the economy. So what are we then to make of this material culture evidence? Well, as with all history, and especially ancient history, we're dealing with fragmentary evidence, and we're in the business of informed judgment rather than scientific certainty. But if we turn back to Aristotle's account of the origins of money and of monetization, we have to acknowledge that his account of this organic growth from a barter economy has no evidence whatsoever. It has a certain antiquity compared to modernity, but the ancient Near Eastern accounts are in fact hundreds, sometimes thousands of years older than Aristotle's. Aristotle and Plato have no particular interest or displayed interest in engagement with sources which we now have access to. So we can now demonstrate with some confidence money, in a certain sense, began life, as Professor Bretherton alluded to, in terms of obligations. It was, in a sense, a fiat currency where people wrote down the different obligations they had to each other. In fact, they were on certain occasions even fungible. Money began as a written thing rather than a made thing. Those fiat obligations, though common, do not seem to have taken over, though, locally from barter. And so it would be stretching a point to claim that the economy was monetized at the point where money was invented. Written obligations at that early stage in history were not portable over distance. So in other words, you couldn't take a credit note from Mesopotamia and use it in Judah. So for the purposes of long-distance trade, money in the form of precious metals came into some use. But we also have to be realistic about the fact that at no point in history have you been able to eat silver. But when we locate that as well with the recognition that the vast majority of people in antiquity lived in a state of fragile subsistence, we also recognize that this long-distance trade was an elite enterprise. Just as Aristotle, when he wrote about money, was engaged in elite discourse, this is not connected to the vast majority of people in either case. So metal money in the case of trade is not connected to the bulk of the economy. And while we cannot prove causation here, it seems highly suggestive that in the cases of Israel and Judah, the monetization of the local economy arose at the same time as imperial domination and tribute extraction obliged the vassal or directly ruled states of Israel and Judah to produce large quantities of silver as tribute. So Michael Jerser gives an account of that process, saying that private taxpayers therefore had to have access to silver. Landowners at least were to some extent forced into the market for staples, and agricultural producers without additional sources of income had to sell some of their crops for cash. Otherwise, they would have lacked the means required for dealing with the demands made by the state. So in other words, the king had to stump up silver to the king of Assyria, who had the means, rather violent means, of enforcing those tribute obligations, decorated his palaces with examples of what happened if you didn't pay up. And he, in turn, visited this obligation upon the populace and required them to turn from production in kind to production in silver, not a natural commodity in Judah. Similarly, Michael Hudson locates monetization in the development of the state and temple, the institutions of the ancient world, which also coincided in Israel and Judah with imperial domination. Silver owed its high status not to its technological role in production, for it had none, but to the social role it played in the temples and palaces that served as society's administrative organs. Probably because of its rising status as the major form of religious donation, I would say this applies more to Mesopotamia, by the way, than Israel and Judah, silver became the preferred payment vehicle for merchants to settle balances owed to the temples. The large institutions gave silver value by making it acceptable in payment for proto-taxes and fees, as well as for goods and services purchased from these institutions. Now, if we take a step back from these details, the meaning that money had in antiquity, particularly silver, and in particular in the social and economic setting in which the Hebrew scriptures were produced, I think is put well by Christine Desern. This new narrative explains how each of the capacities associated with money, its function as a unit of account, mode of payment, and medium of exchange, is at base a mode of governing. So it arises locally in Israel and Judah as a mode of governing there because of the consequences of imperial domination. Now, at an economic theoretical level, this idea of money's meaning being tied to government power has appeared in modern economics as well. I think the earliest full account, economists here may correct me, I've come across is by Georg Knapp in his Staatliche Theorie des Geldes. Money is not what the law offers as possible, but only what the government selects. In other words, money in a society is driven by what the state is able to compel in the form of tax receipts. So in the case of the Assyrians, they compelled this through exceptionally violent threats, backed up by violent actions. These days we have a more civilized version of compulsion, but still the reason we use pounds is because in the end, the state compels us to pay up in them. Whatever form the state insists on tends to function as money more broadly in society. Now, money could arise, theoretically, as an organic social phenomenon, but money in fact does arise as an exercise of the state's compulsive power. So in other words, in ancient Israel and Judah, monetization arose primarily as a consequence of the demands of imperial tribute extraction via direct imperial taxation or vassal state tribute supply. Long-distance trade in luxury goods and shorter-distance trade in staples secondarily contributed to monetization, but local trade had no need of money, but increasingly made use of money. Monetization then long preceded the formation of currency in the form of coins, but currency's stamps, with typically a picture of the head of state, points to its continued association with use by the state. Numerous cuneiform tablets attest to certain forms of fiat money existing long before weighed metal became a common form, and the existence of that money supply continues in the historical record in parallel with metal's rise as weighed money. We need to acknowledge that material forms of money have also often imposed enormous social costs on societies that have grown to rely on them. In antiquity, and especially in Israel and Judah, these costs included the problems arising from any growth in the money supply being tied to mining and trade in distant lands, such as Cyprus and Spain, as we can now tell the silver came from, instead of in some way of managing society's needs for changing money supply. Other problems also included the problems of metal having no actual utility in a subsistence economy. At the same time, we also need to observe that monetization seems to coincide in Judean history with a period of extraordinary economic growth. Now again, we cannot demonstrate causation, but it seems highly suggestive that even though monetization seems to have been driven by imperial tribute extraction, which, by the way, I'm not holding up as a moral good, it's suggestive that economic flourishing, and with its consequent human flourishing, is so closely associated with monetization. This suggests that accounting for money's meaning in pre-exilic Judah solely as an instrument of imperial power, or lading that power solely with a moral failure, is an insufficient account of its meaning. So, what is the payoff from all of this history? I want to make a brief, somewhat theological point here, and then suggest two more speculative and programmatic suggestions for where we can take this. My theological point is this, that money, I think, is an artifact of human imperialism. Like other artifacts of imperialism, money therefore encodes and makes possible certain social goods, whilst also having the very significant potential to represent a focus of loyalty which competes with loyalty to God. In other words, it's an economic expression of loyalty to whoever holds imperial power, and that naturally is in competition with loyalty to God. And as a consequence, money can then function as an enabling factor for disordered obligations within society more broadly. Money's meaning, though, is not bound by its origin story. Locating the origin story for money is incredibly useful in relation to the production of the Bible, because the association in the Bible between money and power is not an abstract conceptual association. It is instead located in the historical origins of the Hebrew Bible. Thinking more programmatically then, my hope is that this kind of work, which is emblematic of the atomization of scholarly work, because this is located in the Biblical Studies Guild. It's very hard to have the conversation with systematic theologians. I'm very grateful for this conference and bringing different fields together. My hope is that this kind of work can ideally become part of a wider popularization of the results of biblical studies and ancient Near Eastern work, which over the last few decades has integrated substantial new material culture and linguistic evidence. Much of this work has taken place, by the way, in modern Hebrew and is further inaccessible to many readers. By far the best book on the ancient Israelite economy is Moshe Eilat's 1977 book, Kishrei Kalkala bin Atzot HaMikra Bayeme Bayit Rishon, Economic Relations in the Lands of the First House, so the First Temple. But that book is not only published in modern Hebrew, it's also from 1977, and a lot has been discovered since then. And in saying this, I want to recognize that in theology, and indeed more widely in ancient history, people do often appeal to history primarily to justify their modern beliefs, even if history refuses to oblige them with evidence. And sometimes this is even made explicit. So one of the most popular books about the ancient Israelite economy by Roland Bohr has a section in it which cautions against appeals to what he calls the seductions of evidence from the ancient world. Now, it must be admitted that that evidence doesn't help his cause at all, which is broadly a romanticized form of Marxism. But what I found fascinating in terms of method was that he thought that this was damaging to the process that one ought to undertake. Whereas I sit on a different side of the fence here, and I think our attention to those material sources ought to be very informative in our interpretation, for example, of the Bible. And I also want to suggest that this is very important in the way that we approach the interpretation of the Hebrew Bible, because when the Christian church gravely erred and gave priority to the Greek Bible, and partly as a consequence of that, lost its ability to read Hebrew, very influential errors arose in the interpretation of what became the Christian Old Testament. One of those being the misunderstanding of the ban on certain kinds of charging of interest, which then led to this ban on usury generally. The error of the church in banning usury became part of a wider discourse in which Christians mischaracterized Jews as economic miscreants, among other anti-Semitic accusations. But it also led to a constraining of interpretive imagination. One of the consequences of this was that Jesus and the apostles are presented as presented as offering a radically new economic paradigm. Now, the Reformation started a vital process of recovering the historical and linguistic setting of the Hebrew Bible, a process which is still going on. And this often enables us to see that the economic prescriptions which Jesus and the apostles offer in the New Testament are deeply coherent with the Christian Old Testament. And so as a consequence, this offers Christian theologians, such as myself, the opportunity to recognize that we're participating in a common normative heritage. Thank you.
With the permission of the speaker, we're going to just go to the speed round first. So we'll have questions. Everyone wants to ask them, and then give them 5 minutes-ish to blow through them. So I see Sister Margaret. If you put your finger or hand up, I'll come to you. Yes. I've seen 3 so far. There'll be time for more. We can probably get 6 to 8, collect them if they're relatively brief, and then we'll turn it back over to Lyndon Drake. Yes.
I was interested in the claims about economic growth accompanying monetisation. And I was wondering how that economic growth was measured, because clearly not in modern terms. So I was wondering what you mean by that.
Because you posit that money was produced to extract tribute, does it mean that its cancellation was in the hands of a few individuals and a function of where political power lay.
The one at the gentleman's one who's just there on your left. Tell us who you are, if you would.
Oh, we've already met.
Others may not have, though.
Yeah, so I'm Jose, a DPhil student here. So your historical investigation into the imperial origins of money kind of helps make clear that story about Jesus and the coin and him saying, whose face is on here, right? I wonder how it makes better elucidate other parables, such as the parable of the talents, for example, or the, it's primarily that probably.
Thank you. Raj was right in front of you. Let's give it to him, and then we'll go to the other side of the chapel.
Thanks very much. What you said reminded me of two things from David Graeber's. Oh, I'm over here.
Sorry. Yes.
Reminded me of another two ideas from David Graeber's book, Debt, the First 5,000 Years. And I just wanted to invite you to expand on them if you think they're interesting. So the first is around coinages emerging from a military industrial slavery complex. People may not be familiar with that idea, so I thought you might want to talk about that. The other one was Graeber's idea of Christianity and Islam effectively as peace movements. So they're emerging at a time of subjugation, military power, and a lot of the concepts of debt and forgiveness then that you see there, the correspondence of language is not a coincidence. So I wondered if you might like to say a bit about that too.
Just to your right, sorry.
Thank you very much. You draw an atheistic framework of the occurrence of money and currency. And I'm wondering, is there evidence in the Judaic tradition and the adjacent cultures of the usage of salt as a currency? Because it seems to me, maybe I'm wrong, but salt doesn't necessarily presuppose this atheistic aspect. It's more like universal.
Which aspect, sorry?
Atheistic, that there is a state that directs the production of salt, of the currency of salt. Rather, it's a more transactional. But maybe I'm wrong. I would like to hear your comments. Thank you.
I think we could put 2 or 3 more into the queue, and we'll stop at that point. So I see 2 hands just here on the right. Let us know who you are, if you would.
You talk about money as creating competing loyalty. I mean, is that necessarily the case? I mean, thinking of give unto Caesar what's due to Caesar and unto God what's due to God.
There's Mr. Allen behind you. Yes, there you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Allen. I work for the Bank of England, but here in a sort of a personal capacity. I was recently reading Edward Chancellor's sort of book about sort of time and money, and you refer to palace economies and the sort of Bronze Age having sort of credit ahead of sort of coins and money. And I think he can conjecture going back further than that, that interest rates perhaps have their origins in the lending of flocks and herds and the extent to which you repay back by providing the offspring sort of back. So in a sense, perhaps the kind of mechanics of a lot of what we regard as kind of credit and money kind of can be disconnected from sort of coins and the kind of the physical nature of money. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, one more. Well then, okay, I might say something. I might ask one really quickly. I tend to teach first course Roman law here, and one of the things that's noticed is that usufruct, for instance, of a flock needs to be returned as good as it was, but sometimes that can start to look like interest, or said differently, in Islamic banking or other places, it's not the interest, what we might look at as a percentage isn't charged. It's that it's not charged as interest. It's because things need to be restored to as good as they were, but over time that can mean that quite a bit needs to be added because of inflation or because of deflation of currency or something else. So maybe we could say a little bit about the fact that in the world we might be, in the post-avarice world that many people are hoping for, there might still be a heck of a lot of interest charging just to restore the status quo ante. And some of the bringing of peace of Christianity and Islam also is inclusive of that, but it puts it with justice typically. It analyzes it in terms of justice and of a restoration of something former rather than a prospective or an anticipation of something further, like a gain in the future.
I'm not going to try and address each question individually then, and perhaps I can pick up on that point to start off with. So I think theologically one of the key things that affects how you start to conceive of things like interest, making things good and so on and so forth, is tied to whether you think there is a possibility of growth and the expansion of economic goods, if we want to label it that way. And your decision about whether you think that is possible, whether you think that's normal and desirable and so forth, then affects the way you account for many of these other things within it. And in particular, I think, has an impact on whether you think that the charging of interest is licit or not. So my reading of the Hebrew Bible is that it portrays a picture where there is in fact an expectation of growth, and that this is part of the divine promise made about the world, and that within that world it is then entirely understandable that charging interest is licit. Not to those in destitution, but in the sense that it's participation in this picture of growth in the world. And alongside that, then, is the fact that debt in relation, particularly to those who lack social or economic power, becomes a tool of oppression in localized forms as well as in these international forms. And within that world, these obligations about what you must give back become a tool of oppression. So I would say that in much of the ancient Near East, you will find documents that have a nominal interest rate, but I would say the scholarly consensus is that in many cases, the charging of interest was not actually the intent, but of gaining ownership of the person to whom you were charging interest. So in other words, the interest rate imposed there was in fact never expected to be repaid. The whole point of this transaction was to gain very direct control of the person. So this idea of debt and slavery being tied to each other was not so much a conceptual one, it was a very real one. And that then plays, I think, out in terms of, for example, how we interpret some of the parables. And in particular, as Professor Bretherton alluded to, the narrative that we're involved in theologically around debt in relation to the story that God is telling in the world. So in other words, if debt and the charging of interest is to some degree, and especially for most of society, experienced as an exercise of power, which very directly becomes slavery. So you think of Proverbs 22:7, the rich rule over the poor, and the borrower is the slave of the lender. When you also recognize that the term used for slave there is the same one in Hebrew that is used for a worshipper of God, then we're back into this world of competing loyalties and obligations. And so the idea is that debt here can intrude on your obligation to God. So just as at a national level, this obligation to the Imperium competes with a national obligation towards God, at a personal level, the fundamental theological problem with debt is it intrudes on your obligation as a person towards God and having a singular point of loyalty there. And so I think the world of the parables then, many of which have to do with money, are participating in this Old Testament, from a Christian point of view, Hebrew Bible story around competing loyalties. And we ought to understand them within that world. Now I think the parable of the talents is a little bit different because, to my mind, it's talking about fruitfulness of Christian ministry, which despite some Christian ministers' views, none here I hope, is not about having lots and lots of money. The Anglican Church really helps us to embrace a different point of view around this. That then also feeds into, I think, ideas around what can function as currency. It's absolutely true that all sorts of goods can function as localized currencies, but I think Professor Bretherton made a really important point here that a libertarian view, whilst it has certain attractions, it is a rejection of participation in political economy. So the fact that monetisation arises, in my view, out of imperial power doesn't necessarily mean that the solution to that is to embrace forms of money that have no connection with that. Imperial power carries goods with it. Political exercises of power, the state, all of these things have goods attached. And so I think we ought to be thinking of our engagement with money as being an engagement with the political forms that we also inhabit. We have freedom to try and seek changes to those political forms. But one example of that, I would say, is that, to my mind, much of the invention of banking and of central banking, this is a point where perhaps Professor Bretherton and I might disagree, I think it's a wonderful example of Christian theological imagination applied to build a wonderful good for human society. And I think there are enormous points of critique to be obtained there, but I would say that central banking is a good invention. I would say that banking generally is a wonderful invention. And the example I often use on this is that the hospital that my first son was born in was a rather unpleasant hospital. Banking was what made it possible for us to have a different hospital by the time my second son was born. And I think interrogating that story, getting involved in it, and appreciating the points at which it expresses a Christian theological imagination, and the points where over time I would say we've drifted from that Christian theological imagination, could be a very productive point of explanation. Perhaps the very, very last thing I'll say, so that, because we're coming to the end of our time, is that the story of cancellation and of debt cancellation, I think, is an incredibly important one. So I've written on this quite a few years back, and again, I want to finish just by saying how warmly I appreciate Professor Bretherton's end there, and that the technical side of our theological imagination, to my mind, ought to play out in the story that we're able to tell in the world. And so perhaps I'll finish there.
Thank you. Thank you. At this point, we have an hour for lunch. Speakers and those who are organizing have lunch booked in the hall of St. Cross College. For everyone else, you're not without local provision. Just beneath the hall of St. Cross College, but not any worse in any way. In fact, the paninis are brilliant. There is a little cafe with a barista, Amanda, who's there waiting for you with sandwiches you can purchase, with hot drinks, with cold drinks, with almost anything your heart could desire in a cafe. And money can buy. If you're kind to her, she might give you a little bit of it for free. To get there, what you would do is go through the Ursel room where we had coffee last evening, onto the quad, and then through the glass doors, more or less. You'll get there, but we'll lead the way with one of us there. Those who are following us to the hall, it's the same direction, just stay upstairs. We'll see you back promptly in an hour. There are recommendations for 2 places in the neighborhood where you can find provisions, but the cafe is waiting for you if you like. Yeah, thank you.
My great pleasure to introduce our next two speakers. First, we will hear from Professor Philip Booth. He is a professor of Catholic social thought and public policy at St Mary's University, Twickenham, and is the Director of Policy and Research at the Catholic Bishops' Conference of England and Wales. He is also Senior Research Fellow and Academic Advisor to the Centre for Enterprise, Markets and Ethics, and we're very grateful for the Director of that Centre for also coming to attend our colloquium. And Professor Booth was formerly a Senior Academic Fellow at the Institute of Economic Affairs. After he speaks, we will have another session of Q&A, and then we will hear from Mr. Ben Nicker, who is the MacDonald Doctoral Scholar in Christian Ethics and Public Life at the Faculty of Theology and Religion here in Oxford. He is also the inaugural Peregrine Scholar, and if you want to know what that means, you can ask him about that during the coffee break. He spent 20 years working for Deloitte in mergers and acquisitions prior to his current role in research, and he holds a Master's in Religion from Westminster Theological Seminary and a Master's in Theology from the University of Aberdeen. So without further ado, please welcome Professor Booth.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here. Now, for the vast majority of this talk, despite the title, I'm going to talk about finance rather than money. I hope that's okay, but despite the possible misrepresentation, or me at least not speaking to the title I was given, I thought I should speak about something I know about, which is really more finance than I do money. But let me start with some observations on money, so you don't feel totally shortchanged. In a commodity-backed money system, money is really that commodity which can be used to purchase all other commodities. I take that as its definition. It might consist of silver or gold coins or tokens that represent silver or gold coins. In a modern financial system, we tend to use tokens backed only by a central bank promise. Or transfer bank deposits or other assets as money. But the point is still the same. There is a widely accepted medium with which we can buy all other goods and settle debts, and as was noted earlier, also settle tax obligations. Now, certainly the Church has taught about money. This includes early teaching on usury, and in addition, the late scholastics, that group of 15th and 16th century Iberian thinkers, really were the earliest developers and modern theories of, apologies for that, I hope nothing confidential pops up, but anyway. Those early developers of modern theories of and moral reasoning about inflation. And they drew upon their experience of Spain when it was conquering other countries and importing large amounts of silver, which led to inflation. And I assume that Brian Griffiths has talked about that sort of subject much more eloquently than I could. And the obvious references in English here, there aren't that many of them, but are Margaret Grice Hutchinson's work. She was at the LSE and then herself in Spain. So, if money is that commodity with which we can buy all other goods, there are questions to do with the use of money. And we often talk about the love of money, or people having more money than is good for them. Now, unless we're talking about misers, and I don't think there are many proper misers around, they are people who simply accumulate money for its own sake without having any intention of or desire for the goods which it can buy. Unless we're talking about misers, then when we're talking about the love of money, we're really talking about materialism, the love of those things that money can buy, or making a false god, if you like, out of the desire for more stuff and more material things. And this is clearly problematic, and it's ruinous of the soul. And it can be said, and certainly the Catholic Church says, that it's also at the root of many other crises too, not just crises of one's own soul, but, for example, the ecological crises. And early social encyclicals published by the Catholic Church from the late 19th century tend to deal with this head-on. They were clear that having too much money could lead you into temptations that would lead you to eternal misery. And in the phrase of the last presentation, there are, if you like, competing loyalties. So it was talked about then the competing loyalty between the state and God. Here we're talking really about the competing loyalties between goods and God. Now, of course, both goods and God are good, but it's important that goods don't replace God. So this is Pope Leo the 13th writing in 1891. It didn't really mince his words. Therefore, those whom fortune favours are warned that riches do not bring freedom from sorrow and are of no avail for eternal happiness, but rather are obstacles, that the rich should tremble at the threatenings of Jesus Christ, and that a most strict account must be given to the supreme judge for all we possess. When what necessity demands has been supplied, it becomes a duty to give to the indigent out of what remains over. It is a duty not of justice, except in extreme cases, but of Christian charity, a duty not enforced by human law. And there are many other quotations which I could add of a similar nature. I know people don't like being lectured or being told that their mortal soul is in danger, but it's better than not being told and finding out later. And particularly importantly, is that our duties to the poor do not end when we've paid our tax bill, nor do they end by the giving, in the words of one papal message, of mere trifles. Now, there was a recent apostolic exhortation published by Pope Leo on the poor, and I was pleased that that did mention the importance of almsgiving. However, it emphasised that giving a little was really important. And that's okay. Mites are fine for widows, but I think the church needs to be demanding of those who have more. And most of us, of course, fall in the middle. None of us are Elon Musk, but most of us have riches beyond those which many people in the world could imagine. Now, if I were to talk about these topics in greater depth, I'd probably go beyond my competence. So I'm going to move on now to talk about finance. And the church has often been accused of being hostile to finance, and with some justification. But it is worth noting that for the first 1700 years after Christ, 9/10 of the world's population lived in total squalor, one bad harvest away from starvation. 75% of children in London died before the age of 5. And since the Enlightenment, and I prefer the Scottish version to the French version, we've had what might be termed the Great Enrichment, and the substantial reductions in poverty, and more recently, unprecedented reductions in global inequality. We've prospered through trade rather than attempted to prosper through the negative-sum game of war and plunder. And there's been greater respect for democracy, the rule of law, the right to property, and an ability for enterprise to thrive. Now, much is still very wrong, and sadly, for the first time in 4 decades, actually, things are going into reverse across a number of metrics in relation to both outcomes, poverty, inequality, etc., but also the preponderance of democracy, what we might call good governance, and so on. But there has been immense progress in the last 200 years, and even in the last 40 or 50 years, people who, when I was at university, would join societies with names like Third World First and so on, have seen progress which they probably couldn't have dreamed of, actually, when they were at university. And much of this, certainly over the last 300 years, if not the last 40 years, would have been impossible to imagine without a thriving financial sector. So why is finance important? Well, without sophisticated financial systems and accepting the limitations of charity, only the very, very rich can protect their widows and orphans from the tragedy of death, for example. Only the very, very rich can retire. Only the very, very rich can protect themselves from losing all their business assets in the event of, for example, fire or theft. But most importantly of all, without modern money and banking systems, only the already rich could start a business. Before modern finance, we really did have an economy which worked for very few, and only the very rich could access the capital necessary to start a business. The pool of capital was limited to those who could invest directly in their own business, and the development of a well-ordered financial system was important for the gradual evolving of an economy which worked for many more people. And finance is often criticised, still often criticised by Christians, not in the same way by the church as it perhaps used to be, as I'll make clear later, but it is worth noting that those countries in the world with the largest financial sectors, which are in order Switzerland, Australia, the Netherlands, the US, the UK, Iceland, Ireland, Belgium and Denmark, these will all be pretty high on the list of countries to which I think we will choose to be exiled if exile were forced upon us. Those countries are now obviously quite secular countries, but their financial systems were developed in an era when they were strongly religious, and there was a strong it was religious values that strongly shaped the development of those financial systems. There was an outsized influence, as is very well recorded, from the Quakers. Friends Providence was an insurance company which is now part of Aviva, which was developed by the Quakers, as were very, very many other businesses. Perhaps rather less influence from Catholics, as it happens, although maybe that reflects the influence of the Reformation in the countries that I've mentioned. And the Church has, in its more recent social teaching, has emphasised strongly the importance of ethics in finance and ethics in economic life in general, which is what I want to move on to discuss. Pope Benedict published in its social encyclical Caritas in Veritate just after the financial crisis. And in that encyclical, we see phrases such as, "Every economic action has a moral consequence." And then, with the emphasis in the original, "Without internal forms of solidarity and mutual trust, the market cannot completely fulfill its proper economic function." This is a point which is almost identical to a point made by the Christian economist and Nobel Prize winner Kenneth Arrow, who said, "Virtually every commercial transaction has within itself an element of trust. It can plausibly be argued that much of the economic backwardness in the world can be explained by the lack of mutual confidence." And another interesting observation in Caritas in Veritate, which is important, because it brings home something which I will develop, that the responsibility for ethical conduct lies with us, with the individual. Focus on systems is important, but I think secondary. So in Caritas in Veritate, he talked about how economy and finance as instruments can be used badly when those at the helm are motivated by purely selfish ends. Instruments that are good in themselves can thereby be transformed into harmful ones. But it is man's darkened reason that produces these consequences and not the instrument per se. Therefore, it's not the instrument that must be called to account, but individuals, their moral conscience, and their personal and social responsibility. Now, I'm not sure exactly what Pope Benedict was referring to there, but there's a fair chance that he's referring to the common refrain following the financial crisis that was blaming securitization and other such things, which may or may not be a good thing from a prudential point of view, but we do have to call to account the people who use and develop those instruments in appropriate contexts, in inappropriate contexts, and rather than laying the blame at instruments themselves. Ultimately, all sin starts with the human person. So, I next want to think about a couple of situations to try and unpack this a little bit, where financial instruments are not sinful in themselves and may or may not be sinful depending on how they're used, but can create what Catholics call occasions of sin. Before I do that, let me just put a quick graph. You probably can't see the countries there, but this is a graph from the Our World in Data website, which shows the relationship between interpersonal trust and national income per capita. Now, you might say not everything, we shouldn't just be focusing on national income and all the rest of it, and that's absolutely fair enough, but you could plot almost any variable up the vertical axis and you get a similar graph. And there is a very strong relationship between trust and economic outcomes, but also places with low levels of trust in general are just pretty miserable places to live in. Often when I put this slide up, including a couple of weeks ago when I was teaching a course in Catholic social teaching at St. Mary's, it was pointed out to me that all the Protestant countries are at the top left and all the Catholic countries are at the top right, and all the Catholic countries are down there at the bottom left. I think there are probably other reasons for that, but actually even if you sort them, for example, by European countries, you tend to find the Protestant countries that's more towards the top right than the Catholic countries. But anyway, that's a whole research project in itself. Now, given these sorts of relationships, given the point made by Kenneth Arrow, Nobel Prize winner in economics, given what Pope Benedict and many others have said, given what's just obvious to anybody from casual observation, you might think that the considerations to do with trust are major themes in economics courses. Well, if you look at the standard UK first-year undergraduate economics text, which is over 900 pages long, trust does not get a single mention. Now, neither from an ethical point of view, you might not expect it from an ethical point of view, but neither from an empirical point of view either. It's as if it's entirely unimportant for economic outcomes. And in that book, corruption only receives 2 mentions, again, despite the baleful influence of corruption both on economic outcomes and on social conditions. Okay, so let's move to ethics and finance specifically. So I've mentioned one or two of the things which Pope Benedict said about economics and ethics, and also a couple of points he made about the financial crisis. In 2018, the Vatican produced a document which was a joint effort by 2 dicasteries, because it had a strong theological input as well as a strong social aspect to it, which was called Considerations for an Ethical Discernment Regarding Some Aspects of the Present Economic Financial System, which sounds a bit like the title of a PhD. The Latin title was only 3 words. And it developed some ideas and important themes which I think are really important, but could be developed further, which I will develop them further towards the end. But ethics, as you might expect, is a very strong theme. So the document states, it is evident, therefore, that the economy, like every other sphere of human action, needs ethics in order to function correctly. And I think that's an absolutely key point. The economy is an important part of the social sphere, and we simply cannot abstract the study of economic life from thinking about ethics. Because as soon as you have human action in a sentence, you should be thinking about ethics. Now, a few issues were brought up in what I'll call OPQ, which I think are just worth a bit more explanation. And I'll talk about securitization and then speculation, and then mention an issue where I think further development would be of interest. Now, when it comes to securitization, which many people regard as being at the root of the financial crisis, the chosen means, that is the creation of these tradable securities based on packages of loans, might be orientated towards the ends, the chosen ends, of allowing people who are saving for retirement a greater variety of potential investment opportunities. They might be orientated to allowing people who have a mortgage on a house to have cheaper mortgages. They might also be orientated, of course, to ensuring that the team involved in their creation was able to earn a wage and keep their families. All of those are perfectly reasonable ends. And in that case, the ends would be good. And the means, I would argue, securitization is intrinsically neutral, or at least intrinsically not bad. If, on the other hand, the ends are to create a product that others don't understand and thereby make money from selling it, knowing that large numbers of people would suffer losses, then that will be morally reprehensible and indeed an injustice. And so the document states, what is morally unacceptable is not simply to profit, but rather to avail oneself of an inequality for one's own advantage in order to create enormous profits that are damaging to others. And the words "in order to" imply an intent to make profits at the expense of others. And this would be wrong. And debt securitization is mentioned specifically in that context as promoting a lack of transparency. So the other parties didn't really know what was going on. And in Catholic thinking, the virtue of prudence helps us to choose the right means to achieve rightly chosen ends. So in this case, the ends may be fine, but the means of securitization of mortgages might be imprudently chosen means. To take one example, the bank Northern Rock, which failed, and people may have different opinions on this. I don't think Northern Rock intended to enrich shareholders at the expense of others through complex securitizations as its funding model. I don't think the ends were flawed. However, the bank was imprudent by not properly considering the risks to the bank and to others of its chosen model. And to back this point up, it's worth noting that central bankers and regulators widely welcomed mortgage securitization and thought it actually reduced risk in the financial system. Paul Tucker, the director in charge of financial stability at the Bank of England, speaking just 3 months before the financial crisis, said, "It would seem that there is a good deal to welcome in the greater dispersion of risk made possible by modern instruments, markets, and institutions." Now, those who actually understood that this model might be ruinous, might lead depositors to lose money, might impose substantial costs on taxpayers, might bring the bank down, and so on, well, they needed other virtues too, which were perhaps absent during the financial crisis, as indicated by the film The Big Short, although, of course, that's fiction rather than fact, but there's a basis in truth, I think, in it. Those who realized that this was going to create problems needed the virtues of temperance or self-restraint, but also courage to speak up in opposition to the strategy if they were in a position to do so. So that's one way how we can think about the application of ethics to a relatively complex financial product. Let's think of, let's look at another, that of financial speculation. For those of you who are not old enough to remember, that's Nick Leeson in the picture there, who brought Barings Bank down in 1995. And OPQ criticises financial speculation, but again, I think we can apply apply a virtue ethics approach to thinking about this and coming to slightly more subtle answers. And speculation, I would argue, is best understood as what Catholics would call an occasion of sin, but not intrinsically evil. Now, there's a former PhD student of mine in an earlier life, Steve Nakrosis, examined objections to speculation in moral theology, as discussed by the theologian Nell Broining, who, as it happens, drafted a Catholic social encyclical, Quadragesimo Anno, in 1931. And Nakrosis concludes that speculation can have economically valuable effects, and in such cases it shouldn't be assumed to be morally wrong. For example, short-selling shares in a banking crisis could send signals that a bank was in trouble and therefore ensure that action was taken more quickly, so that the bank didn't, in the jargon, gamble for resurrection or carry on taking deposits, knowing that it would be putting those depositors at risk. Speculation in food markets can stabilise food prices and bring forward planting when there's a shortage. However, proximity to markets where there is speculation taking place could tempt us into sin. And if we feel tempted that way, we should stay away from them. And the way the Catechism of the Catholic Church defines sinful speculation certainly implies that there is such a thing as licit speculation. But again, when faced with what Catholics call an occasion of sin, something which, a situation which leads us into, is likely to lead us into temptation that we can't resist, then there are important questions of prudence. Should we move away from that situation as well as temperance and courage? And they're virtues that need to be cultivated. So the cultivation of virtues is what I shall come to next. Now, interestingly, the document OPQ doesn't actually mention the word virtue at all. It does talk about ethics, which is quite different from some of the earlier social encyclicals. There was an interesting comment about universities and the importance of universities teaching business ethics and in an interdisciplinary approach. But if we're thinking about how to nurture and create a culture whereby economic life and finance in general is more virtuous, people working within it behave in a more virtuous way, we need to take a step backwards, I think, into the family. So another Catholic document, Familiaris Consortio, writes, it is within the family that they, that's the children, find the first school of the social virtues that are the animating principle of the existence and development of society itself. So from a Catholic perspective, there is a sense in which the formation of young people to take their place in economic life, including in finance, begins with toddlers. You can't bifurcate your life. And helping young people to develop the right virtues to take their place in economic life, in finance, if that's their vocation, actually requires education within the family from the very beginning. In the modern jargon, educating young people in the virtues is giving them transferable skills which they can use in any walk of life into which they move. And finally, let me say something about institutions, culture, regulation, and financial markets. So Catholic social teaching of late, including that document Caritas in Veritate that I mentioned, has criticised what it describes as a binary model of state plus market, sort of a market which is unrestrained by anything other than a state regulator. But the idea has not really been that well developed, and certainly discussions about alternatives haven't been that well developed. But the market should interact with the broader cultural sphere through a range of ways, through professional associations and societies, as well as other institutions, which I'll come on to in a second. These have, and I think the evidence is really very clear here, been replaced by direct regulation by the state since the 1980s. So institutions which before then had a direct and very considerable but independent regulatory role included professions, exchanges, industry agreements, but also institutions which had particular corporate forms, such as mutual building societies and trustee savings banks. And all of these have had their role either replaced or their comparative advantage undermined, either by state regulation or the provision of guarantees, such as deposit insurance. Or in some cases, they've actually been prohibited. When I first started work in 1985 for an insurance company, mis-selling had never really been an issue that people talked about. And the reason for that was because there was an industry agreement between the main insurance companies which prohibited, put limits on commissions that could be paid by insurance companies. And it was known if you were outside that agreement, and you were then sort of known as a company which was somewhat disreputable. And then that agreement was prohibited by the European Union because it was regarded as anti-competitive, because it reduced commissions paid to insurance brokers. And the existence of the agreement itself led to cultural norms within insurance companies that were very rapidly eliminated, as anybody who was working in financial markets, financial services in the late 1980s can probably remember. But the point is that the economic and cultural sectors are simply not separable, or they shouldn't be separable. The economy is not just made up of atomized individuals, or shouldn't be, that transact with each other, regulated by state bureaucracy. A diversity of market institutions set within civil society institutions can help, if rightly ordered, and if in an appropriate Christian culture, can help promote desirable cultural norms. I think I'm running out of time, so I'll quickly move on, except to note that what is often called Big Bang, which was what is also often called deregulation of finance in 1986, was actually the prohibition by the government using competition policy powers of regulation by the London Stock Exchange of its members and those who transacted in security markets. So the responsibility for regulation essentially moved from this diverse range of bodies to a regulatory body which we now know as the Financial Services Authority. And I think that by recognizing the potential role of civil society institutions in the promotion of culture and the development of regulation for economic life, the Church will be applying the principle of subsidiarity in an area where actually there is an awful lot of historical tradition in practice. In the modern jargon that's often used in a slightly different context is polycentricity, which is a word which Eleanor Ostrom, who won the Nobel Prize for, first woman to win the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2009, coined to describe how environmental resources could be managed by the community in a bottom-up way, knitted to a range of other cultural institutions which supported it. Okay, there aren't any more slides. So let me just conclude briefly. So I hope I've explained how Catholic social teaching is very clear that economic life and finance are activities that can't be conducted in an ethical vacuum. The Church has raised questions of ethics in various documents. I think the Church is more effective developing this teaching on ethics and applying it than it is perhaps making comment on the detail of financial market architecture. I think the Church has a unique understanding, actually, of the human person, which enables it to contribute to this conversation about the development of ethics within financial markets and economic life in general. And that was certainly the approach which Cardinal Vincent Nichols, the Archbishop of Westminster, took after the financial crisis. So this is Vincent Nichols in his 2010 general election address. He stated, "In place of virtues, we have seen an expansion of regulation. A society that's held together just by compliance to rules is inherently fragile, open to further abuses, which will be met by a further expansion of regulation. This cannot be enough. The virtues are not about what one is allowed to do, but about what one is formed to be. They strengthen us to become moral agents, the source of our own actions." And I think this is good advice. Other than in a very rudimentary way, there is no virtue in compliance, no personal growth. And when we talk about compliance in a financial market context, we're talking about 10,000 pages of regulation produced by just one of the financial regulators, the FCA. I think as Christians, we have to rise to the challenge, and that challenge is more profound than ensuring that financial market practitioners are technically competent and that they are able to obey 10,000 pages of rules and regulations. Thanks.
For questions, and may I invite you to ponder the proverb that brevity is the soul of wit when you pose your questions. Let's hear 2 questions in a row, please. Could we please hear from Rose first, over there?
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. As someone who works at the FSA, some challenging things to think about. I was just wondering, very briefly, now that the institutional memory of those civil societies has gone and finance has become bigger and more decentralised since the 1980s, what scope is there for bringing back that approach?
Yeah, I thought so, on the way here, I was just thinking somebody might ask me that question. And it was difficult to think of a satisfactory answer. I think one thing I would say is that those professions still exist, which now, I mean, I'm an actuary. I simply don't understand. Please don't prosecute me or do whatever else the FCA might do. But I simply don't actually understand fully the relationship between the actuarial profession and the regulatory framework, and therefore what my obligations are, etc., etc. Fortunately, I don't give actuarial advice, so that doesn't matter too much. But I think you could start by giving professions more independence. Go back to being what professions really were before. And I think and I know the FSA at the beginning did try and think a little bit about these issues. Try and think about what are those problems precisely that are best addressed by a statutory regulator, because there are some problems which can't be dealt with simply by institutions which emerge within the market and within civil society. And then also, as there is financial innovation, I would just say, leave well alone and maybe focus a bit more on labelling. No, it's okay to say, this is an entirely unregulated product by your own risk, and see what happens. But part of the problem is also competition policy. So whenever you do anything that's marginally cartelistic, which was the apparent problem with the industry agreement on insurance commissions, it just gets broken up. But actually, I think that was part of what was, and it's a kind of Chicago economics view of markets as opposed to an Austrian economics view of markets. So put away your Friedman and read a bit more Hayek would be another another piece of advice. Yeah.
Time for just one more, I think, before we are next. Could we hear from the lady who just in that corner, if that's all right?
Hi, my name is Ellen Davis. I was lucky enough to be working for a magazine called Risk during the financial crisis.
Okay.
Actually, that was the publishing company, and I was editing something called Operational Risk. So I think that, let me just look at my notes here. One of the things that really, and I'm doing a theology PhD at King's College London, a lot of the financial crisis to me seemed to be, I mean, about kind of sinning without realizing that we're sinning. You know, like the people that create, I mean, I remember when people first came and spoke to me about the securitized, and how excited they were about the way that was going to open up the mortgage markets and, you know, the goods that was going to bring to society. And I think a lot of them were developing those from a genuinely good place and really couldn't foresee what was going to happen to them. And, you know, a lot of the downside was because of the lack of transparency. They didn't put in any kind of way to, you know. Yeah. And so there was a kind of, I mean, there are things that we could look at there, but, you know, I wonder how much we beat up people. Sorry, no, this is not a popular view, but I mean, I wonder how much we, because of the massive impact that financial services has on normal people when things go wrong, you know, if we sort of hold people in financial services to a different standard sometimes, then we might hold ourselves.
Yeah, okay. No, I mean, it's a very good starting point, actually. I said, no, the church, I mean, all Christian churches, not just the Catholic Church, have a good understanding of the reality of human nature. Okay, so that's a pretty good starting point, that we seek to do good, but we err. And people, of course, who may be inclined to particular forms of sinfulness might be attracted to particular activities within financial markets. And other forms of sinfulness might be attracted to regulating financial markets, and so on. Some sins are worse than others as well. So and we shouldn't expect perfection. I mean, it is notable that there was very little regulatory action in the 30 years before 2010, which made the financial crisis either less likely or its potential harms any less. So regulation tended to encourage securitization and so on. So there's no salvation in regulation, but also I'm not trying to sort of look back with rose-tinted spectacles and say there's instead salvation in just allowing culture to evolve. As Christians, we should act ethically in our own context and encourage others to do so as well. And we should regard that as really important and not think of those 5 or 6 days of our lives as somehow different from the day of our life that we might go to church on Sundays, and try and rebuild culture in a sense from the bottom up, because that's the only way it can be rebuilt. I think that's one of Pope Francis's themes, actually.
Well, thank you very much. We're out of time, unfortunately, but please join me in thanking Professor Booth.
A word of thanks from the Center for Theology, Law and Culture, because Pusey House is not it's not a parish of the Church of England, so we have private donors. And the Center for Theology, Law and Culture, when we first got it started, I sent out a little Facebook message to people who were friendly, and I think you replied and gave a small donation as a founding donor to this venture, didn't you?
It was very.
You did well. Yes. It was meaningful. You were founding. I think you're the first founding donor who's found himself actually addressing us. So thank you for that. And a whole bunch of little bricks have made this possible. This cordon sanitaire against a lot of nonsense. So thank you so much for that as well, and for your talk.
Thank you.
While I have your attention, the naughty people in the back who continue to sit so far away that they can't see the presentations that are being presented, could I encourage some of you to join this nearly empty row up here, or the nearly empty rows here, because I suspect you won't be able to see what the next speaker is going to present unless you come forward.
Thankfully, I don't have a power.
Perfect. Please do still come up.
Well, I'm happy to join you as by far and away the most junior speaker podium here. So I'll be patient, but I'm looking forward to this topic. And thanks especially to Amendment for inviting me to come and do that. This afternoon, I'd like to talk about a particular use of money, namely its use as financial capital and investment. And within this use, I want to center our minds on one moral peril specific to this use, and also the corresponding moral opportunity that this peril represents. The moral peril here involves the abstraction of financial capital and investing from the moral ecology, or the moral order. Dostoevsky, in his novel Demons, has a character proclaim this: "One cannot love what one does not know." And in investing, the numbers that capture the financial facts of an investment so well can also obscure other facts pertinent to the investment. This is the peril, that failing to see and know well, the investor fails to love well in their use of money. To show how this peril works in the use of money as financial capital, I'll tell two stories. The first is a parable of Prussian forestry. This parable will illustrate how investing is situated in a moral ecology, and it'll illustrate that peril that it faces. In doing these two things, it provides an interpretive lens which will help us understand our second story, which is the history of investing money, obviously done at a high level. After these two stories, I'll close with a few theological reflections. So, Prussian forests, investing money, and closing theological reflections. So first, a parable, which I take from
James C. Scott's Scene Like a State, and this is a history. It's set in the fabled forests of Prussia and Saxony, and it follows landowners managing the logging revenue of their land. Traditional management of the forest divided it into plots. Each plot matured over the 80 to 100-year growth cycle of the plants, and then it was logged and the lumber was sold. But starting in the mid-18th century, problems arose. The important revenue stream was unpredictably volatile year over year, and it was in decline due to extensive logging. And a turn was made to systematic scientific analysis. Now, first, the foresters just improved their knowledge of the lots. They took sample surveys of representative plots and extrapolated that. They did representations of trees growth by variety. They did growth curves for each tree that helped them figure out how much lumber would come out of that tree. And they built all this into a model using prices at the market at present. And they had an inventory of the entire forest based on what lumber they could get. They looked through the forest trees and bushes and plants and through its animals, through the inherent beauty of the forest, and they just saw there so many thousands of board feet of saleable lumber and so many cords of firewood fetching a certain price. Now, these techniques of analysis changed the owner's vision of the forest. The next step was to transform the forest itself to reflect that elegant, revenue-efficient order that was in the financial model. And to this end, the foresters dismissed as peripheral and destroyed all non-revenue flora and fauna. This periphery was bracketed and assumed as constant so that the commercially valuable resource could be prioritized. Eliminated were the flowers and the lichens and the ferns and the mosses and the shrubs and the vines, the reptiles, birds, amphibians, and innumerable species of insects. And within the trees themselves, certain varieties, especially deciduous broadleaf trees, were excluded because they didn't yield enough lumber. They were replaced with conifers, such as the Norway spruce and the Scotch pine. The real, diverse, and chaotic old-growth forest was transformed into a new, more uniform forest, orderly rows of evergreens, and they were all ordered to this production of lumber. And Scott observes that most large German forests were remade in this manner in the 19th century. Now, initially, this commodification increased lumber yields spectacularly, so much so, in fact, that the rigorous technical and commercial discipline of the German model was adopted by most European and American foresters. However, after 1 century, one growth cycle more or less, yields began a precipitous decline. Investigations into the cause of this collapse revealed that the non-revenue flora and fauna that was destroyed was actually an essential part of an ecological system crucial to the flourishing of the trees themselves. It was an ecosystem involving soil building, nutrient uptake, and symbiotic relations among fungi, insects, mammals, and flora. This ecosystem, deemed peripheral, was in fact, in reality, central. The radical simplicity of the organized rows of Norway spruce turned out to be simplistic. The orderly plantation constructed by the Prussian foresters was more vulnerable to massive storm felling, more vulnerable to pests that were specific to that one species of tree. And it was so bad for the soil that the Germans invented a new word, Walderspen, or forest death, to describe the worst cases. So, in attempting to build financial capital, the foresters had destroyed the most important capital, the ecosystem itself, with its disorderly diversity and elusive complexity. The authority of reality here had asserted itself. Paraphrasing T.S. Eliot, we can note that the world that is will shadow the world that pretends to be. For Scott, this story illustrates the dangers of dismembering an exceptionally complex and poorly understood set of relations and processes in order to isolate a single element of instrumental value. He summarizes this process in terms of commodification. Having come to see the forest as a commodity, he writes, German scientific forestry set about refashioning the forest as a commodity machine. In this system, it was not even necessary to look upon the forest itself because it could be read accurately from the tables and maps in the forester's office. The abstraction of numbers and reports was sufficient. Now, this ecological peril shows the moral peril of, this parable shows that moral peril of abstraction in very stark terms. And using it as a lens, let's now turn to the story of how investing abstracted financial capital from the moral ecology. Now, my doctoral research is centered upon mutual fund investing and the values animating it. And in the second part of my talk, I aim to tell the story of how investing in financial capital was abstracted from the moral order and how this process shaped the values that animate the industry to this day. Now, the selective story of modern finance we will cover today addresses the creation of securities, the refinement of financial techniques, and the development of securities markets, which I feel feed into this value system. Now, the roots of modern finance began in the Italian peninsula, first with the issuance of debt securities by the city-states, such as Dante's Florence in the 13th century. The city-states used these large-scale issuances to raise funds for their armies and armadas. And with these instruments, the citizenry could convert that value saved up from their past labor and their trade and thrift into future passively earned cash flows. The governments, on the other hand, discovered in the securities a reliable source of funding that could materialize future tax revenues for present needs. These securities traded in the local markets, such as Venice's Rialto, such that the savers could, if immediate needs arose, liquefy their holdings and get cash. Now, the effective demand for these securities in the primary and the secondary markets revealed that savers were very interested in these securities, and they allowed citizens to participate in the defense and continuation of their shared civic lives in the cities. The methods employed in the city-states moved across Europe over the next few centuries. Governments used a variety of debt securities to raise funds, primarily for war, but also for infrastructure, and savers purchased them, putting their money to work. And a consensus built that a good investment was one that pays what has been promised, i.e. it doesn't default, it pays a fair return as compared to alternative uses, and where possible it offers some liquidity through sale in secondary markets. The pricing and trading was primarily a financial affair, while in the background was the actions decided upon by the political leaders that had necessitated issuing the debt in the first place. It isn't clear that these concrete realities of what was financed actually figured into the saver's decision to buy the security. Now, these initial developments showed how security issuance and secondary markets worked, but crucially for our purposes, also during this period, a new language of finance arose to monitor and value and trade these securities. And this new conceptuality enabled and accompanied the spread of financial thinking across Europe. So I'd like to look at that next. And to see what happened in this new conceptuality, we must appreciate that there was in this era an existing language for describing investment, namely theological ethical language. Now, this existing language was a barrier to issuing and owning securities that provided return on investment capital. And this barrier was overcome with the concept of financial capital. The math and accounting techniques that followed then arose to enable the rational management of this capital. And we'll cover each of these developments in course to see how investing was given a new language, a language of abstract numbers. So let's first discuss this development of financial capital as a concept. Now, we're all familiar with the Church's medieval prohibition on usury, freshly so given Professor Bretherton's talk earlier today, and how Aquinas and Aristotle thought it unnatural for money to produce fruit. Also in the air was the notion that a just transaction involved equality of exchange. Under the Roman law concept of mutuum, which was used in assessing contracts for usury, a loan involved giving up one's ownership of capital for a period and then receiving it back later on. And here, if interest was added to the repayment of the original amount, then equality was violated. What changed to allow investments of capital to bear this fruit, hitherto slandered as unnatural? William Goetzman of Yale, in his book Money Changes Everything, suggests that the primary change was the discovery of financial capital as a transferable asset. This discovery involved the interweaving of three concepts. First, whereas Aristotle saw exchange as the natural use of money, money as financial capital recognizes how money can be employed as the capital or the foundational asset for a business or any sort of human endeavor. And the concept of lucrum or lost profits, brought this into the fore, observing that monies lent to a given party could have been fruitfully invested in land or in some other activity that generated legitimate income. And these lost profits provided a justification for interest and for return as some sort of just compensation. Second, there was an appreciation of risk of loss that was essential to investing. It was increasingly felt to be the case that it was just to reward an investor for the risk of capital loss that was associated with investing in equity or debt securities. And lastly, actually, the Roman concept of mutuum mentioned earlier proved useful in asserting that there was an asset that was transferred inside of the loan of monies. And with these three concepts, it became conceivable to hold that money was not merely a medium of exchange, but a transferable capital asset, and one that, like other capital assets, could rightly and perhaps even naturally give rise to returns. With the theological language now making room here to speak of an investment of money that involved financial returns, there was space to explore the nature of the financial aspect of capital in further detail. And two key developments provided new techniques and language for the quantitative deliberation, understanding, and justifying of investments. These developments turned discussion about investments away from concerns over moral legitimacy and towards the abstraction of numbers and the prudential concerns of income generation and security. Let's first discuss Leonardo of Pisa, or Fibonacci as he came to be known, who published a 1202 manual for business called Liber Abaci, or the Book of Calculating. This manual taught how to calculate interest rates, divide profits, and importantly, to value streams of cash flows in the future back into the present. And it's this last technique that, for Goetzmann, is the most important tool in modern finance, because with this tool in hand, one is able to price and compare different securities by calculating the present value of this stream of cash flow, interest payments, or other kind of cash flows that the securities generate. And these calculations are the basis, then, for comparing the financial value of one investment to another and calculating what these prices each say about the rate of return on offer in these securities. The second development of quantitative technique and language comes from an Italian monk, Luca Pacioli, who in 1494 published a book detailing double entry accounting, a technique that allows one to frame the world in terms of accounts and precisely measure the performance of it in an investment. With dual entry accounting, a system in which each purchase and sale and every gain and loss is recorded to the right account in the correct set of books, the organized quantitative accounting of ever larger and more complex operations and investments became possible. Here, a year of an immense organization's activities spread over innumerable locations, operations sustained by the labor and mind of thousands or tens of thousands of people, and interacting with innumerable non-human facets of realities, those could be distilled down into one number, the bottom line. And the holdings and sources of financing could be summarized on one balance sheet. And like the financial models and balance sheets of the Prussian foresters, with dual entry accounting, reality could be absorbed into a number and a page. And with the mathematical techniques taught by Fibonacci, these summary numbers, in turn, could be used to evaluate the company itself and to distill that value into a single number, the price of the security. Now, this quantitative revolution swelling out of the innovations in technique by Fibonacci and Pacioli provided a new rhetoric for representing decisions, as the numbers not only informed, but also convinced. With this new financial quantitative language, the frame through which investing is viewed was primarily mathematical and technical. A simple matter of rates of return, a clear bottom line. The financial numbers framed reality and made sense of the world for the investor, and the numbers explained the world. They were the fodder for deliberation and the rationalization for courses of action in investing. And the final innovation I'll cover here is the development of international securities markets in London and in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. The eventual vast scope of these markets allowed this new financial mode of thinking to impact the entire globe through companies and governments that use the markets to raise capital. So in both countries, their securities markets originated when the governments chartered major corporations, including the Dutch and English East India Companies, the Royal African Company, and so on. And these offered the general public an opportunity to purchase equity in their operations. In England, the Bank of England was one such company, and it also used those markets to float the debt of England. Over time, the availability of these large issuances of debt and equity gave rise to deep secondary markets in these two cities, and trading there occurred continuously. And the size of these markets created in both countries large pools of experienced investors and practitioners experienced with the ownership and trading of these securities. And this, in turn, made both of those cities very popular destinations for countries and entrepreneurs seeking finance for businesses and for wars. Whereas the Venetian Rialto traded only in local securities, in Amsterdam and London, the world's securities and investments in companies operating in the far reaches of the planet were available for investment. That intensified the fact that all the investors could see was the numbers. The operations were clearly out of sight. Now, to close this point, let's just take a quick glance into the mind of the investors in these markets. A peek into a 1726 booklet entitled The Money Man's Guide, or The Purchaser's Pocket Companion, provides some idea of what was top of mind for investors in London during this period. The securities section of the booklet is entirely devoted to the relative financial value of securities. It shows how to calculate the securities yield using the current price and the promised dividends. And the importance of having these calculations quick at hand is illustrated by the pages upon pages of tables in the back that help you quickly connect yield and price and payment. The booklet shows how investing in this era employed a quantitative rhetoric and saw a good investment primarily in terms of financial return. And I reviewed scores of books and booklets similarly advising investing in the late 19th and early 20th centuries and witnessed that same very specific focus, that investing solely had to do with generating returns for the saver. And this same focus animates most contemporary literature if you go dig around, although there are some notable exceptions which are a story for another time. Another example seems to make it very clear that investors in this time saw only the numbers, that abstraction. Investors in the 18th century South Sea Company, which is one of the first stocks offered on the London Stock Exchange, seem to have looked past the slave trade at the center of its operations. You can see this if you look at the financial meanderings of certain churches who own stock in this company. They looked past the slave trade because the potential financial gains assumed a greater reality and immediacy than the full moral contours driving the financial value of that investment. Goatsman writes here that shares, the disembodied symbols of corporate ownership, took on a physical reality and immediacy to London investors far greater than the distant human assets that provided those future dividends. And as I close this history of investing, I can share that as I've traced this history further through the first mutual funds in Amsterdam and in London and in Dundee, Scotland, it continues largely the same trajectory set in the story that I've told. There is an intensification and refinement of technique, and there's much to be admired in these innovators and the leaders in this space. But at the heart of investing sits this moral peril of abstraction, that, like the Prussian foresters, the numbers and the prices, the financial models and the financial returns assume such an immediacy and power that reality's complexities fade from view. And the risk is that seeing the financial value clearly, other values fade from view. And as Dostoevsky writes, one cannot love what one cannot know. So now as I move to close, I'll just offer a few theological reflections covering theological counsel, the moral ecology, the nominalism and voluntarism on display in our parable and this history, and lastly on the reintegration of money as financial capital into the moral ecology. So first, theological counsel. As Mehmet said, I'm a former practitioner. I hope to be a future practitioner. But I'm also an investor of my retirement savings, and so my mind drifts to the question, what is theology to do for the practitioner and the everyday savers who are allocating capital at present and in so doing shaping the world? I propose that theology is called to be their servant. providing them with conceptual tools and spiritual disciplines that allow them to see the world more fully and to undertake the workings of investing as an act of loving participation in the lives of others. Because without loves, our deeds of investment are worth nothing in that final assessment. A central concept in moral counsel to these allocators of financial capital has to be the moral ecology, and this is my second observation. Oliver O'Donovan, Philippa Foot, Iris Murdoch, and Elizabeth Anscombe all in various ways address this sovereignty of reality and suggest that a moral ecology or a moral order has the same authority in life as that ecology of the Prussian forest. Loving, reasonable action must draw on knowledge of this moral reality that we are embedded within. As O'Donovan summarizes it, reality is authoritative and action evoking, and nothing else is. And I take it that theology needs to illumine how the moral order or the moral ecology of the world informs loving use of money as financial capital. Financial capital has a role to play, and departures from its true role are damnably foolish, we must insist. Part of our moral ecology is addressed by the theology of work, of course, and at a minimum, we must see that financial capital must serve human labor, as Pope John Paul II reflects in Laborum Exercens, and Dorothy Sayers forcefully argued in her mid-century essays on work. Of course, it must be said that humankind cannot bear very much reality, as the small bird in T.S. Eliot's Burnt Norton intimates. And so how much easier is it to imagine a world ordered to one's desire to use financial capital to simply and perpetually acquire greater wealth? And this brings me to my third point, the nominalism and voluntarism on display in the parable and in the history. Observe the nominalism. One aspect of the forest, one aspect of investment is selected for attention, specifically that financial or economic aspect, and the others are bracketed or assumed constant. This fragmentation of reality is possible intellectually because it is assumed one is not encountering given universals, not encountering a unified physical and moral ecology with given essences and relationships to others that have moral authority, but particulars only, with which one is free to economize and focus on one part of their reality. We should note the loss of sight that nominalism causes here. The sight of the landowners and the investors was diminished. Echoing the Apostle Paul, we might say that they became darkened in their understanding, alienated from the life of the world. As reality's intricate, intertwining, mutual creatureliness was absorbed and disappeared behind the numbers of the bottom lines of financial returns. Coming closer to the end here, just observe with me the voluntarism. The end or the telos or purpose of the forest and investing is not discerned or heeded in the stories I've told. Neither is its objective value, but these are imposed by the desire of the investors for predictable and high income. The will of humans provides the purpose for the forest and investment, i.e., their purpose is to produce returns. But all of the knowledge gained in close study of the forest and investing need not, and indeed must not be discarded. And this is my fourth point. All of the information we gained about the nature of investing, all of that refined technique of Pacioli and Fibonacci, must be used to serve with greater attention and skill all the neighbors that we encounter through investing and the lives that we enable and support in our investing. Crucially, in order for this knowledge to become understanding, it must be reintegrated. As O'Donovan writes, it remains to us to reintegrate what was learned into that total pattern of understanding, into our grasp of the moral order. And then this knowledge becomes understanding, and that understanding becomes wisdom. In summary, investing faces a moral peril of abstraction. Having discerned methods and instruments, the securities, to abstract the world and view it through the lens of financial return, it can turn its back on the complex and diverse values and goods that exist in and between human and non-human being in our world. It can remake the world in which it invests into the image of its models, like the forester did with the fabled forests. But this is a choice. And I would say it's not a real choice between two moral options, but rather it's a temptation. And this temptation is one faced, I take it, by all investors. The temptation to use the power we have in investing to bend reality to financial return as the highest good. The choice to remain ignorant of the reality and simply seek that financial return. It seems that the initial investors in the securities available on the Amsterdam and London exchanges succumbed to this temptation. The bestial injustice and abuse that occurred through the East India, Royal African, and South Sea companies belong in the same volume as King Leopold's investment in the Congo. It seems equally true that certain investors in our day succumb to the same temptation. But this is not the way that we have received Christ, in whom are hidden all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. Rather, we must in humility count others more significant than ourselves, and let each one of us look not only to our own interests, but also to the interests of others. We must have this mind among ourselves, which is ours in Christ Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. So we have 15 minutes now for Q&A. Let's see. Could we have one question just over here, please? This gentleman over there, just on the right. There you go. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. That was really interesting. A couple of observations and then a practical question. So the observations, first, you mentioned Fibonacci. Fibonacci didn't get his ideas out of nowhere. He was intimately connected with the Islamic world. And if people aren't aware of the writings of Ghazali and Pusey on money and credit, they're very interesting. The second observation, I wondered if one might reframe some of the things that you've been describing as a question about modelling approaches. So there's a phrase, map is not the territory. With a lot of what you're describing, double entry book counting, double entry accounting, other things, there's an implicit or explicit choice being made about which information will be included in the model and which information will be thrown away. And your parable illustrates that nicely. The same is true of the models that underlay those securitizations. And while people may have had very good intentions, they threw away a lot of information that they didn't know about, which was about correlations between those securities and how they might perform, which led to very bad outcomes. The practical question then is, if you were having a conversation with someone who was a modeler in an institution that was thinking about these kinds of things, what would you propose, or how might one try to encourage them to form that richer conception of what deserves to be in a model versus what isn't, given the constraints that they may well be operating under within the institution that they act in?
I think the first thing to do, I think, is to engage the imagination. And that's why I started with the parable. I take it that if we do a direct challenge to someone and just tell them this is what needs to be included, if you're a good person, you'll look through the numbers and to the moral reality behind the numbers. I think that's such an affront to the rich moral culture that exists inside of finance. You've started there at age 22 or 23, and you've worked for decades learning how to execute the skills of this space and how to value securities and serve clients. To come along and give that a straight chuck is a little bit too abrasive, I think. So I do think it's important to use stories that engage the imagination. I probably was a little bit heavy-handed in telling this story just for the matter of time. But I think these ecological stories help us reflect on the nature of the moral order that we're embedded within and get them asking new questions. And I also think that once you open up that kind of imagination, a lot of the practitioners would say, whether they're running a private equity fund or a debt fund, that there are certain things that we've excluded from consideration here. And we could go back and bring those into consideration. So I would say it's first and foremost a matter of moral imagination. That's my hope, maybe.
Great. Could we have a question from Gordon, please?
Thanks. This is a follow-on question. I wondered, because I'm an economic modeler and I am part of a group of international scholars that try and reimagine economic man differently. It's a difficult task, and John Stuart Mill, as you know, was the first person to propose economic man, and his two-step procedure was, number one, imagine people are greedy, lazy and impatient. That's your starting anthropology. And then once you've checked whether your system or whatever works if people are knaves, then you do some correcting stuff at the end. You balance it at the end. I wonder what you think of that, whether you think there's too much of a first mover advantage given to that anthropology, whether it's too pessimistic. So it's sort of a follow-on question from the last one.
Yeah, it would have been fun to go more into Dorothy Sayers' wartime essays on work, and I think she's challenging those things, that kind of conception indirectly. But I think that a Christian anthropology suggests that work is so central to the identity of human beings. And I think that in economics that's oriented around the production of good work done well, that's focused primarily on building a system that can facilitate good work, wherever that might be done, through the processes of exchange and the use of money, can start to look at human beings and give them a bit more dignity, and also call them forward into this dignity of people that are created to work, and also to work enough to have something to share with others. Certainly, I think the stories of human economy that were shared yesterday do that a little bit, to see the great potential that exists in loving others well, whether it be our family members or children, and that certainly is the case in all areas of work. So I think we want to reject that out of hand and say, we don't want to build an economy built for knaves. We want to suggest that people could rise up into the image of Jesus Christ.
Let's see, who else has a question? Nathaniel, did you have one? Or yeah, would you like to?
Thank you very much, Ben. I'm extremely sympathetic to your proposal, and I'm also not an expert in these matters. I'm a mere ethicist, but I'm extremely sympathetic. I was wondering, I had the voice of a sort of free marketer, invisible hand monist, I suppose, in my head at the close of your anecdote about the forests in Germany and Prussia and Saxony. And I was wondering, what would you respond to somebody who said, well, these German companies, they actually responded to the profit motive, and they saw that this wasn't working, and they fixed it, and now they love biodiversity, or they because of they're incentivized to do so, otherwise they would lose a lot of money. So what would you say to somebody who was just really insistent that in seeking out profit, and you're incentivized to pay attention to all of reality so things don't go poorly and you lose your money or you make less profit or something?
I think that is a conclusion of the story, Nathaniel. I think that we want to say that there are things that are being destroyed that actually supported the goodness of the trees. Now, whether you could get the kind of revenue that they wanted out of the land consistently by actually heeding the moral authority of the forest is a different question. I think that they probably couldn't. But could they have devised systems to work within the existing ecology to create greater revenue from lumber? Perhaps. Maybe you increase the planting of Norway spruce and Scotch pine interspersed throughout the forest, rather than cutting down the forest and planting these plantations, these Christmas tree farms. So I think there's ways to work within the existing ecology that play off the strengths of this created reality that we've been given.
This gentleman over here.
It seems to me that the parable of the Prussian forest is really quite powerful. And I'm going to ask a question about a world of which I don't know a great deal, but I do think, in a sense, the parable can be taken more generally to reflect the condition we're in and the state of our earth and what's happening. The kind of optimism in me thinks that is provoking, in turn, a kind of, it's the old Henri Thoreau thing, it's not what we look at, it's what we see. There's a kind of process of resacralization going on, that people are saying, no, 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 you cannot reduce things simply to commodities that can be used by human beings regardless of the consequence. I don't know where I stand on the scale of optimism and pessimism, but something interesting is going on. Is there anything at all analogous in the world of finance as you see it, by way of a reaction to these things? Is there any evidence or sign of some kind of shift?
Absolutely. Yeah, I kind of alluded to the fact that there's another story I'm not telling. I'm not from here, obviously. The European perspective on investing is somewhat different, and I just don't really get it yet. But I take it that there's a lot of conversation about ethical investing in the continent that's of a different shape than it is back in the United States, where ESG investing and ethical investing has created some political roar. But in the Christian space in the United States, there is a small collection of firms managing a modest sum, maybe 130, 150 billion. So it's really drops in the bucket. But those practitioners are trying to think through how to reconceive investing in mutual fund investing, that is, through a Christianly manner. So I think that there is energy out there. There are people who are very sympathetic to these kinds of ideas in the investing space in the US and certainly in Europe. I think the sophistication of the approaches, this desire to design systems that are so perfect no one needs to be good, seems to me to animate ESG investing quite a bit. They're just looking for new techniques to give people labels and then allocate according to the labels. I think that's asking too little of investment managers. I think we need them to be fully human in their work, and that means seeing the world as it is.
These are some great questions. Let's see. Professor Klamer?
I would like to get a reflection on the following. And that has to do with the moral nature of ownership. You bring in the security market in Amsterdam, which took place, by the way, in the shadow of the new church and was highly problematic morally. And the reason is that what is the moral justification of ownership? If it is by exerting your effort, by laboring and then being able to appropriate, then there is something immoral about this form of capitalism where people gain ownership by the mere virtue of having the financial means, leading to situations that they have a say, decisive say on what's happening in the life of people working hard in the company, don't even know what's going on in the company, but even have a decisive voice. That to me is sort of, and I'm curious from your theological perspective, it's immoral that people in such a way get a say on that. And then in a way, double entry bookkeeping gave the way to that. I mean, sort of instrumentalizing the world that you say it's about loving participation, but that it gets upset by this instrumentarium, right? That is. So my question is, how do you deal with that?
Let me start with dual entry. It's easy to demonize something like dual entry or the mathematics. I wasn't trying to do that. I think that taken on its own and as sufficient perspective on a security, it does tend to deceive. But I do think that it has a great use in the world, just like money, in facilitating human life. I think without orderly books and orderly keeping of transactions, and you're speaking to an accountant, you wouldn't be able to manage things well and then secure their future. So I think we do need to have that kind of rational organization of numbers. It just has to be put in its right place. I take that point on power over people without any basis for the authority. And this is why I conceive of investing as loving participation, and I think love in the Christian sense involves service. So when we provide capital to a business, we're participating in the work, and we're enabling the unfolding of the vision of that company and the unfolding of the giftedness of all the people in the company. And that's an incredible moral responsibility and privilege. And I take it that one of the aspects of that kind of conception of property that you mentioned, that property is ours on account of the creation of our hands and the engagement of our minds, that does obscure a little bit the non-proprietary conception of property that I think was argued in the Middle Ages by Wycliffe and others. And I think that's something that's worth recovering. That even when we receive all the gifts that we receive in life, whether it be financial, familial, of gifts of opportunity and gifts of skills, they're all received. And when we employ those to get wealth, and the employment of that works out well, we're still receiving gifts. It should be a humbling receipt. And so when we receive that, we can't grasp onto it as ours. It's a non-proprietary stewardship of the asset, meaning we have to look to the values of the one who's given it to us, the one whose ultimate asset it is, and then execute Christ's values in the world through that investment. So I think it does entail quite a bit of responsibility. Now, the legal mechanisms of owning a company and then participating in the voting process that shapes the board and then guides the management, I think it's a high calling. And if you've been given that kind of power in the world, you better look through the numbers to the people and the responsibility that you've been given and be accountable for your actions. That's my take as a Christian.
Thank you very much. Well, we're out of time now, I'm afraid. Your attention and patience will now be rewarded with tea and coffee. We're going to have the coffee break in the same room as where we had the coffee break this morning, in the hood room upstairs. And then we will resume promptly at 3:45 with Lord Skidelsky's talk. Please join me, though, in thanking Ben.
have a joint Q&A, so Professor Skidelsky will be immediately followed by Dr. Gordon Menzies, who teaches ethics and economics as an associate professor at the Economic Discipline Group at the University of Technology, Sydney Business School. He must know something about money as he worked for 15 years as an economist at the Reserve Bank of Australia. And he will endeavor to tell us that there are some echoes of the Bible and behavioral research on money. Lord Skidelsky, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about Keynes on money. He was the most important economist of the 20th century with a very distinctive view on economics, which a lot of which has been echoed in previous sessions, particularly to do with the morality of money. He was in a way, he was a very non-modern economist. He wasn't a contemporary economist because his economic ideas stretched right back into the history of the subject and into the Christian tradition from which he sprang. I hope it'll involve a tiny bit of explanation of his economics, but I hope I'll do it in a painless way. So I want to start by emphasizing the moral basis of his economics. It seems to me that's very important. 2 points were central to it. The first was the distinction between ends and means, and the second was his organic theory of society, both of which he got immediately from G.E. Moore, whose Principia Ethica he said was his Bible, but it was rooted, like so many of these moral discussions of that period, in the Christian tradition without acknowledging, the validity of that tradition. It just drew on it. Economics and economic activity was the means to the good life. It was a means, wasn't an end, and the means, he hoped, would be regarded as, I think one of the previous speakers said, as dentistry. And the social processes which he analyzed, he regarded as organic, interdependent, and not atomistic. So you can see his views were very much at variance with what was even the economics of his own day, which also have become the paradigmatic economics of our own time. But his genius was practical, and so both temperaments and the events of his time conspired to keep him anchored in the world of means. In other sort of situations, in other times, he might have become a philosopher, moral philosopher, but he became an economist. However, his critique of the economics of his day was shot through with his belief in economics as a moral science, and nowhere is this more evident than in his treatment of money. Well, I'll say a bit about that. In classical theory, money is simply a more efficient form of barter, enabling a wider circulation of goods and in place and time. I mean, it's a barter theory of money, you might say, as opposed to other theories of money. We heard one of them this morning, let's say the charterless theory, but the classical theory is essentially a barter theory of money. It did this job by providing a standard unit of account in which all subjective valuations could be priced. To do this, certain requirements. The value of money itself had to be kept stable. Gold money was a more or less natural way of achieving this because gold was naturally scarce. But as paper currencies came increasingly into use, it became the job of central bankers to preserve a fixed relationship between the supply of paper and the supply of gold. I mean, that was the way the economic theory of his day, the macroeconomic theory of his day, was set up. In contradiction to this barter theory of money, Keynes made an astounding claim. Astounding, if you think of the economics of the time, in which he said money plays a part of its own. Money, that is not just an intermediary, but one of the players in the economic game, in the economic drama. And the character of money as a player in Keynes's economic drama oscillates between life giver and vampire, pumping blood into the economy and sucking blood out of it. To establish this claim, Keynes stressed the distinction between money as a medium of exchange and money as a store of value. Of course, that distinction was not unknown. A lot of consumption is necessarily lumpy, and so, you can obviously, you have to have temporary pockets of money to meet future obligations or future purchases. However, the idea was not that. He took this idea of money as a store of value for these temporary contingencies and converted it into an idea of a demand for money as such, independent of any current demand for goods and services. And that's the idea, that's the key point. There's a demand for money as such, not as a means to effect purchases. He first put this distinction to work. It was very, very important. It's key to his economics in the treatise on money. People, he wrote, want money in order to pay both for goods and for speculation. So he says there are two circulations in an economy. There's the financial circulation and there's the industrial circulation. The financial circulation, the production circulation pays for the normal processes of production, distribution, and exchange. But then there's a second circulation, the financial circulation, which finances, I quote, stock exchange and market money transactions and speculation. The business cycle resulted from shifts between the financial circulation and the industrial circulation, depending on the state of confidence. So a novel feature of this analysis was the distinction, sharp distinction Keynes made between finance and industry. The pace at which a circle of financiers, speculators, and investors exchange pieces of wealth or titles to such, which they're neither producing or consuming, he says, has no definite relation to the state of production and is subject to great and incalculable fluctuations. This was the 1920s. In other words, finance is not just the servant of industry, as the classical economists came, it played a part of its own. Keynes's attack on the classical theory of money culminated in the general theory of employment in 1936. Here he explicitly introduces what I think is a key concept in his economics, which is the liquidity preference theory of the rate of interest. Now, according to the classical view, all savings must necessarily be invested. You only save in order to invest, or to invest in some future goods. But that's not necessarily true. And it's not true of an economy in which people are paid in for their labors in money, but are free to spend or not as they wish. And that made no sense to the classical economists of his time. I mean, why do you want money? You can't eat it, you can't, do anything useful with it except to exchange it. So the idea was you earn money in order to get rid of it as quickly as possible in buying the real things you want. No, says Keynes. That's not the case. Liquidity preference, which we know otherwise, we can think more familiarly as a propensity to hoard money, causes money to be withheld from production. And that knocks out the classical theory of the rate of interest. Pre-Keynesian theory taught that interest rates were the tool for adjusting savings and investment. And that's still the standard theory. That's what the function of interest rates is, bank rate is, and interest rates is today. If there's too much saving, oversupply of saving, the rate of interest that can be earned by saving falls, and that fall also increases the inducement to borrow and invest. So it's an equilibrating function between saving and investment. And that was the way the classical theory saw it. But that's not so, says Keynes. If the rate of interest is more correctly seen as a reward not for saving, but as a reward for not hoarding, if it's the rate necessary to get money out of hoards, it's too high. It's kept too high when it ought to be coming down. Because in a depression, the propensity to hoard rises, and therefore the rate of interest necessary to attract money out of hoards also rises when it should be falling in order to stimulate production. So what he says is excess saving will not be liquidated by a fall in the rate of interest, but by a fall in output and employment. And that was the gist of the general theory. I've condensed a highly complicated argument in a couple of paragraphs, and I'm sorry about that. But the thing to keep in mind is that Keynes's liquidity preference theory depends crucially on the existence of irreducible uncertainty. And I quote, there's a good quote about this. By uncertain knowledge, he says, let me explain. I don't mean merely to distinguish what is known for certain from what is only probable. The game of roulette is not subject, in this sense, to uncertainty. Even the weather is only moderately uncertain. The sense in which I'm using the term is that in which the prospect of a European war is uncertain, or the price of copper and the rate of interest 20 years hence, or the obsolescence of a new invention, or the position of private wealth holders in the social system of 1970. That is, he's writing in 1936. About these matters, there's no scientific basis on which to form any calculable probability whatever. We simply do not know. And in such we don't know markets, investors rely on conventions about knowledge rather than on knowledge itself. When the conventions break down, because they're so flimsily based, and things happen, and suddenly opinion goes from one extreme to another, then of course the whole economic process breaks down. And then it becomes driven by herd behavior, panic, and greed. In other words, money isn't an information processor. It's a processor of conventional wisdom. And when the conventional wisdom breaks down, I mean, money takes really control over the plot. And that, in a nutshell, is Keynes's economic theory of money. Now, there's a moral psychological underlay in this view of money, in which money is demanded not just as a hedge against uncertainty, but because it satisfies a deep human need, which he labels love of money. I mean, this is the moral bit. What we've done is the bit he explained in economic terms. But, why did he think about this? Because he had another idea about the role of money. That is, the demand for money to hold wasn't just a rational balancing act between present and future goods. It was motivated by avarice, love of power, and love of gold, the Shakespeare's Shylock combined. Love of money as a disease of the soul is symbolized in the legend, and we've had reference to it before, of the ancient king Midas of Phrygia, whose greed for gold was so intense that in some versions, at any rate, he starved to death. The love of gold exhibited by Midas was not an extreme case of rational liquidity preference, but a psychological morbidity. And the paradox of Midas was quite succinctly stated by Aristotle, who in Book 1, Chapter 9 of Politics, the Politics asks, how can that be wealth of which a man may have a great abundance and yet perish with hunger? Like Midas in the fable, whose insatiable prayer turned everything that was set before him into gold. In drawing on the legend of Midas, Keynes mined a deep-seated tradition in Western thought which regards money as barren and therefore love of it as perverse. From barren soil, no fruit can grow. This is particularly relevant to the economics of hoarding. Keynes acknowledged that risks and hazards of all kind, of course, would have made money, flight to money, a precautionary measure in past times, but he was puzzled by what he saw as the persistence of this hoarding tendency in modern European civilization, in which the conditions of life were much more secure. It was in this context that he developed his concept of the love of money as the particular pathology of a character type produced by the Judaic-Christian civilization, that of the secular monk. Now, I haven't got time to explore the connection between Keynes's theory and Max Weber's portrayal of the Puritan ethic. There's obviously a connection between the two, though I have no evidence that Keynes ever read Max Weber. He would have known the idea was in the air. But only to say here that for Keynes, the disease of capitalism was not the exploitation of the worker by the capitalist, but the inordinate desire for the getting and holding of wealth. It was the liquidity premium demanded by wealth holders which gave the creditor class, and here we've also touches on themes which we've had before, gave the creditor class its power in the economy. In Keynes's telling, the struggle for power between lenders and borrowers, creditors and debtors, is the economic plot of history. Now, this feature of Keynes's attitude to money is clearly brought out in his attacks on usury. Again, we've Luke Bretherton talked about earlier, specifically Christian strand. Two moral claims underpinned the medieval usury laws. First was the view that a debt contract is a species of unfair trade, since the lender is nearly always in a stronger position than the borrower. I mean, just hold that thought in mind for a second. And secondly, the usury laws reflected the Aristotelian view that, making money, hostility to making money out of money. And so those two things, I think, were the principal underpinnings of the medieval usury laws. And Keynes fastened on the first of these, that usually a debt contract is a sign of an unfair trade. And here he says, and I quote, "It is usury to extract from the borrower some amount additional to the true sacrifice of the lender, which the extremity of the borrower's needs makes feasible. It really amounts to the same thing as my theory of liquidity preference." The explicit endorsement of the attitude behind the usury, the motive behind the usury laws. And the purpose of all his economic reforms was to reduce the power of the creditor, by which we mean the power of money over economic life. We can trace this thread from his argument for debt forgiveness in the economic consequences of the peace, to his aim of achieving what he called the euthanasia of the rentier by keeping interest rates permanently low, to his successive plans to prevent the hoarding of gold by creditor countries in the international monetary system. As he said when he set up the plan for international clearing union, as he said, adjustment is compulsory for the debtor, voluntary for the lender. His plan was designed to make it very expensive and ultimately impossible for surplus countries to hoard their surpluses. Yet, Keynes's moral attitude to love of money is ambiguous. On the one side, love of money is the disease of the soul, but on the other hand, it is also a felix culpa, because it's also the engine of economic growth which will free humanity from the burden of toil and thus enable a return to the Garden of Eden. It's all there, it's all there. You've just got to look for the clues in his writing, and there you see the threads. Now, so what about today? Our contemporary economic problem is readily expressed in a couple of sentences. As a result of the extensive deregulation of the financial system, money has seized control over all the world's developed economies, and many of the less developed ones as well. The result is much as Keynes would have predicted. secular stagnation, what he would have called underemployment equilibrium, punctuated by financial bubbles, booms, and busts. And that's the era where money plays a part of its own. Deregulation of money has been supported by neoclassical economics. Friedman, Robert Lucas, theory of rational expectations, independence of central banking. The prevailing macroeconomic wisdom is that provided that prices could be stabilized, that is, the value of money could be stabilized by central banks, economies would be cyclically stable at their natural rate of unemployment. That's the technical word for it. There was no case for government intervention in the economy except to set and maintain market-supportive rules of the game and maintain price stability. Now, as a result of deregulation, money has emerged as the great dictator, personified in the fabulous wealth of the oligarchs of our day. Elon Musk, net worth 500 billion. Mark Zuckerberg, 220 billion. Jeff Bezos, 250 billion. I mean, in one sense, there's nothing new about oligarchs. There were the 19th century robber barons. Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, Jay Gould, Henry Ford. They both saw and ruthlessly exploited opportunities thrown up by new technology. They were risk takers. Their extraordinary products were the reward of their risk taking. However, the differences are crucial. First, the global reach of the new masters of the universe, as you can see, exemplified by their title, is much greater than that of the Carnegies and Vanderbilts. Secondly, the financialization of economic life, emphasized by Keynes, but also by the Marxists, has gone much further. Money increasingly plays a part of its own, with economic activity shifting from production of goods and services to the production of money, to trading, lending, speculation. Whereas the old oligarchs invested in the real economy, the new ones largely invest in the financial economy. Not entirely, but largely. Quantitative easing has helped this financialization. It was started to rescue the banks in the crisis of 2008. But over the last 10 years, quantitative easing has pumped $15 trillion into the developed countries' economies by buying up the debt of collapsing banks, buying up the debt of credit agencies, buying up the debt of governments as they got into trouble. And so what QE has done is to make all asset holders richer and almost everyone else poorer. And in the UK, for example, there are 20% people live in poverty, 4 million, including 4 million children. And the idea that this wealth would trickle down and sort of somehow, animate the real economy was a myth. And as economies contract or stagnate, debt threatens business collapse and government bankruptcy. And money exerts its control through the bond vigilantes who demand public austerity as the price of lending to cash-strapped governments. The combination of these factors has given the new oligarchs a control over politics undreamt of by their predecessors, at any rate in the Anglosphere. With the collapse of the countervailing powers of corporations and labor unions, we are left with the oligarchy and the disguised and increasingly resentful masses, and the people who bid fair to capture the masses are the populists who emerge as the sole opponents of the oligarch, of the masters of the world. Overweening wealth confronts demagogic power. Is there an escape from this trap? The answer, I fear, is very depressing, and it's depressingly obvious. John Launchbury, who's a very good commentator on current financial matters, has written, "However little money there is for anything else, there's always enough money for war." Military Keynesianism is a tempting way out of the economic impasse, providing a geopolitical justification for running budget deficits and increasing the national debt, which would be rejected on neoliberal grounds. But provided it's war, provided you can conjure up national danger, national security, the taps are open. Governments can spend all that they want. And as Keynes foresaw this, he wrote, pyramid building, earthquakes, even wars may serve to increase wealth if the education of our statesmen in the principles of classical economics stands in the way of anything better. Since the education of contemporary politicians has regressed to roughly where it was in Keynes's time, military Keynesianism offers an increasingly tempting way for governments to escape stagnation, or worse, by combining the economics of full employment with the rhetoric of national security. For what do the tedious claims of financial austerity and balanced budgets weigh against the urgency of national security? You know, Keynes would have been deeply depressed but not surprised by the ease with which war fervor can be stoked up to rationalize Keynesian policies which would otherwise be ruled out. In a world currently and much too readily reverting to antagonistic economic and political blocs, his rebuke of warmongering by power holders is urgently apposite, as the current technology of war can destroy not just civilization, but life itself. Thank you. I'll take some questions.
Oh no, we'll do that after.
After that, yeah, sure.
Take a coin out, please, and keep it and then pass it on. So that would be great. They will become, the use of them will become apparent later.
Do they get to keep the coin?
No. Don't keep the coin. Is that all right?
You just press the arrow when you want to move to the next slide.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be here. This conference has a special place in my heart because, as well as working on monetary policy and modelling interest rates when I was in the central bank, I actually spent a bit of time in note issue. I was one of the first people to do a cost-benefit analysis of switching from paper money to plastic money in Australia. I'd like to just start by showing you something on YouTube.
Gullible do you think you are? Because recent research seems to suggest that we're incredibly prone to the power of suggestion. We just can't help ourselves. Anyway, we have set up an experiment to put that to the test. So I'm a pretty decisive person. I make my own decisions. I understand the reasons why I make the choices I do. Or do I? I mean, does anyone? I want to see if we can change the way people act without them realizing they're being manipulated. We've asked members of the public to take part in a series of tests which are being run for us by psychologist Peter Naish.
So, nothing nasty to do, so hopefully you'll be happy to stay right the way through.
The participants are given a one-handed counting task.
Ready, steady, go.
They're told we're looking at left and right-handedness, but this is just a front.
Now,
a second group of similar volunteers do the same test, but instead of boring old bits of paper...
This is where we get you to count a pretty large pile of money.
They get to count real banknotes. This is the only difference between the two groups. Let's see if that small difference can affect their behaviour. Then we secretly film them and watch their behaviour. As my friend struggles with a pile of papers, some of our volunteers stop to help her. But not everyone feels the need to help. Guess what? Those who handled the money are more likely to keep on walking.
Oh man, that's really bad.
I'm an awful person.
No.
It's not that they're simply being unhelpful. Psychologists have studied this and found all kinds of subtleties. It just seems that money makes you more self-reliant. And self-reliant people expect other people to be self-reliant too.
The theologian Brian Rosner, who wrote a book, Greed is Idolatry, The Origin and Meaning of a Pauline Metaphor, tells a story about a Catholic priest who, looking back over his whole ministry and life, heard people confess to all sorts of things, such as sexual immorality, impurity, lust, evil desires, but never once did they confess greed. Now, I'm not sure whether Christian people, as a generalisation, have lost their interest in greed, but certainly society at large, and the academy in particular, have not. So today I want to talk about some research in behavioural economics which shows how money can be a so-called tool, a so-called drug. I want to ask then whether there will be money in heaven, which is an interesting question because that really gets at the controversy we've heard about what it is that money does. Is it solving problems of sin or finitude? There are many malevolent meanings of money spoken of in Scripture, but one that has been referred to earlier, and we all know, comes from 1 Timothy 6:10. For the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil, and in their eagerness to get rich, some have wandered away. It's the origin of the notoriously inaccurate English proverb, which talks about money and not its love, and attributes all evil to it rather than all kinds of evil. But if we stick to the actual text, it does raise the question, why are people eager to get rich? And behavioural economics suggests two reasons why people want to be rich. They are that money is a tool and money is a drug. For those of you who are not familiar with the term behavioural economics, it's simply a form of economics which abandons Homo economicus, the greedy, lazy and impatient creation of John Stuart Mill, and through experiments seeks a more realistic or modified anthropology. What do I mean by money is a tool or a drug? Money holds extraordinary appeal for people, not simply because it can be used to obtain later rewards, i.e. tool theory, but because it has come to be viewed just like a drug, as a reward in and of itself. I've called this talk Echoes of the Bible in Behavioural Research on Money. Why have I used the word echoes? Because I don't actually expect a correspondence between science and theology to be perfect. I have a two books methodology, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. The idea here is that God speaks through properly understood nature and Scripture. These are the two books. What God says through nature and Scripture has to cohere. But we don't see nature and Scripture directly. We come near to nature and Scripture through corrupted and cramped science and theology. Science and theology are fallible human enterprises, corrupted by sin, cramped by human finitude. And so I do not expect a perfect correspondence between the insights of theology and the insights of finance, but I might expect some echoes. This is more than a methodological footnote. to make epistemologists happy. It's very practically important because the replication crisis in the sciences has shown that, in fact, behavioural economics and many other things, including hard sciences, have been corrupted by fraud and cramped by finitude. And of course, I have to acknowledge my theology is cramped by human finitude. I'm sure I'm wrong about some things, but I just don't know what they are. If I did know, I could change them, but I don't know. So I expect only echoes, not necessarily consonants, between fallible human enterprises. So what I'm going to do now is talk about some theological or biblical ideas and some corresponding themes that emerge in behavioural economics. But before I do, let me talk briefly about the replication crisis, because it is important. Replication crisis is a highly complex degrading of the scientific method, which has become apparent this century, although many of the referent pieces of research stretch back into the last century. Science, on occasion, I'm not saying science is useless, but it has been shown to be corrupted by fraud and cramped by human finitude. And as an example, I'd like to introduce you to a new journal, the Journal of British Coins. There are, in fact, 15,000 researchers in Oxford, and I'd like us to imagine tonight that all of these researchers become obsessed with the question, are British coins biased? Now, you've got a coin in front of you. So I'd like you to imagine that you are a researcher in Oxford. And how do you go about assessing this question? Well, an obvious thing to do would be to toss it 4 times. And if you get 4 heads or 4 tails, then that probably counts as evidence that the coin you have is biased. So I'd like you to do that. Toss the coin 4 times. Okay, did anybody get 4 heads or 4 tails? Nobody? Okay. Now, in an ideal world, what would happen is you would all go home along with these 15,000 researchers at Oxford. You'd write up a beautiful paper describing your methodology and send it off to the Journal of British Coins. The journal would publish all the papers, and about, it's 1/8, I think, of those papers would come to the conclusion that British coins were biased because the writers of the papers would have found 4 heads or 4 tails. However, the journal would publish all of these studies, and someone reading the journal would realise that the fraction of coins that showed 4 heads and 4 tails actually is what would be expected if British coins were in fact unbiased. And then all would be well. We don't live in that world. We live in a world where people would toss their coins, and the people who don't find that they're biased will think, the journal won't find that interesting, so they wouldn't send it off. The proverbial file drawer problem. They just stick it in the file drawer. Or perhaps they would send off all of these wonderful studies with 4 coin tosses to the Journal of British Coins, but the journal editors might say, no one's interested in unbiased results. Look at these results that show coins are biased, and they might just publish them. And this is called publication bias. And to finish this tale of woe, somebody who does get 4 heads, sends it off to the journal, wins the Nobel Prize, gets invited onto the editorial board, and this makes the problem worse. The Journal of Biased British Coins is going to have twice the difficulty of getting all the studies. Now, I've told you about the replication crisis, and I showed you that video because when I talk about studies on money, I want to be frank with you that these studies have been savaged in the replication crisis. However, the ones that have survived have been the ones where people physically handle money, like the video I showed you. And I've got that from Paul Loader, who's recently done a meta-analysis. And I also reached out to Peter Naish, who was the psychologist in that study, and he assured me that that's not reality TV, it's not made up, they actually did do the experiment. All right, back to the main plot. Let's try and find some kind of echo of biblical ideas and these ideas in behavioural economics of money being a tool or a drug. So first of all, money as a tool is utterly familiar to us in this audience. This is just the idea that money is a means of exchange, a unit of account, or a store of value. I won't bore you by going over what that means again. However, if I can take a page out of our master's book, have a look at your coin. Whose inscription is on it? Look at it, read it. Maybe that's impossible. Well, so money is more than those things, obviously. And we've heard this, this was discussed earlier today. There's a picture of a United States bill with everybody signing the Declaration of Independence. It has a message of history, of state power, celebration of the nation state or of empire in Jesus' day. So money is at least that more. Now, in terms of finding echoes in the Bible, money desired as a means of exchange or a store of value can be good, but they can be morally troublesome. So just two examples from the scriptures. Judas obviously was a thief, it says in John 12, and part of his betrayal of Jesus involved money. So that's an example of wanting money as a means of exchange. And the rich fool, I take it, wanted money as a store of value so that he could take life easy, eat, drink, and be merry forever. So the correspondence here is that money can overwhelm good motives or drive them away. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for evidence of that. And money as a drug, what are we looking for here? Well, there could be a number of things we could look at, but Brian Rosner's book on greed as idolatry is very good. And he talks about these two verses in Colossians and Ephesians where greed and idolatry are associated. And he comes to the exegetical conclusion that this is financial greed. There's an argument about whether it's sexual greed, but he comes to the conclusion it's financial greed. And he describes greed as idolatry in this way: to have a strong desire to have and keep for oneself more and more money and material things is an attack on God's exclusive rights to human love and devotion, to trust and confidence, to service and obedience. Let's now look at some evidence. So this example is so famous, I'm hesitant to even give it because I think most of you have already heard it. The tale of the Israeli creche in the famous article, "A Fine is a Price." So this was a series of creches in Israel where there was a trouble with late coming. So they were getting about 10 people, whoops, I can't do that. They were getting about 10 people late per month showing up. And so they decided to impose a fine in the red group. Now you expect the imposition of a fine to lower late coming, but this is in fact what happened. The incidence of late coming went up, and it stayed up even when the fines were withdrawn at the end of the experiment. What is going on? Well, the authors suggested that prior to the fine, late coming was seen as morally bad behaviour. It was seen in a moral frame. But once there was money involved, it became the subject of a cost-benefit analysis. It became simply a question of an extra hour if I'm a high-powered lawyer and I can earn £300, staying in my office for an extra hour and I have to pay £20 for turning up late. It's just a cost-benefit analysis. So it changed the frame of reasoning. It chased away good motives, which is why it's called motivation crowding out. Now, motivation crowding out effects have survived the replication crisis reasonably well, actually, except for the study I just told you about. A fine as a price has not been replicated. However, a number of others have. For education, volunteering, public service, these have survived the replication crisis. And indeed, the famous first example of motivation crowding out is Titmus's discussion of blood donations in the US versus the UK. In the US, when Titmus wrote, I don't know if it's still true, people are paid for blood donations, whereas in the UK, they're volunteered. And he argued that the act of putting a financial reward on it actually evacuates social responsibilities. And this has also been shown that financial incentivization can lower tax compliance and a willingness to welcome not-in-my-backyard projects. In other words, if you offer compensation for not-in-my-backyard projects, you're likely to get even less public support than if you just ask. So these are all examples of motivation crowding out that have survived a replication crisis. Let me now talk about money as a drug. Well, what are we looking for here? Well, the literature here follows Durkheim. Writing in the sociological literature, Belk and Waldendorf say, money is revered, feared, worshipped, and treated with the highest respect. And they are tapping into Durkheim's idea, where he defined religion. He said all societies were religious. What he means by that is that for purposes of social cohesion, some objects are treated as incredibly special and sacred, and some objects are profane and for dealing with ordinarily. Sacred objects are symbols that represent the collective values, beliefs, and identity of a society. And recall the United States note that I showed you, showing the Declaration of Independence being signed. It has social values written all over it. Money can be seen as a transcendent power. Power is agency which can be used well. I think some of the discourse about power is foolish in our society. If you just strike out power and put agency, it's more obvious that it can be used well or badly. Ernest Becker, not to be confused with Gary Becker, says this: money has the power to increase oneself, to change one's natural situation from one of smallness, helplessness, finitude, requiring reliance on God perhaps, to one of bigness, control, durability, and importance. Money answers death in terror management theory. Terror management theory is the idea that people really are scared of things like death, and that there are various social items or sacred objects or beliefs that they cling to in the absence of God that helps them manage this terror. This is one of my favourite experiments. From 1947, Brunner and Goodman showed 10-year-old children coins and then discs of exactly the same size and asked them which was bigger, and the coins were bigger. Inspired by this, a name that I'm going to have to defer to, thank you very much, Agnieszka, et al., 2013. Inspired by this experiment, they found that people reminded of death overestimate the physical size of money. People reminded of death use higher monetary standards to define someone as rich. They ask, how much money does someone need to be really rich? And if they're reminded of death, they think of bigger numbers. And this is the most remarkable one. People are primed with money, like in the experiment we talked about earlier, where people count notes. People are primed with money, report a lower fear of death. The experimental news on money priming is kind of bad. It says that money priming gives a perceived protection from death, which is a lie. In Christ, I take it we have protection from death, but it's based on the truth. And a number of studies find that money makes you unhelpful, stingy, as we saw in the video, shun social contact, lacking in empathy, whereas ideally, a life in Christ makes you the opposite of that, open to receiving help, generous, seeking support, and empathetic. The writer Jacques Ellul, I think, takes a nod in the direction of Durkheim when he talks about money being sacred and profane, and he says that our objective as Christians should be to profane money, to take it from its sacred pedestal and make it profane. And this is how he says to do it in a quote that some of you may have seen. There is one act par excellence which profanes money by going directly against the law of money. An act for which money is not made, that act is giving. Is there money in heaven? I'm sure you're all familiar with Adam Smith's famous quote, so I won't even read it. There it is. You just imagine the butchers and the bakers and the brewers in Scotland. And it's their own interests which drives their interactions. So we imagine a dialogue in a butcher's shop.
Customer enters and asks for a cut of meat. The butcher prepares and weighs the meat. Customer pays and says, thank you. The butcher replies with a nod and says, you're welcome. I wish I could do the Scottish accents. I should be able to with a name like Menzies, but I can't. Now, the hermeneutics of economics. How does economics understand social life? Well, we go into that situation at our worst and we try and cut through all the nonsense and get to what's really going on, which is that the exchange is driven by self-interest, not benevolence. The butcher provides meat to an income. The customer pays to satisfy personal need. The market transactions aligns individual interests. And the thank you and the you're welcome are epiphenomenal to what is really going on. They're just nonsense. All that really matters is the interests. If we imagine a different world where people wanted to be generous and meet each other's needs, in that world, and indeed in our own, money can signal desire and appreciation, even in fallen reality. Just think about the convention of tipping. That signals desire and appreciation. Exchange can build social trust, even in our fallen world. I'd like to add to some of the criticisms of money that have been made. In other words, it flattens out everything. It injects desires with infinity, which I thought was a great phrase. But money and being involved in commerce gets us to interact with others, to exchange, and that can have a good side. Always, meat and everything else involved is a gift from God. But in a perfect world, the butcher and customer would swap in order to make each other flourish. Now, here's an interesting thing. The market price, let's just think about a question that Brad asked. If I just walk out into the world and I have goods or I have labour to provide, where do I provide it? What do I do? As Brad rightly said, that's an incredibly difficult problem to just know. Now, in a world not driven by greed, people could nominate numbers for how much they really want something, and you could give it to the person with the highest number. Now, that would look identical to someone with the most amount of money getting the object, but in a perfect world, you'd still need a number. And how much people want something could reflect the good of what God wants for that person. Now, I'm appealing here to the old-fashioned original notion of utilitarianism. Utilitarianism, since Bentham, saw pleasure as the good and pain as the negative of it, whereas Paley saw pleasure and pain as signals of what the good might be that God would want for them. That pleasure and pain can be a signal of what is good for the person according to God's will when that utilitarianism is circumscribed by meeting other social obligations first. Now, in that kind of world, well, no, even now, thank you and you're welcome aren't epiphenomenal. They're actually a call to Christian humanism. They're a reminder of what was once the case and what one day will be the case when people are actually trading with each other on the basis of gift. Will there be money in heaven? Well, even in a very generous world, there are enormous informational problems if we see ourselves as going around giving gifts in our economic lives. There's still an information problem. So perhaps money could be a signal of an effective gift, solving the problem that Hayek saw, the information problem, even in a perfect world. Finitude is not sin. So to the extent that money is necessary for finitude, maybe it will be in heaven. And finitude is not part of the fall either. Let me conclude. I've looked for connections or echoes between theology and the science of behavioural economics. I don't look for perfect correspondence because I'm using a two-book outlook. There is evidence that survived the replication crisis of money being like a drug. There's also evidence of money being a tool used badly. Money as a drug seems to point us away from God towards idolatry in the sense that Brian Rosner said. Even in a gift economy, perhaps money may be useful in a Hayekian way. Maybe in heaven we'll know much more and there won't be the information problem. I don't know. Now, postscript. I want to convince you faithful people who stayed right to the end why this is 2025's best conference in Oxford. Now, I did a DPhil here. I've sat through many lectures. I've listened to brilliant people speak, Nobel Prize winners. But you people here are perhaps at the best conference of 2025 in Oxford. Why do I say that? Well, the things I've been talking about are actually and we're talking about today are actually incredibly significant for the economics profession. I'll tell you why. Behavioural economics is highly influential. People are shifting away from stark microeconomics and really relying on behavioural economics more. It's transformed microeconomics. I don't think it's doing much to macroeconomics. It's just too hard to aggregate people. But in microeconomics, it's turned it into a kind of financial psychology, and it's becoming very influential. But all behavioural economics journals insist on having financial incentives. You cannot publish unless you have financial incentives. But listen, people, we've been talking about how money might have a spiritual dimension. And if people don't understand that, then the insistence on always understanding people using financial incentives without understanding the spiritual dimension to what those financial incentives can do in an experiment means that behavioural economics may be promoting many untruths about humanity. I'm not sure how many. It depends on how important the things we've been discussing in the last few days are. So, you are lucky to be here, and so am I. Thank you.
I'm both the song and I'm the dance and the song now. That is, I need to both bring a mic to you and yeah. Well, we'll be at the Lamb and Flag later for some drinks, and maybe after a pint and a quarter, you can get me singing and dancing. I'll use this, which I haven't, the right of the man with the mic to ask a question, actually, of you, Gordon. John Finnis. And it won't get more complicated than that. I know whenever John Finnis is mentioned, people get a little worried because he's very clever, very good at what he does, and very circuitous from time to time in argumentation. But he suggests that this old idea that, which is, I think, from Immanuel Kant, that a society with the right rules of devils could be governed as long as the rulemaking was proper. But then he goes on and says, well, he thinks that's false, and he says why. But he goes on to say, even angels would need law unless we would assume that angels had perfect knowledge, because if angels were driving their spiritual cars, there'd be a coordination problem. They would need, and I wonder if money is one of the ways, or currency is one of the ways we exchange things, would be necessary as long as we assume that knowing fully, as we're promised in 1 Corinthians 13, doesn't mean knowing like God does. That is, there's always some thing that we will be reaching toward but not know, and therefore we will need currencies or manners to coordinate, and money or currency could be one of them, even in heaven.
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question. My reading of a lot of what we've heard is that money solves problems of sin and finitude. So it solves to the extent that you're happy with the solution, and you mightn't be. It's not a perfect solution. It allows, financial motivations turn private interest to public good. This is one of the main insights of Adam Smith and the idea of the invisible hand. It's not a perfect solution for many reasons, but it does have an element of truth in it, that money does have the power to make very badly motivated people contribute to society. But it also solves problems of finitude, which is Hayek's... Oh, sorry. It also solves problems of finitude, which is Hayek's...
Oh, you said
sorry.
lapel.
Okay.
Yeah.
It also solves problems of finitude, which is Hayek's main point. Now, with problems of sin gone, people will just want to do the right things, and you won't have to motivate badly motivated people. But if the problems of finitude remain, then God will have to work out some way of solving those problems. I don't want to speculate on what the afterlife exactly looks like and what the knowledge would be like, but it certainly seems logically possible that the information solving problems of money could operate.
All right, I see 3 hands here. Let's collect these 3 questions and ask either of the speakers to respond to those. We'll do some packeting of this, yes? I'll begin here with you, Terry. Just pass it on.
Okay. Thank you for that. I have a question on Keynes, who was
clearly known for his evolving kind of views over time. So prior to the general theory, he writes the Tract on Monetary Reform, which is a kind of classic, can be seen as a classic monetarist text. Towards the end of his life, he writes an appreciative note to Hayek on the road to serfdom, saying he kind of agrees with much of it. Are there any sort of signs towards the end of his life he's coming to a different, he's trying to modify those kind of views on sort of money that he held before?
Thanks very much. I had an observation on Hayek and then a question to both speakers about time. So the observation on Hayek is the use of knowledge in society. Sure. The use of knowledge in society, that 1945 paper about solving the dispersed knowledge problem, it mentions prices, I think, 18 times. It only mentions money once. So I think money is getting at something slightly different to just a pure solution of information problem, which you could probably do without money. The question about time is, I wondered if both could comment for economists generally, but maybe for Keynes specifically, how they conceived of time and how important time was to their thinking about some of the questions that they grappled with. And I asked that because at the start of Charles Goodhart's book on money, he begins by saying that time is the ultimate constraint on mortals and suggests that money evolves as one of the ways that society solves that problem. So I thought that Professor Skidelsky in particular might have some observations on that.
I might stand up as well, and then it might be easier to hear. So I had a question for Robert Skidelsky as well. And I first want to say that I really enjoyed reading the first of the 3-volume the series on Keynes, and was appreciative of that it told me how to actually pronounce Keynes' name officially for the first time, which is something that I actually hadn't seen written down before. So now I can authoritatively say Keynes without worrying about it being stupid. I wanted to ask firstly about secular stagnation. Prior to the COVID crisis, secular stagnation seemed a real problem. But I wonder if now a more relevant issue might be volatility driven by uncertainty, which we've definitely seen in UK gilt markets and prices more generally recently. And more broadly, how your colleagues in the Lords might receive your somewhat apocalyptic outlook for the UK, and sort of how you might be able to communicate politically a message that is so depressing, but hopefully also encouraging people to act for the greater good of the polity.
We're going to have a repeat of the first question of this packet from Terry Allen.
Yes, it was in terms of sort of the evolution of Keynes's thinking over time. So in 1923, he writes the Tract on Monetary Reform, which many people see as a kind of classic monetarist statement. Going forward to the end of his life, he writes an appreciative note to von Hayek on the publication of The Road to Serfdom. Is there any indication that, other than that, he's changing his views towards the end of his life on money, or is that largely a sort of microeconomic sort of points he's trying to get across?
Lord Skidelsky, would you like to begin, and then we'll give the floor
Yeah, I
to
didn't hear the
Professor
first
Menzies.
question on Keynes.
That was repeated just then.
What?
That was the question just repeated then.
What was
First and the last question were the same.
Okay. Well, Hayek, yes, you're right. I mean, there's no money in Hayek. You don't have to have anything prices achieve perfect intertemporal coordination. So, I mean, you know, everything works through price mechanism. Money is simply a facilitator of this. There's no independent role for money. Although Hayek isn't completely consistent on that. In his book Prices and Production, he does say, well, you know, money is the fourth sort of bit, or, you know, you have to introduce money into your analysis on the ground floor, he says. But he doesn't really, or I don't think he does. On the question of Keynes's appreciation of Hayek after Hayek wrote The Road to Serfdom, Keynes says, you know, I mean, you know, I find myself in full agreement with the moral value of what you're writing, but I think my methods are more suited to preserve freedom than yours. And in other words, both theorists were trying to defend a free society, and Keynes has said that if you allow, I think your methods will, you know, by not taking precautions against mass unemployment and so on, were more likely to produce the road to serfdom than my methods. I mean, that was the gist of the debate between the two. As for secular stagnation or volatility, they go together, don't they? Within a secular stagnation, in other words, an economy that isn't really growing, of course you have cycles, but the cycles are all around a point of underemployment, equilibrium, or stagnation. It's not that when you have stagnation, everything is flat. The ocean is still choppy, but it's all within the circle of the stagnation. I think that's all that I registered. Sorry if I've missed anything. Tract on monetary reform. You know, it is. I mean, Friedman thought the Tract on Monetary Reform was Keynes's best book because it endorsed the quantity theory of money. But it was a very conditional endorsement. And Keynes said, I'm sure it's true in the long run, but he said, in the long run, we're all dead. It wasn't quite a full-throated endorsement of the quantity theory because, I mean, the quantity theory said there was a sort of mathematical and quick relationship between the quantity of money and the level of prices. And Keynes was always worried in that equation by what was happening to V, velocity of circulation.
I don't have much to add there, except on the question of money and prices not being the same thing. While I think that it's possible in principle to make a distinction, in practice, I think obviously barter is infeasible in any large scale, and so in practice it boils down to the same thing. And you asked a question about time, which I guess in a Walrasian auctioneer sort of set up, things would happen more or less instantaneously.
There's no time.
Yeah, there's
Exactly.
no time there.
No time.
Yeah. No, nothing more.
You can achieve wonderful results by abstracting from time, but actually, as it happens, we live in a world of time.
Art is one of the things that we extract from time and achieve a wonderful result, yes? About some of these other economies, and I can take one or two after him in the next packet of
Yeah, I would like to go back to the issue that I raised and try to imagine the human economies. And I can direct the question to both Robert as to Gordon, because I think that both Keynes and Smith had an idea of the human economy. Keynes, when you read the grandchild, the possibilities of our grandchildren, the last essay, he actually ends up in a much more positive tone than you do in your talk, which, by the way, I really appreciated, and it clarified all kinds of concepts, including that of liquidity preference. But I think that if you imagine human economies, then you change your worldview and you see that much more positive is going on than if you just focus on the financial economy that we're talking about. And I go back to Adam Smith. I was glad to see the quote, because I think that quote is misread also by you, if you think that that is sort of the gateway to thinking of the financial economy. Because reread the quote, it says, "It is not from the benevolence of the brewer and the baker." Just think about the 18-year-olds in front of you, the students. They don't know any better that they got the dinner from the benevolence of their parents. That's how you grow up. So we are used to get our dinner from the benevolence of others. If you go back a few paragraphs before, then Smith also said that we are always in the need of others, but we cannot befriend everyone. That's the human economy, because that's what we do more or less every day, standard. That's the base of our existence before we even enter the market or deal with that. So what would change in the perspective if we would indeed put the human economy in the center as a starting point and see indeed that money is a means? And then I come back to you. If you keep that in mind, then fair is foul. When Keynes sort of talked about that at the moment foul still prevails above fair, that's not what happens in my household. In my household, we try to be fair to each other. Greed doesn't work in my household. I don't know about yours, but if one of us is greedy, that doesn't work. We get angry, upset, we correct someone. It just doesn't work to be foul in my household and not either in yours. So in that sense, in the human economy, we realize a lot of these good things. Love of money doesn't work in my household. It is not what is appreciated, admired, or you don't get away with it. So if you put your human economy in the center, I think a lot of issues get addressed and solved and comes much more closer to the echoes that you are talking about.
First of all, let me say... Oh, sorry.
I have responses from one or both speakers.
Many thanks. My question is addressed to Lord Skedelsky. It's a question of understanding. Does Keynes accept the theory of economic cycles? And if yes, what that causes them? Is it the industrial production or the finance, the speculation, the finance, the economy of finance, or both? In other words, are they objective or induced by the speculative element in the economy? Thank you.
Do you want to take that one first?
There was an earlier one. Yes, I hope I had made it clear that economic possibilities for our grandchildren carries both a good message and a bad message. The bad thing is about the means. The good thing is about the end. That's why he says we must pretend that foul is fair for the time being, until we reach the point. I mean, it's basically an argument for a return to paradise. I mean, it's very clear. He uses the word Adam, and Adam, what Adam could achieve, in once abundance had come into the world. So, I mean, and love of money, he doesn't think it is an individual thing particularly. This is a society organized to give the love of money predominant expression in its social relations. That's what he means when he says that money is an engine of progress, but at the same time, that progress depends on a bad attitude. In other words, that's the foul bit, and then you have the fair bit. And just one other point. Yes, why do you have economic cycles? In the treatise on money, it's the shift between the financial and the industrial circulations. governed by bear and bull attitudes to the economy. By the end, it's simply the speculative motive. The more economic activity is governed by the speculative motive, the more volatility you'll be in the economy. People like Hyman Minsky develop this in particular, in a particular way. George Soros does as well. You have a speculative based on uncertainty, and uncertainty leads to gambles. And Keynes says, you know, the activity of an economy is badly done if it becomes the byproduct of a casino.
I'm sorry if I gave the impression that I thought Adam Smith was representative of what I think in the talk I said was economists at our worst. I'm sorry if I gave that impression. He is a more complex thinker than that. I have checked that that passage does locate the fulfillment of interests as the driving force, or at least I've checked with my friend Paul Oslington and had a long conversation with him about this. He's a Smith scholar. And Smith also sees providence in operation in the fulfillment of interests. So I don't want to get focused too much on what Smith said, even though I quoted him, but I meant that to say that the hermeneutics of economics as it's practiced at its worst is to see interests as everything and things like please and thank you as epiphenomenal. And I did check that with Paul Oslington. He said that's right about Smith in that passage. It's actually not the best passage about Smith, because the really interesting question for me is not what happens at the brewers and the bakers when people are face to face. It's about the huge global trading nexus. And as Christians, we think that we ought to be loving people even if that love happens at a distance. So when Jesus is asked about the greatest commandment, he says that the law and the prophets hang on love. And the law includes lots of things where you're acting with people at a distance. So it must be possible to love people at a distance. But in the last 2 centuries, we've had the ways in which we relate to people all over the globe, the distance has been expanded enormously. And the question for me as a Christian, the really interesting question is, how do you love people in that huge trading nexus? So probably the brewer and the bakers are not the best people to ask that question about. It's about me and someone making clothes in Bangladesh.
I want to give a supplement to a question, please. It was on Hayek, and I didn't give the right answer, really. I mean, you asked about the role of money in Hayek, and I said money doesn't figure. The point in the Hayek system is that prices perform their coordinating role, both present and future, provided the value of money remains stable. That's the absolutely crucial condition. Otherwise, the information flows through the economy are distorted. The question is, how do you keep the value of money stable? And in the end, Hayek thought you had to make it competitive. You had to have competitive monies. And that was the only way to do it. So that's how money figures, I think, in his idea of the working of an economy.
Thank you so much for that. We will cut things there, although I'm sure many of us would like to continue picking your brains and your corpus, which you're the physical representation of right now, your intellectual corpus, for much more time. But what I'll do now is ask everyone to give a big round of applause to Lord Skidelsky and Professor Menzies. And we'll invite back up Dr. Agnieszka Więcewicz-Price to give a summary of some of what's happened and to maybe give some of her own thoughts about the meaning of money, after which there'll be a few announcements about where we can go from here.
I'll keep it short. Risk was mentioned a number of times this afternoon, and I feel compelled to acknowledge that the organizers of this conference, myself included, took some non-trivial if thankfully non-pecuniary risk in suggesting a conference topic of such a great scope, the meaning of money. The sole question of what money is would be sufficient to cover volumes, but to ask further what it means and to expect to receive satisfactory response in 1.5 days was certainly an ambitious goal for us to take. I think this risk paid off. And again, thankfully, this was not a financial reward, I think. For even though we might prefer to be, let me quote, possessors rather than professors of money, we can safely conclude at the end of this meeting that all our speakers, more or less directly, suggested money is not the purpose and is not an end in itself. And yet, the complexity of the economic system as it has evolved up to this day is such that it is not difficult for us to get lost and perhaps confused about what the purpose of our individual, societal, and stately action is or should be in relation to money. There's temptation, there are competing loyalties, there are structures or occasions for sin, all of which we heard quite a bit about during this conference. If you'd like to avoid those dilemmas that money is involved in or perhaps causes, you might want to follow one piece of advice that was offered here yesterday, that perhaps the best use of money is to give it all away. It's tempting, and yet there are two problems with that. First is money is a scarce resource, as we all, or most of us, have experienced. And the second, probably more profound problem is that tempting as it is to try to give it away, you still have to decide what purpose to dedicate it to, what you want to do with it. And it doesn't matter whether you want to give it away or spend it on something, you still have to make that decision, make that choice. And human will is involved in this choice. But that is only part of the lesson that we learn here. It turns out, as mostly Professor Klammer and Professor Bruni told us yesterday, there are things and goals in life that money cannot buy, the precious areas of life. Family, home, love, and perhaps above all of that, redemption. None of that can be bought by money. So a tension arises between the logic of transactional exchange and the logic of love or gift-giving. And this tension is probably mostly based in our nature that is both earthly and supernatural. Now, as we heard in the talk by Professor Skidelsky, economics decided to get rid of that perspective of supernatural and moral and ethical. It abstracted it away, if you like. And there's one thing in it that I thought of as I was listening to our last speakers. Economic theory treats ends as given. Which for a long time I thought was a convenient way for them to abstract away from moral issues. But today I thought it's actually an intellectually honest statement to make by economists, the way they developed over years and centuries to the mainstream neoclassical take on what economics means, to say that ends are given because economic theory is not able, doesn't have the tools to answer the question about our purpose. And so it seems to me that, following what Edward Hadas said earlier, and many other people, I think, indicated similar goal for us, is that we can and should do better, and that we should probably try to overcome that tension and to bring back the moral even divine perspective into the discipline that purposefully rejected that perspective. We have tried to do that with a project called Economics as a Moral Science at Blackfriars Hall, where I'm a research fellow. The project was partially concluded last year with a long series of books published by Springer and the series of virtues and economics. It consisted in basically taking apart neoclassical economic theory and pointing out what is missing there from the old Smithian take on economics. Many people who spoke during this conference contributed to that series. I encourage you to consult it. Most of those volumes are available for free online. Now, I know many of you are involved in projects that deal with these both sides of economy, the pecuniary monetary economy and the economy of home and economy of society and community. If you're interested in taking this project forward into something more constructive that is not just criticism of what economics missed out on, but what we can do in order to bring back that divine and moral perspective into it, we encourage you to contact us, contact the Pusey House, contact Blackfriars, myself as the head of the Economics of the Moral Science there, and suggest ideas for lectures, seminars, and other initiatives. We're very open to collaborate, and I think Jonathan will have a little more to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the summary remarks. A definition of money, I think, is something we've missed here, and volumes could be written, but maybe an Aristotle will stand up and give us a nice simple definition that we can rely on for a time, and maybe of currency after that or before that, and others. I would like to suggest the concept very quickly that we might be the means by which the divine, moral, and other things sneak back into economics and make it necessarily a moral science. And I think that's the concept of persona, of the human person. The donor who supports the work of the Center for Theology, Law, and Culture, Marek Matrosiak, he's British of Polish stock originally, and went to this university, but didn't think that his alma mater would be the best place to give a donation if he wanted the human person, its legacy, the truth, the dignity behind it, to be studied and preserved. And so he's given the money to Pusey to do this, and this conference is part of that. So maybe more of this theological and philosophical anthropology is exactly the place to go. And since the agent is one of the problems in contemporary economics, the human person made in the image of God might be an answer, maybe even the answer. That being said, the future has been dealt with. Professor Klammer has also indicated hope for some cooperation again through perhaps the Free University of Amsterdam or in his own person, and we might end up doing something back and forth between here and Amsterdam. Secondly, next week there's going to be the Nicaea conference, which will have many people here for the 1400th anniversary. There are still tickets, 12th and 13th. Matti Feldhaus is here. She has term cards there that contain all of the things that will happen until the end of this year, so forever as far as we're concerned. In that card, including academic programming. Third, I've already mentioned that if you want to continue the conversation after you join us, I hope, for Evensong, we'll convene at the Lamb and Flag for a pint afterwards and continue that great Oxford tradition of carrying our discussions across the water or at least the top of a nice glass of ale. Finally, I'd like to thank our academic interns and our ministerial assistants, our assistant chaplain, Father Parker, the sound team, the AV team back there, Ed Gout and David. Ed is the master of music here. Philip and Matti are the names of the two academic interns that have done great work to make this possible. I'd like to thank the speakers for coming out and giving us your time rather than all of the other worthwhile things you could have been doing and not thinking of it in economic terms, because we offered you no remuneration for this, only honor and love and appreciation and gratitude. So thank you, and a room to sleep in if you didn't have one in Oxford and a meal last night. But, you know, nothing you could monetize, really. And then finally, the co-organizers, and that is Agnieszka and Mehmet. And as I said when I started out, they did the lion's share of the work, and Mehmet, as the academic coordinator of the House, really was in contact with you and made it possible, and without him it wouldn't have happened. So thank you for attending. We're very pleased to have you here. Do join us if you like for Evensong or at the Lamb and Flag at about 6:10. We'll be there about 6:10, or keep it warm for us if you end up there earlier. And otherwise, thank you so much. We'd love to see you here anytime, and do be in contact. Quite swiftly.